Johnny MAGA, this is a huge account on Twitter, big account, saying whoa to this, and you just look at some of these replies about this. Here we go. This is completely unacceptable and the opposite of what he ran on. Ridiculous. Hardly any big influencers are even saying anything. After clamoring for an immigration moratorium, mere days ago. Yeah, again, like a lot of these accounts on Twitter aren't even talking about this. The people who show up to the White House, the people who take cool pictures at Mar-a-Lago, because, you know, just like in the Republican Party, from top to bottom, you have to suck up to Trump no matter what he does. So we'll see Republicans saying how great this is on all levels, because if you don't, it's a cult. You will be out. You'll be ousted on any level. If you know, a lot of those people talking bad on Twitter right now, there's no invite to Mar-a-Lago for you. So, yeah, again, as we move toward the cold, we go down. Full U-turn, question mark? Sorry, I'm disappointed in Trump. This is ridiculous. And again, I also think it can't be overstated that when Democrats or another group say, you know, oh, I'm disappointed in this individual, Biden, Harris, anyone, it's much different than this group. Because again, it's a cult. It's at least at the bare minimum very cult-like. Do not go against Trump. You don't say you're disappointed in Trump. And if people are using these words, they objectively something has broken through. Like, there's no question about it, because they have no ability to ever hold Donald Trump accountable for anything. And so the fact that they would start using these words, crazy. This person upset, we scroll down, Trump listens to his constituents, doesn't mean, or this person is essentially saying, oh guys, it's fine, you know, just twisting themselves into a pretzel about Donald Trump, as many people do in the coming days on this issue, and obviously what we've just seen as I record this tonight with what's going on in Israel and Iran and all these things Donald Trump ran on. He ran on certain things. He ran on, you know, I'm the peace president. I make peace as war starts to break out. I'm the president to be economic. You know, I'll solve all your problems. Everyone in Washington is making you poor. And as soon as I get in, I'll be rich. People are really struggling right now. And that's what, again, why we see these poll numbers just continue to really get shredded for Trump. He's in a bad place right now, polling-wise. This person, Phil, saying, hire Americans, please be fake. You go down and down, so this person's confused. Trump is actually, quote, cool with illegals. It's just like a gross way to talk, you know? What a dipshit. No one is above the law. And again, this is a big on where are you ignoring the fact that all of these businesses are, quote, hiring illegals. He's doing it for the farmers. Again, Betty here, we start to twist ourselves into, oh, well, it was just like 3-4 days ago, plus, you know, his literal entire campaign and entire presidency, the signs that said mass deportations now, we will deport anyone, doesn't matter, to now like, oh, well, actually, we shouldn't do that because we need to, I don't know, help, it's cruel, we need to, you know, help the farmers, help the economy. What? Interesting how quickly people flip. Listen, if you enjoyed this video, it would mean a lot if you clicked like down below and subscribe. It's pretty late.
Hello?
This video, trying to stay
Hello?
oh,
fuck.
Oh,
hello?
So much love, and I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Click
Hello?
like it goes such a long way. I'll be out there on Saturday making videos.
Sneezed and it hurts like fuck.
What?
I just sneezed and it hurts like a motherfucker.
Be peaceful, make your voice heard, bring your daughter, masks, etc.
Oh.
Oh. So much. Your best.
Yeah, I gotta get something to eat so I can take painkillers. Oh well.
The Nintendo Switch 2 is
10:30,
finally
yeah.
here, and so far opinions
Yeah.
are mixed.
Yeah.
I and several members of the team have had them for about a week now, and it's clear that Nintendo got a lot right. But it's also clear that there are some skid marks on the rainbow road of Nintendo's most expensive console ever. First impressions, at least for me, were extremely positive. The new HDR screen absolutely dwarfs the original Switch, and even the Switch OLED. And the whole device feels significantly more premium, with a much better magnetic detachment mechanism for the Joy-Cons, soft touch plastics, more tactile buttons, bigger joysticks, and an ergonomic situation that is still far from ideal, but is worlds ahead. D-Brand, who sponsored this video, has you covered there, by the way, with their Kill Switch protective ergonomic case and screen protectors. We'll be showing those in more detail at the end of this video, but from what I've heard from them, you might not want to wait that long to get an order in because Switch 2 accessories are moving very quickly at myhandsareveriesmall.com. And I can see why.
I don't
So,
have
the Switch
that
2
option right
is
now.
Not tough, as our friend Zach from Jerry Rig Everything discovered. But, to Nintendo's credit, even though they maintained the same thickness as the original, once you throw on a screen protector, it seems like they've delivered a pretty rugged, albeit difficult to repair console here. I just wish I could say the same about the Joy-Con controllers, which appear to still be susceptible to later.
First, I want to talk a bit more about the console itself. The OG Switch was obsolete before it even launched years ago.
Bless you.
But still,
Puss.
I'm really impressed with how much more powerful the new one is. With double the CPU core count, triple the amount of usable RAM, and 10 times the graphics processing, assuming none of it is full frames, we ended up with a generational performance leap, the likes of which we haven't seen in a very long time. All those miracle ports that barely clung to playable frame rates at sub 540p resolution run effortlessly, with some more than doubling their performance, while also managing to appear much sharper because they no longer require dynamic resolution scaling. And I haven't even talked about the games that got one of Nintendo's Switch 2 upgrade patches, which so far seem to look and run great, which does matter to me. To the utter dismay.
But I don't know why
of
you're
all
still
the
back there, because we need to move together.
times to get into either of Link's
Because we
most
gotta
recent
go
open world
upstairs.
adventures, but every time I've abandoned them, feeling like the experience on the original Switch's hardware was holding it back. I could have emulated, but as you guys know, it's not my favorite way to experience a game, especially not for the first time. So I decided to wait for the better Nintendo-approved way to explore Hyrule. And now that it's here, I am pleased to report that, wow, I'm in.
Finally!
The Switch 2 has got me stoked about Nintendo gaming again.
You and a lot of people, like everyone else, we lean on awesome channels like Digital Foundry and GVG to really get into the fine details of visual upgrades like these. But to our PC gaming eyes, both from a cross-platform and first-party perspective, we feel like Nintendo has struck an outstanding balance with the Switch 2's performance, both maintaining a power envelope that keeps it handheld while upgrading the performance to the point where both docked and even on the smaller handheld screen, it's hard not to see the improvements.
Wait.
Guys, this ain't no PS5 to PS5 Pro. Oh yeah, I think that pixel.
Because you need to heal Carla because she can
This
see
is more like
and
going from the PS3
I
to
don't
the
have
PS4,
that option.
which coincidentally is about
I
right.
don't have any more healing spells. I'm done.
Except that thanks to more modern rendering paradigms like ray traced lighting, not to mention Nintendo's do more with less visual style.
Okay,
I
just
think
move
it's fair to
with,
say that if Mario Kart World
I'm right there in front of you.
launch title
Why
surely
can't I
hasn't
move
unlocked
now?
its full potential
What the
yet.
fuck?
Is anything to
Okay.
go by? Especially the first-party games are
Do
going
your
to end up
shit, man.
better. And that's not the end of the good news. The increase in processing power and the faster flash storage, both in terms of the internal 256 gigs and the expandable microSD express slot, both make noticeable improvements to load times and the UI snappiness, which is fortunate because the game acquisition experience can be a bit
it's a way to protect Kalrak.
I immediately bought a
don't
year of
have
Nintendo
anything.
Online Plus expansion pack so I could get access to the Zelda upgrade packs without an additional fee, and found out that I could still download the game without the upgrade,
Wait,
but
hold
could
on.
also download the upgrade without the game.
Sometimes the only
And
way out
while
is
we're
Yeah,
the
on my
negatives,
next turn,
talk
then
about the
I've got a
joystick on
spell.
the Joy-Con. Obviously, Joy-Cons aren't meant to be the world's best controller.
Away.
Oh, she's dead though. So
Kalrak
But
immediately.
as much
Yeah,
as I'm willing to accept
I can see
smaller
that.
face buttons, these joysticks kinda suck. And I think that's partially due to the rubber skirt that's
I
meant to
just need to
prevent
get her
us
up there.
finding a way into the neck.
yeah, I'm gonna send you the
Then you
spell.
can
Fold over occasionally,
then you
making them
can't,
feel kinda off.
Turn invisible.
So if you're a handheld hero,
Yeah,
you might
I'll
find
send you the
yourself
spell.
eagerly awaiting third-party options from the likes of Ori. However, if you're the type to throw out the kickstand and grab a Pro controller, it might not bother
What's
you
it
as much.
called?
Your old Pro
Oh,
controller
fuck.
is forward compatible.
Protection from God or something.
Protection, there
But
you
the
go.
even better news is that the new Pro controller is actually really good.
Can't use it now.
And I found
but
myself enjoying the Switch 2 most from my couch with one of those in my hands.
Just get
It's
her
the
up here.
first Nintendo console that looks great on a modern 4K HDR display, which makes it all the more frustrating that Nintendo couldn't quite find the 96 exit. While the
Bullet
built-in
Gun is
screen supports
asleep, bro.
variable refresh rate, which
Yeah,
removes
just
tearing
taking a nap.
artifacts and enhances animation smoothness during frame rate dips.
Have to keep
This
going.
feature is not supported via the dock. seemingly because HDMI output relies on DisplayPort alt mode and an NVIDIA G-Sync doesn't play nice with this conversion. It's possible that Nintendo will address this at some point in the future. They did eventually add Bluetooth support to the Switch 1 after all. But I wouldn't expect it to happen overnight, which is a bit of a downer. The question is, though, does that get in the way of fun?
Well, that
Okay.
depends on your
Best be on my
perspective.
way.
I mean,
Protection
it's
spell.
Nintendo, so obviously there's fun to be had. I mean, they're one of the only developers that is still pumping out phenomenal single-player and
move
couch co-op game
closer.
after another across a multitude of genres, and generally without
now
ongoing
Mothercons.
monetization. So,
Yeah,
think
and
the
now you
small
can.
stuff
Let's
like
save here, bro,
sometimes
because now I
walk
can
refresh
do
shouldn't make anybody that
a yellow
happy.
spell.
But what about charging $20 more per game? That might do it.
Each for a single game.
That's right. If, like my son,
Hello?
you've somehow missed
Yeah,
the online
I'm
discourse,
saving.
Thanks, bro.
Nintendo is now asking
Okay,
$80 for their marquee titles, which has left a lot of gamers feeling left out. And that's a perspective that's super easy to understand. Nintendo has been
closer.
extremely profitable at just $60 per game. So for them to act like, oh, woe is me, inflation has suddenly forced our hand, I get why that feels like the kind of out-of-touch move that big corporations make when they're getting a little too comfy on their throne. Adding insult to injury, many Switch 2 game boxes are just that. Decorative boxes with either a download code or a hardware license key inside, rather than a full physical copy of the game. Something that harms resale and therefore affordability for many gamers.
It also contributes to the game preservation issues that purely digital console. With that
better fucking
said,
list.
I definitely prefer paying upfront for a good game instead of getting the microtransaction
Move
ridden
Cora
slop we've been
closer.
subjected to in recent years. So while it definitely sucks paying $20 more
Yeah.
for a Nintendo game
You know,
that will
can hear you.
never go on sale.
Where is he?
If my only options are pay what Nintendo
Well, it should be
demands,
visible now.
create a
What the
unique
fuck,
gaming
man? I'm like
experiences,
right on
or
it.
accept a future where everything is a live service game with tons of microtransactions, the choice becomes pretty clear. For me personally, I'm going to be paying that Nintendo tax for now. But I'll be doing it very selectively for expensive flagship titles and allocating more of my gaming budget to those smaller team
You
AA
shouldn't
titles
be
that I've been
invisible
getting a
right
ton
now.
of enjoyment out of lately.
Coming back to the hardware, we've got, you guessed it, another Nintendo choice that has
He might have
divided
saved
the community.
himself.
The bad news is, you're getting an LCD
Maybe.
screen on a console that costs
But that's-
more than the Switch.
that's
Pro.
bullshit.
Step in before it
Leaving
gets
room for
worse.
Nintendo to introduce a higher price Switch down the road.
Okay, I gave you half
Good
of my
news
health
is that the
now.
LCD screen you get is pretty
I'm
darn
probably
good
gonna
for
die.
an LCD. It's 7.9 inches, exhibits almost no distracting motion blur, and actually looks better in real-world usage than its raw brightness measurements would seem to indicate. We measured it in SDR at only about 380
That's how
nits.
nice I am.
And while we don't have a test for
Hmm?
HDR for
I
this
gave you
device,
half my health,
it's
but
safe
now
to
I'm
my
probably gonna
eyes
die.
that between Nintendo's art design for Switch
Okay,
2
cool.
and remastered titles
Right.
and or the
Let's turn it.
HDR capability of the display, it seems to get a bit of extra punch. One area where it clearly
The fuck
falls
is that, dude?
behind a well-tuned
If he
OLED
walks
display
over
is
that,
in
then
minimum brightness.
it'll shock
Fuck.
him.
There's just no other way
Yeah.
to put this. The Steam Deck
gonna
OLED
put him in darkness.
clobbers this
Hopefully
thing
that
when it
works.
comes to late night gaming if you don't want to see the redness, along with pretty much everything else.
Just hope he doesn't jump
The last
over it.
one is the one
Oh
with the
fuck, he's
The
already
fuck?
behind you.
That is bullshit. That is fucking bullshit.
Nintendo's
Oh.
allergy
That's
to
fucking
performance,
bullshit.
And also
I'm dead.
pretty exciting for me personally. I mean, there's the obvious stuff, like it's going to be cool that some games are going to use it for spectacularly smooth gameplay. But what I'm secretly hoping for is that we're going to see NVIDIA's advanced video game processor, you know, is in here,
He's
turned
almost dead.
on,
Think you
enabling
can
some
take
kind of
me on?
remote.
I knocked him over.
Very
Nice.
cool.
A whole world of non-Nintendo games.
Watch this.
What else do I have?
Rest for that.
I'm gonna put him in daggers, bro. Move out the way.
Okay. Hold up. That's as far as I can go.
Xbox Cloud Gaming
Ah.
or something like that. And high refresh rates in those cases.
Wait,
really
okay, that's
cut
fine,
down
that's
on
good,
latency,
it's fine,
turning it
alright.
from this is quite playable to this is quite enjoyable. And that would be
Boom.
Boomboklad!
Boom, clap.
is way less energy intensive than rendering locally. And at the moment, the Switch 2 is going to have you selecting your
Let's
game
save. Let's
proximity to an outlet
let's
is
short
preference
rest.
based on comfort.
Let's save,
It's not bad, certainly not worse than a typical
and then
handheld
let's
gaming
long
PC,
rest.
and is even a little better than the OG from our quick and dirty early testing.
That wasn't too bad.
which is going to feel like a major
First
step
try.
back if you're coming from that.
First try.
Oh, I couldn't finally find a spot to talk about this before, so I'll also discuss the compression and portability here. It is still slim, which is really nice. But I was down in LA for the ROG Xbox LAX announcement, and I was like, oh, well, whatever, it's only 20 minutes. I'll just walk to the IHOP for my midnight waffles. Oh, I should bring the Switch too. And then I realized it's really late at night, and I'm on this random street in LA with the hottest launch hardware of the year, and no pocket large enough to accommodate it. Not even on my cargo pants from LTTstore.com. So I quickly looked around and
Right, we gotta
tucked it
get the
into my framework
last-
hoodie, also from LTTstore.com. Smooth, right? But not as smooth
Relic
as it'll eventually
cube
be to tuck it
thing.
into our upcoming crossbody bag from LTTstore.com.
Bottom
Oh,
line,
yeah.
if you want to Switch only to play the big Nintendo games, this is the best way to play them. But it's probably okay to wait for a few more of them to come out. Maybe next month Donkey Kong will push you over the edge, or maybe it'll be Metroid Prime 4 next. Something.
Oh well.
But like, there's no hurry in my opinion. And I personally want to see if Nintendo's gonna action some of those questionable policy changes before giving them any more money. Like freaking consoles for stepping out of line. Even if that stepping out of line is just trying to fix it yourself.
And I'd also keep an eye on Nintendo's behavior
Uncle
around
Jim.
subscriptions. They might not have microtransactions in the games,
Alright,
but they
picked it up.
sure as heck have them. And it seems like Nintendo
so you've
is
got how many
Nintending
now?
for Nintendo Switch Online to be an integral part of Switch ownership.
You've got
Big
one.
name.
I've got
You're gonna
two.
have to add that to your bill, along with their
Here's a
fun,
shield if you
never on
want.
sale library of $80 games and ludicrously priced, probably gonna drift accessories.
No, thanks.
All of which means that if I
Okay.
hadn't needed to buy this,
Let's try
like,
this way.
to make this video, I wouldn't be stoked on the value I'm getting right now. Not only is the library of exclusive launch titles extremely small, and I gotta say, personally,
Okay, so now
as a non-sweaty
we go
online
back
gamer,
to
not enjoying Mario Kart World that much. Like many of you, I have a
the
deep
platform.
library of other, not Switch 2 games that I haven't played, and like many of you, I probably got most of them on sale from one of the many other storefronts on other platforms. Platforms that don't charge a subscription to back up your save games to the cloud. So, I agree
Oh, that's
that
cool.
Switch 2 is probably going to be a wait for most people at the moment.
Oh, did you take the? Did you quick travel?
If I wasn't stoked on the value, I'd still be stoked
No,
on the
I
hardware.
just went upstairs.
It's
Oh.
a Switch. Except it is better than my old one in just about every meaningful way.
Alright, I'm
The
aware.
haptics, even the speakers, they sound so much better to the point where just holding this thing and looking at it, it's enough to make me want to jump right back into Hyrule to finally play that game on hardware that does it justice.
Agreed. The Switch One had arguably the worst ratio of library greatness to hardware greatness of
I'll give
all
it to
time.
Serena.
It was bad enough that I
Why?
passed over some pretty incredible games.
Huh?
Even though
Why?
I owned a Switch.
I mean, shut up.
I just didn't
Yeah.
want to tolerate Nintendo's cheaped out hardware. So I guess this is a classic case of
Yeah.
careful what you wish for. I wanted more expensive hardware and
So we gotta take the lift
means
down and
now
then
you're gonna
use
need
it
a way to
at
protect
the
it.
bottom.
Yeah.
Like with this kill switch from our sponsor, D-Brand. As usual,
That's
they
what I
showed up
said.
with a big bag of money, and as usual, that's the only way that they can keep a piece of ass this fine in their life. Speaking of fine pieces of, gotta say, kill switch case for the Switch 2, honestly, pretty nice. It's kind of like the kill switch case that they made for the Steam Deck and ROG Ally, but with a bunch of smart
Better take a
modifications that
look.
enhance the Switch's whole hybrid gaming
Rat stares at
concept.
you.
No, why is there a fucking rat talking to me now?
Like it will
Leave.
make
Fuck
Switch
off. I
2.
don't talk to you.
On I go.
Fucking the rot.
Those Joy-Cons, not super comfortable to hold for a long time. Well, D-Brand added these
Let's
ergonomic
go.
handles to their case that make it way more comfortable to use for long stretches of time. But wait, there's more. See that seat tray in front of you? Well, hey, maybe you want to put your Switch down on it. Unlike many Switch 2 cases right now, D-Brand designed their case with detachable Joy-Cons in mind, so you can still reach the kickstand even when you've got the case applied. So you just pop that down, detach your Joy-Cons, and boom, you are off to the races. Then all of a sudden you're landing, they're like, put your damn it away, and I'm like, wait, 1 sec, I just gotta get my crush-proof travel cover. It's got a built-in game card tray and secures to the Switch 2 with this cool bungee latch. And boom, once that's done, you can
Oh
throw
my
it in your
god,
bag
that is
with
actually so
whatever else you
fucking
got.
smart.
Honestly,
If the UI gets in the way, you can just move it. Like, what the fuck? That's bloody brilliant.
Spill the blood of Seluna and rise a warrior of Shah.
Oh, that is a new Reddit URL, isn't it?
There's a
Damn.
waypoint.
If you guys enjoyed this video, why not check out Microsoft's
Okay, wait,
desperate
no.
effort
Fuck,
to
it's like
get
a
a foothold
boss,
in the
bro.
handheld space with the ROG Xbox Squawk's
This
ally
must be where
X.
initiates
To be
undertook
clear,
to find
I'm not
Deliver
saying
the
it's
light
bad.
mother's
I'm
mercy
legitimately
upon
extremely
her
excited about the
enemies.
gaming-tuned Windows that's launching alongside it.
Trust
But
must gather
we'll
your
say this.
party
If you thought
before
the Switch 2
venturing
is expensive,
forth.
Gather my
Trust
party. My
your
party.
secrets to the night.
My party is right here.
I'm reading.
Shroud
Despite
yourself in
Trump's fear
blackest
tactics and his authoritarianism,
We gotta jump in the
people
fucking.
actually, because of those things, people are taking to the streets, and we're gonna have fun in this segment. We're gonna celebrate.
Party
We're gonna
is
do a little bit of
gathered.
this, a
You are
little bit of
ready.
that,
Or so
and
you hope.
take a second to feel some joy. Before that, though, let
Yes.
me give you the context of what
Okay.
Trump was saying about these potential protests, the No Kings protests that have erupted across the country. As
Someone
of when I'm
falls
recording
asleep.
this, everything has stayed peaceful, which is awesome, and
Oh,
in
fuck.
huge numbers, which is extra awesome. And so Trump was asked about protests against,
God,
because this is
look at this
happening while
page.
he's also going to do his military parade, and he said protesters will be met with heavy
This is
force.
legit, dude. I need coffee.
On Saturday, we're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, and for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force.
Lady
And I haven't
Shadow.
even heard about a protest.
I can
But,
feel her
you know,
all around
this
me.
is people that hate our country.
This is her domain.
But they will be met with very heavy
This
force.
is the shadow.
So he didn't say violent. He said the word protest.
Okay,
which
1 second.
almost
I'll
everyone
be right back.
assumed when you're just saying protest, you mean peaceful.
Okay, let's go.
Riot would include not peaceful. But that's what led to Levitt going, that's a stupid question. Does he support peaceful protests?
If there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that.
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question. Raquel.
Thank you so much.
Right. What a stupid question, even though it's a very reasonable question based off of the actual words that left his mouth, but we're always supposed to filter those words through a rational filter that makes him seem more rational than he actually is. And then he was asked directly about the No Kings protest and said,
There are several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they call it? No king?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much.
I love how he goes, I have to go through hell, and he means checks and balances. What? You think I'm a king? I despise the fact that I'm not. I despise the fact that I have to get approval from other branches of government. I hate the guardrails of this democracy. Yes, exactly. That's our point. No one's saying you are a king. No, you're not a king. It's that you seem to be acting like you'd like to be one. And that you didn't address. So in response, people took to the streets screaming out at Trump all over the country that, put simply, we hate him. Here's photos from Los Angeles. Here's someone with this sign that says, well, something I'm not going to read. Here's a photo here of tons of people taking to the streets. This is in Toronto, but they're calling it No Tyrants because they do have a king. But they're still taking to the streets, which we love. This is in Philly. Look at that. People upon people upon people. You are not alone. That's a big point of this. You go out into the streets. I'm sure many of you watch the show, are at one, or gonna go to one, or you went to one already. It would be funny if you're watching this as you're at one. That would be kind of interesting. But love it if that's the case. Then, looks like people leaving a senior living home. They're going, baby, with the walkers and everything. The party has begun. Yes. Then you have this in San Diego. A big part of it, like I said, is to see people out in the world and know that you're not alone in your rage about this. You have someone with a sign that reads, if Kamala were president, we'd be at brunch. And this is a reference to a political phrase that says when Democratic voters elect a Democrat, they go out to brunch, and meaning they kind of stop being activated, and that to actually further change, we have to stay activated even when good or better leaders get into power. But it's funny to say, I would love that right now. I would love that alternative. And then you have Omaha video from there. Just, I think 2,000 sites there were going to be protesters. Let's listen to one of the protesters who's a veteran saying this.
Right here, if this continues, LA's not gonna let it go. We are here. They have to realize that no one came to this country. Country came to us. We are here. We're not going anywhere. Okay? We serve this country right here. Look, I give my life to this country, but we got to do it right. Not for this jerk, not for this guy.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for saying hello.
Yes, exactly. I love that so much because I think sometimes when there's really bad leaders in power, and when we collectively, I said before that it's a little bit heartbreaking that, well, first we have to stand by the fact that we are one people, however apart we feel. So we as a people made some really wacky decisions. And that was in the context of Robert Kennedy Jr. choosing the guy who hates vaccines to oversee vaccines. And even though most Americans support vaccines or supporting Trump, whatever, do you think it's terrible for you? So kind of the shooting yourself in the foot, shooting yourself in the face thing that we did, and that could be heartbreaking. But that can cause us to go, oh, I don't love us. Right? I don't love America anymore. I don't want to fight for it anymore. It can feel discouraging. What I love about what he said is, to be clear, I die for this country. But we have to do it right. We have to straighten things out. And I wouldn't want to have to die for this jerk. True. Then you have video from New York City. People in the streets. Now, in D.C., there were some protests that I guess crossed through a police line. Again, when I'm recording this, everything has stayed peaceful. Ed Krasny said Trump's America, where 80-year-old military veterans are arrested for protesting his stupid military parade. They didn't even let him use his walker. He's scared to descend. Here's the video.
Put his hands in front of him.
Keep it going for
Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him. Put his hands in front of him.
Yeah, so he's getting... Which, can we just... Does he need to be zip-tied behind his back? You think this guy is about to grab your pistol and pistol whip you? Like, come on. Let's calm down. 80-year-old veteran. I think this is what this is reporting on. An elderly man from Gainesville was one of dozens of veterans arrested outside the U.S. Capitol building as they protested against President Donald Trump's military parade scheduled for Saturday. Officers said around 75 veterans were protesting peacefully outside the U.S. Supreme Court building. Later, a group of about 60 left, and officers began establishing a perimeter. That's when officers say the group pushed down a bike rack across the police line and moved toward the rotunda steps. Officers blocked them and began making arrests. So they didn't get violent, but we're trying to get closer to the building. And listen, if they make a perimeter, don't cross the perimeter. But I can tell you this guy was not threatening anybody, and he is just trying to make his voice heard, and was doing so how we should, which is peacefully, and then was treated like this. And this image, this is the type of image that mobilizes people, because you're thinking, really? 80-year-old veteran in a group of people who serve the country saying, we do not want what Trump's bringing onto our country. So I do thank him. This is in Cincinnati. More images just to give you a sense of the scope of this. And then Martin Luther King III, who I think, my guess would be, has some relation to Martin Luther King Jr. of I Have a Dream fame. But we'll fact check that. He says this.
So it is only fitting that we gather here today, not in fear, but in faith, not in despair, but in defiance. We gather here in the shadow of Independence Hall to declare that we, the people, still believe in democracy. We still believe in justice. And we still believe in a nation without kings, without tyrants, without rulers who place themselves above the law. We are here to say this land belongs to the people, not to the monarchs, not to the autocrats, not to strong men, but to the people. Just as the generation of 17 and 76 cast off the crown and proclaimed a republic, we, the generation of 2025, pledge to keep faith with that sacred inheritance and let it be known to every corner of this land. We will not let democracy die on our watch.
Yes! Feel excited. We're in a dark time, but this is a little flicker of light. Now, side thought. Why does he also sound so iconic while he's speaking? How do I speak like that?
Okay. Hello?
You're his son, and you also just nail it? What? Gosh, there's just something, it's just good. It's just good. Then Jamie Raskin was speaking as well at one of these rallies.
And Musk now says that Trump should be impeached, and Trump says that Musk should be investigated for his tens of billions of dollars in federal contracts, and for once, they're both right. My friends, fascism will not be the end of American democracy. American democracy will be the end of fascism. We will stand up for democracy and human rights and freedom all over the world. We will stand with President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine.
Someone's sign said, "We took down Elon, Trump is next." Yeah, I like that.
Against Putin's filthy, bloodthirsty invasion. We will stand with the people of Greenland, the people of Europe and Africa, the people of Canada and Mexico for our common right to trade with each other, to respect each other, to travel and migrate and seek asylum without fear and without terror. We are the ones fighting against terror and tyranny today. And I look at you today, Philadelphia, and I know we are winning. We are winning.
And we got a win too, as well. So that's important. But this is an exciting moment for sure. Just sharing, just a little, it's cathartic, right? And then I saw people protesting in Fort Worth dressed similar to, well, let me just read. Dallas Morning News says dozens of women dressed as handmaidens silently walked through downtown as part of a march of dissent before a No Kings protest against policies of the Trump administration on Saturday. I think if I'm reading that correctly, they're saying, we the people were not meant to kneel. Yeah, so they're on our side. They're not like, we want to do this. It's like, this is what they want to do to us, and we don't want it. We're wearing it because we don't want to wear it. We don't want to be that, which is why we're being that symbolically. No, I like it. And then let's just close with one more Jamie Raskin clip.
No, you don't get to be a monarch or a dictator in America, and you don't get to be on the payroll of monarchs and dictators from other countries. Sorry, Donald, you don't get to keep the millions of dollars you've pocketed from Saudi Arabia, from China, from the United Arab Emirates or Qatar.
So this actually does matter. This many people getting out, it's sort of, you think of percentage, right? So what percentage of the country is upset or has some discontent? And then what percentage of them wants to act and can and has the time and finds out about the No Kings protest? And what percentage of them then goes and protests? And for it to be this many people, it feels like, well, then if you go the opposite direction, there's a lot of people. And also it shows, it gets in the news cycle, shows that there is, because sometimes people, loneliness in ideology can be a huge discouragement to act on that ideology, right? So if you feel like you're the only person upset, or that you're not really a part of the majority that doesn't want what Trump is bringing, then you might go, I don't know. But when you see, you see on the news, or yourself are in person in the protest, or you pass by protest, you are cued to the fact that there is a collective discontent. And now it's our job to act on that electorally. Again, for everyone out there, stay peaceful. That's the most powerful message and the most moral, and great job so far doing so. And it seems to be powerful imagery that all or a lot of the major news outlets are actually giving attention to, which is good to see. Every time we warn about Trump's authoritarian threats, the right calls it media hysteria, Trump derangement syndrome, and that can honestly get kind of bizarrely confusing. And then you remember, no, he talks openly about ignoring the Constitution, staying in power past his term, violates court orders, goes after his enemies, attacks media outlets for speaking out against them. The terrifying part is, though, when you're not actively questioning where your news comes from, that kind of dishonest rhetoric can start to feel normal. The partisan spin, the legal gaslighting, and how some outlets just straight up ignore major stories that they should be talking about. And that's why I'm bringing to you one of my rare sponsors. Y'all know I barely do sponsorships, but this is one I really believe in, Ground News. Ground News is the only app and website that actually lets you instantly compare how a story is being reported across the political spectrum. If you want to know how many outlets are covering this story, that's what Ground News is. Coverage details shows you. Curious who's spinning it and how, the bias distribution bar breaks it down across the political spectrum. If you're wondering what facts are missing, look at their headline comparisons. And genuinely, the contrast is shocking. It's bizarre to see across the political spectrum how different the exact same event is being covered. And then I love the feature, the blind spot feed. It shows you the stories that one side of the spectrum is ignoring completely. In just one scroll, you'll see how many neutral outlets are actually leaning in one direction or the other. Democracy can't function without a well-informed public, and Ground News helps you break out of that algorithmic echo chamber. Now let's take a specific example. This headline: Qatar signs $200 billion deal to buy jets from Boeing during Trump visit. You can look at the coverage details. Total news sources 277. You can see how many left-leaning, how many right-leaning, how many center. It is identifying the bias distribution as 49% center, and then you can click around and see left-wing outlets. What are they talking about in relation to this, etc. And again, Ground News gives so much valuable information, which is why I've been personally using the Vantage plan, and it's become a smarter, faster way to fact-check headlines and keep perspective. If you're watching this show, I hope that you want that deeper context, and this is the tool that truly helps you get it. Because I want all you to have access to that, I got the viewers exclusive 40% off the Vantage plan. It's just $5 a month for full access. You can go to groundnews.com/Beasley or scan the QR code on screen. If you care about where this country's heading, be a part of the mission to make reliable information easier to access, which is exactly what Ground News does. Don't just consume headlines, understand them. Check out Ground News today.
This is Max from UNFTR reporting for the Midas Touch Network. And today, we need to have a conversation about Treasury Secretary.
Hello?
After a whirlwind trip, negotiating with three delegates from China to supposedly iron out Trump's insane tariff war,
Cease.
he didn't. A jet-lagged Scott Bessent in all his smug glory sat before the House Ways and Means Committee to discuss a wide range of topics, from tariffs and trade to income tax to the potential impact of the big beautiful bill making its way through the Senate. Now, predictably, the House Republicans showered him with praise for the fine work that he's doing and for making such a long trip to do his job. And
This is
just
so
as
sick.
predictable was
I
the
love the
chilling
fucking,
reception
like
from
the barbed wire.
believe all of these groups are wrong. From your former colleague Elon Musk, the left-leaning groups, the right-leaning groups, the center groups, the World Bank, everything is going hunky-dory. The reality is, I can see why you would have that opinion.
Hello?
You, as a billionaire, will
Yeah,
reap
what?
the
Oh.
rewards of this tax cut, while
Never
16
mind.
million Americans will lose their health coverage. That is the sad reality of the situation.
Watch this jump.
Welcome home, Mr.
Jump off the
Secretary.
same tree.
You're terrible. Anyway, I'm not a fan of this kind of political theater generally because
Look at
they
this.
become grandstanding platforms.
Bomba clap.
Congresspeople to score points for social media in their respective echo chambers. But every so often, there are revealing exchanges that tell us something
Oh.
more about what's going on right now.
She's got those fucking
There are
hands,
three
bro.
in particular that I want to look at today before having a conversation
She's
generally about
massive.
Besant, because he's clearly the leading spokesperson
She has a
for the
beard.
Trump
Oh,
economic
no, never mind.
agenda ahead of other ridiculous figures like Howard
have come
Lutnick
to
and
seek
Peter
the
McCullough.
It's like a giant.
your
And more
wicked
nefarious
goddess.
behind-the-scenes advisors
You,
like Russell Vogt
who have
and
come to
Stephen
drive
Merrick.
a dagger
And
through
by the way,
my
we did a
heart.
whole
We have to
episode
kill her?
on
What?
UNFTR
Not a
last year about
dagger,
Russell Vogt,
a
the head of the
spear.
OMB, the
My
chief architect
Lady
of Project
Shah's
2025 and the resident ghoul
Yeah.
of this administration. And that's
Her
saying a
fate
lot
is mine
because
to seal. Let
Stephen
me
Miller's part
handle
of it.
this.
Oh shit, it's just
He's
me, bro.
seriously the
The
worst.
fate you seal
Anyway,
is your own.
the three moments that I want to
To be a
examine
dark
before getting into
justiciar
a
is to
wider
turn your
discussion
heart from
are
everything
pertinent
but
because
loss.
they reveal this
You will know no
administration's
love,
hostility toward
no
the American
joy,
people
only
and
servitude,
Besant's personal
until of course your
disregard
mistress
for the working
inevitably
class.
discards you.
Let's take a look at
It's
this
got a hole
first
in her
exchange
There is much
regarding
she
the
does not tell
IRS.
you.
What?
A terrible blood price.
What?
That may extend
She's
beyond
got a what?
my own death.
A hole in her hand.
Real shadow heart bristling. This is important to her.
Because it gave them a
You may
good
yet have the
score.
chance to dissuade her
The
from doing
CDO
her
said
duty,
if
but
you
not
hire
without
more
risk
bodies,
to your bond.
then there
And Night
should be
Song
more
is not
collection.
blind to your conflict.
Data
Behind
it'll
that
fine.
raging
shown
heart
that
is
that
the
is not
restless
true.
beat of
It
one
would
who
be
knows
like
too
saying,
well
oh,
that
if
her
we
fate
draft
hangs in the
Scott
balance.
Besant and we have him
Do as you
LeBron
must.
James, he will do fine.
What's that I
These new
sense?
auditors are not
Do not-
equipped
Spear intended
to
for my heart.
audit sophisticated
Empowered
taxpayers.
by your
They
goddess,
would
I.
undefinitely
Empowered to
be
kill the child
unleashed
of a
against
god.
working Americans.
First
Do you
of
know
all,
what I
the
am,
LeBron
little
analogy
assassin?
is the ultimate false equivalency.
For I know you.
Staffing auditors to fill positions in a
lost
severely
child,
understaffed IRS
frightened
is
by
not the same thing
wolves
as
in the
putting
dark.
the Treasury
did
Secretary
you
on a
say?
basketball court, in case
Much has
anybody
been
needed that
promised
clarity.
to you,
Now,
hasn't
before
it?
we dig into the falsehood that he's
But
spreading
what has
here,
been taken
you
from
can
you?
feel the level of
What do
disdain
you
this
know
guy
of your
has for
own
working
heart?
people.
Your own
To
life?
suggest that you need to
I
be
sense more in
LeBron
you
level
than you
capable
know.
in your particular
Whatever you
field
think
to
you know
follow
of me won't
instructions for
matter
auditing
once
a
I
tax
become
return
who
is
I'm
pretty
meant to be.
deplorable. He's basically saying that the average American worker the government
Shadow
hired
Art's
to
tiny.
fill these positions was too stupid to read a tax return. So just hold that under your hat
Killer.
because you're going to notice a pattern in his responses. But the deeper issue
Ooh, but I
here
want to know
is that
something
he's
about me.
lying about the results. Now, we can disagree on the efficacy of the Biden administration's broader economic vision. I mean, I have an endless number of critiques regarding Biden's bottom-up, middle-out strategy, and was on record pretty early on saying that most of the measures adopted in both the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act would have long-tail, latent economic benefits, but that they were devoid of immediate economic relief programs that would have bridged the gap between the pain being felt in the broader economy now and the eventual lift that the provisions in these bills would have had. So we argued at the time that the biggest risk to these bills was Biden not getting reelected,
Shah will
meaning
disown
that
me.
they were good bills, but the stuff
What will
that was
happen to me?
eliminated by the
Not
likes of
what will.
Manchin and Cinema in the capitulation
will
of the
you
GOP were the
Your
things that would have
past is
made an
not yet
immediate
lost.
positive
Your
impact.
future is not
And so
yet
here we are.
fixed.
One
Lay
of
a
the
hand on
things
me in
that the
friendship,
IRA
not quite
specifically
shy.
accomplished
And
was
I
to
will
bring
fight the
high
battle
income
that has
tax
been waiting for
evaders
me
and
this
avoiders
last
to the
century.
table to pay their fair
Then-
share.
Oh, then we will
Maybe
have
not
much to
their fair
discuss.
share, but at least what they owed. In 2024, the IRS went after 120,000
Dylan, your phone is ringing.
high-income individuals who hadn't filed tax returns since 2017, and they'd already gotten 21,000 of them to cough up taxes. It also went after approximately 1,600 millionaires with delinquent tax debt, and so far, 80% of them have made payments, leading to more than $1 billion recovered. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's a drop in the bucket. But what it did was force compliance among the wealthy to stop evading taxes. But Besant countered, saying that he just believes the data weren't true. The data, by the way, came from the Treasury, not the CBO. So he's basically saying the information that came from the department that he's in charge of was bullshit. I mean, you can't make this up. Now, another part of the Big Beautiful Bill Act
Yo.
that is an absolute disaster
Whoa.
is the cuts to healthcare. To be clear, again, I'm a vocal proponent for Medicare for all.
Sick.
At length about it. But to the extent that the Affordable Care Act is the law of the land, it's imperative that at a minimum, We protect the millions of Americans who rely on
You
the
have given me
extension
a great
of Medicaid
gift,
provisions
Little
that are in the bill. Now, an amendment
you find
was
it also
proposed to do
curious
just
that
that,
you would
and it was
spurn your dark
universally
lady?
shot down by House Republicans.
Perhaps you feel a
So,
stirring of the
the
truth
question
already.
was posed to Besson.
And that is
But that
why
will come
I'm
later.
appearing for this bill.
There is
I
a battle
introduced
yet
an
to be
amendment to
fought.
strike the provisions
You
that
have done what
undermine
we
the
feared
coverage
was
of the
impossible.
ACA. Every
You have
single
released
Republican
me from a
on this
century
committee
of sorrow.
voted no. So,
Your power
Secretary
is
Besson,
great.
I'm asking you a question to which I
So
only
too
want a
must
yes
be
or
your
no
weapon.
answer.
You
How
must
would you have
choose
voted
what you
on my
want.
amendment to protect the ACA
And the
and
Moon
keep
Maiden
millions
will
on their
provide.
health insurance?
Thus
No.
I have said.
Now, obviously,
Thus
Besson
will it
isn't
be
in
so.
Congress, so it's a hypothetical
Are you
question
ready?
that doesn't really matter. But what his answer reveals is a shared sentiment among Republicans that access to health
And
care
it shall
among the
be
nation's
yours.
poor and working
And
class
then
means nothing to them.
we're going to
No.
kill
And that's
Catherick
because
Thor.
many have noted
Oh,
the big,
shit.
beautiful bill that passed the
Who's
House
that?
is being considered a functional repeal of the ACA because it procedurally
Who
cuts
is it?
Medicaid by eliminating automatic re-enrollment, it requires detailed
The dude.
documentation to maintain tax credits and coverage, and
What?
allows enhanced tax credits to expire.
That dude.
It also creates shorter
Oh,
enrollment
thanks.
periods and increased paperwork to even participate, along with work requirements that
You don't know
completely
either.
overlook stay-at-home caretakers, as just one example. Ultimately,
That
it
dude-
costs around $880 billion
That dude that's like impossible to kill.
state funding as well.
No,
It's
that's
having
not-
outsized
Yeah.
impact on the states that are
that's-
responsible for the administration of Medicaid.
That's the
And it's an
absolute.
absolute bloodbath for the poorest
It's
people in
Catherick
this
Thor.
country
He's in the Moonrise Towers.
less. Now, this last clip is maybe the most revealing on a lot of levels. So by this point, Besson had already been in a testy exchange with a member of Congress who insisted that he stop trampling
Ooh.
over her to mansplain her own questions. So when Representative Terry Sewell of Alabama had her turn, she said that she brought questions from her constituents and asked that the secretary provide brief answers. Now we'll talk about the substance in a moment, but look at the level, again, of smug
Who's this?
disdain that he has for her and her constituents. But
Who's
how
this?
Sewell
That's literally the lady we just saved, bro.
just a few words.
No, it's just a different person. Her face is different.
Yeah, she put on armor.
To ask you was, when will we hit the debt ceiling? I know that this big, beautiful bill also means a debt.
How did you miss all of
Look,
that?
she's healing the place.
How did you miss the armor?
I would agree with that.
Ah, I saw it. This is a different lady.
Oh my god.
I want to congratulate you. You have a very sophisticated constituency to ask questions like this. The so-called ex-state is a...
It's literally the same fucking person.
Because you're poor doesn't mean you're ignorant.
As I said, very sophisticated.
Yeah.
It was a...
So just can you answer the question?
I'm in the
I wanna know. I'd
Whoa.
like to know
I'm in
whether
the
or
habit
not
of saying thank you to compliments.
Fun, right? Now here's the point. Suddenly, the GOP is all about lifting the debt ceiling, even though they
No, it's not,
weaponize
man.
this against Democratic
Maybe
administrations
it's the same,
time and
right?
time again. But the reason they're trying to memorialize the lifting of the debt ceiling as part of this bill is because the GOP spending plan and tax cuts combined to deliver a whopping $2.4 trillion to the federal debt above what it was projected to be under Biden. Again, I've had this conversation repeatedly with listeners and viewers as part of the We Can Afford It camp. So long as we're reducing inequality, spending on social safety nets, offering federal job guarantees, and providing health coverage to every American.
But it's real,
What
isn't
we
it?
can't afford is to continue
stood
the
before
practice
the
of
Her name is
welfare
Nightsong.
for the wealthiest
I
among
heard
us
Lady
and
Shah's
the
words.
military-industrial complex
And
and
I
all of
failed
the people
her.
who turn around and buy our elections
Worse than
while we
failed
gut
her.
programs
I
that literally
defied her.
feed, clothe,
Just
house,
because of
and
what
care for people.
Asimov said.
Now, what's fascinating about a guy
I
like
tried
Besson
to
is that,
leave,
believe it or not,
but Shah
I had
blocked me.
high hopes that he would be the adult
Punished
in the
me for
romper room
failing
that
her.
is the Trump cabinet. The Treasury
Yeah.
I thought I
Secretary
knew the
is an
limit of
important
pain that the
position,
incurable
and
wound
no
could
matter
inflict.
your
but
feelings about prior secretaries
I
like
had no
Tim
idea.
Geithner or Hank Paulson,
Felt like I
Jack
was
Lew,
suffering the
Janet
agony
Yellen,
of
or even
1,000
Steve
people
Mnuchin.
all at once.
These were
Okay.
professionals
Okay.
with
My
financial
blood was
pedigrees
boiling,
who
my
at least
hair was on
pretended
fire.
to care about the working class.
I thought
Good
I'd
to
cut
know.
my own face off
He's
with
not
pain.
the
Wow,
adult.
everyone,
But then she
everyone's
released
gone
me.
there.
And he
I
revealed
didn't know.
himself to be an
Banished me.
elitist snob who wears his disdain for
She
Congress,
said I was
the
an
media,
outcast.
and clearly the American
That
people
all
on
of her
both his
children
face
would know
and his
me
sleeve.
and
Now, not for
revile
nothing. The first
Shadow
Treasury
Heart looks
Secretary that we had in this country was
abandoned
Alexander
by her
Hamilton,
goddess and
the
all
immigrant.
former allies.
So in the
Alright,
end,
well.
he's
It has her
just
divine
another hedge
magic.
fund
Except
jackal, purportedly worth
Admitting who
hundreds of
empowers her
millions of
now
dollars,
may
who
break
likes
her
to remind
spirit
us all
for
that
good.
he took a pay cut for this job. And his sole mission appears to be to take care of his people, even if he has to do so by
You're lucky
picking
to
the
have
last
such
dime
confidence.
out of your pocket.
Me.
So I know these hearings go nowhere.
I think the
and
full
the
price
cast
of
is
what I've
set
done
with a
has
big,
yet to
beautiful
reveal
Bill
itself.
Act to tear apart
I'm
the
talking to
country.
Shadow Heart.
I'm a
But
target
glad
to Lady
that he
Shah's
had to
followers
listen
now.
to how some of us feel
Night
about
Song
it.
promised she'd tell me
So to
something
recap,
about myself.
in just
I need
this
to
one
speak
hearing,
with her as soon
he
as I
called
can.
the staff of the Treasury,
What
the
she said to me
CBO,
back in
and
Shadowfell
Congress
about the
liars,
wolves.
and that Americans
no
are too stupid
coincidence.
to work at the IRS.
She
That
took
he's
flight
okay
to hunt
gutting
down
Medicaid,
Ketherick
knowing
Thorne.
that millions of Americans are going to lose
All
health
I can
coverage,
do is
and the
help
cuts will
hasten
blow a
his
hole
demise.
in red state budgets
And
throughout
hope
the country.
that answers
Lifting
soon
the debt
follow.
ceiling to make way for Trump's tax cuts is the only acceptable circumstance, and that even when he's delivering a backhanded compliment, women
When the
should
chance
say
arises,
thank you.
I must
For
speak
deeper
to Night
dives
Song
into
again.
economic and socioeconomic stories,
Whatever
make
she
sure to
could.
check out
There's a parasite in that
UNFTR.com
corpse,
or find me at
brimming with
UNFTR on
potent
YouTube.
magic.
Reporting from New York, I'm Max from UNFTR for the Midas Touch.
Did you find a parasite?
Truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth
Be
Over Lies
nice.
collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA union made.
We got some fast-moving developments in the Abrego Garcia case with two competing filings, one by the Trump administration, who wants to tell the judge to dismiss the entire case. There's nothing to see here. They
These guys
brought
just
Abrego
fucking
Garcia back. It took
flying
90
through
days. Sure, they
all
disregarded
the
every
fucking-
order of the United States Supreme Court and Judge Dennis, but they finally brought him back to face charges on something, on a case, a criminal case they developed while they were under the orders of the court and were being found in contempt.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Judge Zinnis is going to have to see through, I believe, what was just filed by the Trump administration, what was just filed by the Abrego Garcia lawyers. I'm going to synthesize it, put it all together right here on the Midas Touch Network and Legal Aid.
Bro, where
I
are you?
do all my work at
Moonrise.
the intersection
Come
of
to
law
me.
and politics. From my vantage point as a
Really, yeah.
35-year vintage trial lawyer. Okay.
And carve a path of brightness
Judge
to the accursed
Zinnis
one's second
has
death.
complete control
So
over her
saith
courtroom,
the
the
wise
administration of
Armando.
justice
Oh, I'm in
related to
your
Armando
fucking-
That beacon
Abrego.
of angelic wrath
That was a
has
gentleman
taken
who was
the fight
taken off the
together
streets
on
of
the
Maryland
rooftop.
by ICE
In the
and
first line of
removed to El
defense are
Salvador
dead.
over an order
But
of an immigration
storming
judge
the
in the
tower
States
won't
that
be
said
easy.
that
And if
couldn't
we wait
happen.
too long,
Knowing
Ketherick
that he
will
was
gather
subject to
his
an order, they
strength
put him
and
on a plane
retaliate.
with 200 men, other men, and sent him to El Salvador and away. This is the
On the
important
back
part,
foot for
from
the
federal
first time
jurisdiction.
since he
So they
returned from
thought,
the
and
grave.
from federal court.
I did
This
that.
is it.
So they thought.
The spearhead
So
moment.
the wife
You
of
brought
Abrego
us this
Garcia,
far.
U.S. citizen,
So
mother
how
of
shall
his
we
two
proceed?
children, also U.S. citizens, went just as she's is expected to do. She went.
A sound strategy.
Hired a very good law firm.
Once it's
series
done,
of
me and my harpers will hold the ground
I
floor
got the
while we
spear.
hunt down
You
the
could kill him.
general himself.
You could, don't listen to Modorkin. His intelligence
We'll
is
scout the
focal.
prisons and the barracks below to ensure
That
we're
Donald
not
Trump
taken
needs
by
to
surprise.
facilitate the
Say the
return
word.
or
And we're
administration
off.
of Abrego Garcia. She issued that order back in April. April the 10th. The Supreme Court sided with her 9-0. Even
No,
the
I don't wanna get-
right-wing
fine.
MAGA
I'm
Trumpers
touched.
went with
But
the
I'm
majority
already
9-0,
spoken for.
Right? Complete unanimous decision. You think Donald Trump would work to go pick him back up the next day, put him on a charter
Very
flight,
well.
pick him back up? No.
Side by
They
side
started
we'll stand,
stonewalling,
as we'll
attacking,
rip true
taunting,
souls from a
and the
false
rest.
god.
We then move
As
forward.
good a prophecy
She
as
has a
any.
hearing. Okay. I was
ready,
affirmed.
Harpers.
You need to tell me every day at 5 o'clock
In
what
this
you're doing
light,
to facilitate.
there will
they,
be
they
victory.
refuse to do it. Pound
In
sand.
this light,
I'm not telling you.
we will
Really
avenge.
telling you in the faces.
You and Karlak have the
That.
same
Claiming
fucking.
state secrets.
I keep forgetting.
We're in June.
And then when I see you like next to each other,
Time
like,
has come.
Indictment on the
Cock
21st of May.
Get a
While
little
they have
taste
been
of death at last.
flouting the orders of the court since April. And then say, well, we brought him back. Yeah, well, you didn't
Okay,
bring it back
I'll come
to
to you now.
Maryland, and you didn't bring it back to Judge Zinnis, and you didn't bring it back to be given the due process habeas corpus rights.
found this
before he
random
left,
room.
before you
Ooh,
sent him out again.
found a
So
tadpole.
their position is, well, first
No,
we're
that's
gonna
me.
convict
That's me. It's
him
mine. You got the
in,
last one.
Oh, okay, cool.
First, we're
Yeah,
going to
can't
sure.
use
convict
it.
him in
I would-
Tennessee and then we'll deport him because he's a convicted felon, and we can deport him.
I don't steal
The
shit
judge
like
wants
you,
to hear
bro.
from the parties. First, Trump filed a motion to dissolve the injunction and to get out from under any contempt proceedings. Because that's
Bro,
what's
what?
going on.
What the
right
fuck
now. That's
am
what they
I?
were facing. Last Thursday, the day before they brought him back or so, Judge Zinn has already ruled
this is what we've been
that
here already. Okay.
the other side can file their motion for contempt. She's ready.
Okay, I'm gonna come to you.
And she thinks she's been played with. She thinks she's been disrespected. And I think the Trump administration obviously knew that she was about to rule against them, and suddenly brought him back on the phony indictment. It wasn't even. I'm going to read to you from the papers of Abrego Garcia's lawyers first about how we got here. I think it summarizes
Adiga.
It's on page 1. Though Kilmer Armando Abrego Garcia is at long last back in the United States following his illegal removal, to characterize the government as having complied with the court's order is pure farce. The government flouted rather than followed the orders of this court and of the United States Supreme Court. Instead of facilitating Abrego Garcia's return for the past 2 months, defendants have engaged in
We need
an
a savior
elaborate
as well.
government effort to defy court orders, deny due process, and disparage Abrego Garcia. In its latest act of contempt, the government arranged for Abrego Garcia's return not to Maryland in
I'm gonna buy some
compliance with the
potions
Supreme
for
Court's
us.
directive to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been removed, but rather to Tennessee so that he could be charged with a crime in a case that the government only developed while it was under threat of sanctions.
Yo, look at this. Sending this to Cam.
That is appropriate right now to be calling out the stonewalling and go pound sand position of the Trump administration.
There's a parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
They then go into the phoniness of it all on page 2. Over the past 2 months, they say, the executive branch has acted not just in contempt of multiple
Maybe to save, eh?
orders, but with open defiance.
I thought you said you're gonna go buy potions.
Branch of government, the judiciary, the various
I
highest
did.
officials in the administration have
Well,
publicly
then
stated that they will follow
let's short
orders
rest.
of the Supreme Court, in contrast to valid lower court orders, and even that they would refuse to tell a judge about their directly relevant
got a
discussions with
key.
foreign officials. The dichotomy between the lip service government lawyers have paid to the court about supposed efforts to comply and the hostility and intransigence displayed by the White House and cabinet members has been stark and chilling. 2 things are now crystal clear. First, the government has always had the ability to return Abrego Garcia, but it refused to do so. Second, the government has conducted a determined stall campaign to stave off contempt sanctions long enough to concoct a politically face-saving exit from its own predicament. They also point out that there were no
I got some sausage for us.
proceedings
Liquor.
that went on in El Salvador. All they apparently
Some
did
biggie
was
bootables.
wave around the arrest warrant, and that was enough for El Salvador to say, sure, you can have him back, which only puts a lie to the proposition proposed.
It's actually a
by the Trump
weird
administration,
name.
which is, we had no control
Like,
over
why
it.
we call it
Look how
bootables?
easily they were able to pop
Because
him
that's
out
like
when they needed to.
farm sausage.
Therefore,
Yeah,
they are
farm
objecting
sausage.
to stay. We now have the second piece of paper.
Which makes sense,
Trump's
like direct
Here's what
translation
Trump has to
from
say
the
to
farm.
that. First, it's the same argument they raised last night. Judge, nothing to see here. You told us to bring him back. We finally brought him back 90 days later. He's in Tennessee facing criminal
Right.
charges.
Do you want to buy something?
Oh, there's
what
literally a fucking. Holy fuck! What is she?
Yeah.
Oh god, I didn't even see that. She's on the fucking map next to me.
Tell me what you need. By Abrego Garcia goes something like
Fuck.
this.
Because I think this is.
Page 2.
We need to
Plaintiff's
prepare
response
ourselves.
to this
Give me that.
is desperate and disappointing. In the face of Abrego Garcia's return to the
Give me
U.S.,
this, give
they
me this.
they baselessly accuse defendants of foot dragging and intentionally disregarding the court's orders, which is the opposite of true. I follow this case pretty closely. That is exactly what they've been doing. The plaintiffs also argue that post-compliance discovery into defendants' compliance with the injunction is still appropriate, but there's no legal basis for it. We've had some disagreements, but at the end of the day, we returned.
And once you're ready, we
Abrego.
save again.
Back to the circular logic. You
Oh,
can't.
yeah.
We returned him, so you should drop the injunction because we returned him. The judge has continuing inherent authority to administer justice in her courtroom. Part of that is to enforce. It would be judicial malpractice to enforce the orders of the U.S. Supreme Court 9-0 about the habeas corpus rights of Abrego Garcia, and not just Abrego Garcia. People not named Abrego Garcia. That's what this case matters about. And And so you have that, yeah. You have this
Oh, this
issue
Danny
now
has some fucking cool
in front
scrolls.
of Judge Zinnes for final determination. It does not obviate
No, I
or
bought a
ameliorate
firewall spell.
in any way the contumacious conduct, the breach of the judge's
That could be
order
useful.
time and time again before they brought home Abreu Garcia. They were at least in contempt for 90 days. That's a pretty long period of contempt. And the judge has to exert her power and has to enforce the orders of the Supreme Court. Or what are we doing here? She doesn't enforce her own orders, or she doesn't enforce the orders of her boss, or the Fourth Circuit that also ruled twice in her favor. What is she supposed to do? So the answer to these immortal questions being asked is, does the judge still have jurisdiction over contempt, even if changed circumstances lead to the injunction
Oh, that's a
being
great
issued
sword.
being vacated? You know, will she vacate the injunction now because he's back? I'm not sure about that. You know, the injunction says facilitate his release in order for him to get his corpus rights here in the States about his departure. Half of it's true. They got him out. They brought him out, demonstrating they had the ability all the time to bring him back, which only proves the contempt.
He bought some sausage.
And they haven't brought him back to Maryland. So I think it's less than 50-50 on the injunction that it gets vacated, but the underlying conduct up until that moment when they brought
I
him back.
actually think maybe I should buy a backpack so Carl I can throw it.
No, don't throw a supply pack, dude. That's what we need. That to long rest. I'll send you some shit that you can throw.
So maybe you should.
Yeah.
Lady Lightaway.
Got fucking axes and stuff that I'm not using, that I can't use. So you can throw those fucking things.
You have like a house that I can throw.
Yes.
Civil contempt. It'll be the second judge in that region. Jeb Boasberg being the first judge who found probable cause for criminal contempt against the Trump administration on immigration policy, and Judge Zinnes now, I think, any day now.
It's not
the
end
of this week. She works on the weekends. It'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, and we'll report on it right here on the Midas Touch Network. Many ways to support us. One good way, you can go over to Legal AF, the YouTube channel, and hit the free subscribe button. Two, we got a Legal AF podcast for the last 5 years, Wednesdays and Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time here on the Midas Touch Network. But we need more audio downloads and more rankings and ratings and reviews. That's how this thing works. We are the #1 YouTube podcast, the video version. We are the #1 law and politics.
Oh, do you remember Keegan?
But we need more help.
I was playing with him last night.
On the other side.
What were you playing?
God.
Lacko, is he alive?
Yeah, do you remember his friend Beastie? Remember Beastie?
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, he was online too.
Oh, Lacko.
And then we also have
So you had some fun?
our audio feed.
Yeah, I had some fun.
Yo, Lacko. I didn't know you could have fun with COD.
Every day, new episodes of The Intersection. So until my next report,
Like, he got really sick though or something, because I saw something on like Instagram or like he was.
Save.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got sick.
Shame, man. But he's alright now.
He's got it. He's alright. He's got a son now too. Now 8 months.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that he's got a child as well. Yeah, 2 childs.
Oh, he's got 2 now. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. That's a lot of childs.
You dare show yourself here after all you've done.
Yeah, bitch.
You have betrayed me. You have betrayed
Yeah, I did.
Thorne. You have betrayed
I didn't like you.
I don't like
was
you
lying
either.
all the time.
These harpers. Moonrise will be their tomb.
I'm about
and
to
in
fuck
death,
you up.
You will all serve the absolute.
I'm about to fuck you up, bro.
Step aside. Attack
Oh,
now.
not
Fuck
coffee,
you. I don't
shit.
have time to talk to you. Fuck you.
No! Don't fuck it.
areas of this country, especially among women and disadvantaged and black and brown people,
Correct.
has hit a roadblock in the form of Judge Denise
What can you do,
Hassler
Correct?
in Massachusetts. It seems like I'm in Massachusetts a lot. I feel like we're back in the Revolutionary War time because it's the Massachusetts judges that are doing, that was hard to say, that are doing hard work to protect our Constitution.
Huh? What the fuck happened there? My attack just didn't do anything.
Just ruled that it's
What?
Congress and the states
Nothing
that have
happened.
the role and power over how to set elections,
What?
how to set
That was weird.
requirements for voting, not the president. president. In fact, she said that the president's power is at its lowest ebb when it deals with something that's reposited in the hands of the state or Congress. There's no role for the president. So all his executive orders to try to make it hard to set up barriers, to raise up the high jump in order to make people have to jump over it in order to become an eligible voter are illegal. With a new preliminary injunction.
Oh, somebody hit them with the fucking firewall. Networking joke.
Oh, it's this guy. One of the traders.
In terms of a plan of action, right? A call to action. It's that voting matters. Voting registration matters. Mail-in voting matters.
Black hole.
Yep.
You're the boost.
It brings everyone together, I think.
Yo, jump back into the fire, dumbass.
It makes you slow, so you can't use reactions.
Where does it start? It starts with an executive order by Donald Trump ordering his Department of Defense and other aspects
Who's the strongest?
of his cabinet to implement new, harder, higher burden on voter registration and voting, even though he doesn't have the power to do that.
Holy fuck. There's so many people, like, all of the things at the top, like, they're off the fucking screen. That's crazy. I love it. This is such a big battle. This fucking dude is tweaking over here.
Very difficult to obtain to prove your citizenship, as opposed to just what you sign as a penalty of perjury that you are a citizen, and if it turns out you're not, then you're prosecuted. That's how it's always been.
Nice. Nice.
Yes. Hold the defense.
This rule holds down impoverished black and brown, lower middle class voting, even women voting, because a lot of women take the name of their husbands or vice versa, and they don't have their documents in order related to that. Their birth certificate.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
Very difficult. Run around.
No.
Vote. That's the goal. Let's do it with the military. He instructed Pete Hegseth to drive the military crazy, to come up with proof of citizenship and about overseas voting, and also threatened to take away funding from states if they counted ballots after the election. Many states, there's about 20 of them, if you have it postmarked day of, that demonstrates the will of the voter.
Oh, it missed. Oh, this is not going well for me.
Some say up to +12 will continue to open the mailbags. Donald Trump doesn't like that because he wants the winner declared on election night. Yeah, because Republicans generally win day of election voting, and Democrats generally win because we're very good at mail-in voting and we're very good at absentee voting. And so Donald Trump wants to cut the legs out from under. So here's what Judge Casper had to say about all that. She starts with her analysis that the president has no role in this. Very, very deceptive. She says on page 4 over to 5,
Nice.
the Constitution's elections clause empowers states to prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding congressional elections. That's Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution. These comprehensive
fucking
orders
meat,
embrace
bro.
authority to
Leak
provide
camp
code
supplies.
for congressional elections, not only as to times and places, but in relation to notices.
Here's a javelin.
Supervision
Another
of voting,
javelin.
protection
I
of
sent it to
voters,
Kalik so she can throw things.
practices and counting of votes. That's from a U.S. Supreme Court case called Smiley. The election clause empowers Congress to make or alter state election laws, and there's a body of law related to that. And then the states are given.
No, you fucked, bro.
The electors clause, which is Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, provides states with primary authority to decide how its electors for presidential
Stone
elections
pillar,
are
bro.
chosen.
Fuck yeah.
The judge continues. The Constitution does not grant the president any specific powers over elections. Rather, the Constitution
Let's
vests
fuck shit up.
the president with executive power and commands him to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. The president plays no direct role in the process of appointing electors, nor does he have the authority to control the state officials who do. And that's from a U.S. Supreme Court case you might have heard of called Trump versus the United States, the immunity decision from 2024. As the Supreme Court has observed, the president's power to see that the laws are faithfully executed that he is to
We're in darkness.
Oh fuck.
Then the court goes into the irreparable harm that will be suffered, because this is a preliminary injunction, meaning she's going to keep this injunction in place all the way through the end of the case, probably ended by summary judgment. And you have one element is irreparable harm. Here's what she says about the burden falling on people, the suppression, the throwing out of and trashing your vote because of these orders.
This is a very hard attack to counter.
Of the documentary proof of citizenship requirement, fewer of their eligible citizens will be registered to vote. This is unquestionably a harm to the states. According to the states, many otherwise eligible voters lack ready access to the necessary citizenship documents. Think right now in this country, whether you have the necessary documents to satisfy Donald Trump's new requirements, even though you are a voter, you are a citizen, and you've been voting for dozens of years. As local election officials note, candidates proposed documentary proof of citizenship requirements in 2011. Around 12% of all registrants applicants were rejected, even though.
Come on, Shadow Art needs to heal the party, yeah?
12% of the voters.
When it's my turn, I will. I can't exactly do anything if it's not my turn. That's how this works. You can only move. You can only play when it's your turn. You see. It's like a core mechanic of the game. I thought you knew. I didn't know that you didn't know. I'm honestly quite surprised about that.
Any kind of voting ID is also supremely expensive. And then they have the issues that people that are on the Canadian border, some of them have birth certificates from Canada, even though they're American citizens, or they've been naturalized. There's Native Americans that have trouble with getting their getting their IDs together. But Donald Trump doesn't care. But what the judge is saying, it doesn't matter whether you care or not. It doesn't matter if your ultimate goal is.
Oh, this fucking hunger agile.
Blocking this order because you don't have the power to do what you've done, and you've usurped the power of Congress. Now, even if this Congress doesn't care because it's currently controlled by MAGA, the 1986 acts.
Fuck, path is interrupted. Fuck.
The Election Assistance Act from 1986 is the will of Congress until it is changed, not by commentary and hearings by MAGA Republicans, but by an act of Congress. So you can only go act of Congress to act of Congress. So all these requirements are now for now. The requirement of documented citizenship, penalizing states who take in ballots, posted marked day of election or before, but come in after. The Secretary of Defense being able to screw around with the military, all blocked by Judge Casper. Judge Casper, very, very interesting. I'm sure she'll be virulently attacked by Donald Trump. She's African American. She was appointed by Obama. She went to Harvard Law School. These are all red flags for Donald Trump. She was also the only, at the time, the only African American female judge on the Massachusetts court. One of the youngest.
You see, so I could heal everyone then because it was my turn.
Okay, cool.
You see how that works? Yeah. You understand now?
At the D.C. trial court level, very similar, blocking many of these things. So this is all going to come up to the Supreme Court. Not, I don't think, on an emergency application. I think this one will be in their regular term. They'll decide when they return in October whether they're going, or in the months leading to October, whether they're going to take up this case or not. They likely will, especially if it's an emergency application. So we'll continue to follow it all right here. I'm glad you're with us on Midas Touch and on Legal AF. We're trying to grow both. Legal AF, about to 700,000 subscribers. We've only been around since
she's fucked.
but with your help, we're
Yeah, that's true.
Summer is over. And then we've also got Legal AF the Substack, where I post all these filings and these orders as well. I think you'll really enjoy Legal AF Substack. And Legal AF the podcast. Remember that? Every Wednesday and
Well,
Saturday.
thank you for
at 8
putting
p.m.
us in
Eastern Time,
Vines.
only on the on the Midas
Pleasure.
Touch network, and then we broadcast it over on Legal AF. So my next report, can't get your fill of Legal AF. Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court
Guardian of
filing,
Faith.
oral argument there, including a
It's your turn now.
wait for it, morning what else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting, we got interviews, we got ad-free versions of the podcast and hot takes. Where? Legal AF on Substack. Come over now.
We have to kill this adept.
I'm taking half here.
Dorikal. He's the one that's got Hunger of Hydra on us.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have
He is
wherein the White House is apparently pushing Texas
down the stairs.
ahead redistricting to make sure to be
Oh shit, she dead, bro.
first and foremost, is what the White House is doing cause for concern?
Oh shit.
mid-cycle redistricting, which means redrawing the map in 2026. Already drawn new maps after the 2020 census. So that's what they do. A gerrymander that is more effective than the last year. Because let's be clear, the current maps in Texas are gerrymandered against Democrats. The current maps in Texas are gerrymandered against minority voters.
Come
And so
on.
what the Trump administration
Push.
is to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and just make the maps that much worse,
Shit.
that much less fair, and frankly, almost certainly that much more illegal.
How is it allowed that a state can redraw the maps mid-cycle? Is this something that states can only do in the aftermath of the census?
Sick. Okay, so
This was a controversy that came up in the early 2000s when Tom DeLay proposed mid-cycle redistricting in Texas, and they did. That damn you. That states are free to do this.
oh fuck, I killed
You killed your own person.
yeah.
What's
I was trying to get this guy.
is that what Tom DeLay was doing was taking a fair map, a map that had been drawn when there was
Oh, they'll get shock fucked up now though. Unless they jump out the way. So. Oh fuck.
a map that was drawn entirely by Republicans. Okay, this was a Republican gerrymander to start.
That Hunger of Hydra, dude, that shit just like.
It's still lost it.
Yeah. We have to kill the guy who caused it.
Even less
I was going after him. He should die soon.
more violation, almost certainly, of the Voting Rights Act and the U.S. Constitution. You know, it's interesting that this is
Now it's
right now.
Yeah.
now it's gone.
As we speak, the state of Texas is in trial in federal court over their last redistricting.
Well, if we can get a cheeky resin.
Represents some of the plaintiffs who are suing
Yeah, I'll try.
over the current
Just res Shadow Heart.
which is itself a violation of federal
Yeah.
law and of the U.S. Constitution. So the fact that the White House is like, look, you did okay, but you can do even better for Republicans is disgusting. And it is something that Democrats need to be prepared to fight with every tool available inside of Texas.
Say that this is a violation of the federal law and the U.S. Constitution, but we have federal law and the U.S. Constitution. Yet we've seen these aggressive gerrymanders in states like Florida and states like North Carolina, and so if it was allowed to take place in those states,
Wow.
there's some concerns that it will also be allowed to take place in Texas.
There is that concern, but let me be clear. The violations are of the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution.
Bitch. Which?
South Texas districts along the Rio Grande. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that's only part of it. I mean, the Republicans did a number on this map in all sections of the map. So certainly the Hispanic areas around in South Texas, but also the way in which they gerrymandered around Austin, the way in which they gerrymandered around Houston. So there's a lot of what Republicans did. And just to be clear, the Republicans
Fuck.
have lost a redistricting lawsuit every decade for like the last 3 or 4 rounds of redistricting. Like they are resistant at violating the rights of Texans in how they draw their maps, both their state legislative maps and their congressional maps. But the fact is, they are also a fertile ground for what the White House is peddling, because you have extreme partisans run the state of Texas. Now, they have to be careful because, number one,
Wow. Wow.
Because it is already so gerrymandered, if they gerrymander, they may expose some of their Republican incumbents in a way that is being defeated, right? At some point, you stretch your gerrymander so far that you can overthin Republican performance, and the next thing you know,
Well, it's safe to say that we are fucked.
so I'm sure that is the push and pull that's going on right now.
That fucking.
And the White House, suffice to say, certainly no Republicans.
It's just the fucking hunger of Hadron, dude.
In that conversation, it is entirely a political conversation.
Everything fucked. After that, we were just in trouble.
I feel like Texas.
Okay, wait. Just give me a second. I just need more coffee.
Gold at the end of the rainbow for Democrats. How do you view Texas? Not just the legislature, which is of course getting more and more extreme. Ironically enough.
Virginia. Now, Virginia currently has a Republican governor, currently has
Oh.
a split legislature, but there are
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
New Jersey, obviously,
What's up,
has
I want to see something.
New York. New York, there is less to be gained in New York than most people think. Democrats actually did pretty well last time. There are probably a seat here or there that if there was further addition, maybe.
Hold on.
Though I suspect that those districts flip in any event in the midterm. That's Mike Lawler's district in particular, which is just and west of New York City, and maybe one other.
Lee, hold on, Dylan. Yeah, I'm sending this to Karlak. She can throw that shit.
Onward in her name.
We can go around. I have an idea.
With this idea of disbanding the Independent
Follow me.
Commission, which I believe would have to go to the voters anyway, but get the process started and say basically
Just watch out for the holy fire.
which is if you want to, this is like the fuck around, find out. If you want to really engage in this process, then we have weapons at our disposal.
How do we can't get up there?
Let's see. But I've been on record. Like, we cannot have a system in this country in which
Can you just stop fucking jumping into the fucking walking through the holy fire, you dumb fucks?
like we can debate the merits of having a nation.
You want to attack from behind?
Yes. Why? Stuff.
But I
Oh
Where are
fuck!
you?
I found another way. I'm on top now.
engaging in a nonpartisan
Maybe.
process when Democrats were in power because there aren't that many states where Democrats have the ability to draw matches.
Did I fall down?
And, you know,
What the fuck?
Oh, God. Does that use
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. I should start. I mean, it's not a bad plan. It's just I don't know why the fucking execution is so
You do not think for a second that in
stupid.
Alabama or Louisiana that the Republicans who denied black voters fair districts cared at all, other than the fact that they eventually lost in court. And certainly in Texas, Republicans are going to do what they think.
Okay, but we have to move together from behind then. We can't. Because
Yeah.
they'll attack from the front then.
Yeah.
But I found a way to the kitchen.
Yeah.
That's right behind.
There's a door there.
behind
Yes,
us.
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but you went up.
That was a mistake.
You know, we cannot have a world in which Donald Trump is able to wield power because Democrats are playing by a different set of rules. And I know there's a lot of frustration about this across a range of issues.
And I could put them in darkness before we attacked, actually.
No, but as soon as you do that, it'll start. So
Yeah.
I have to do it from behind.
Not here to tell Governor Newsom or the Democrats in California what to do in their state, but I will say, you know, at some point you cannot have this two-tiered system, and in reality, we have that two-tiered system.
Yeah. Look, I don't think you're going to get as much
Might find
pushback
something
as
useful.
I anticipated when we were, offering up that caveat in the beginning. I think that Democrats unilaterally disarming is probably the biggest weapon that we use against ourselves in these instances. You don't have Republican states where they good government themselves basically into obscurity, and that's what Democrats have done by basically obscuring ourselves in these big blue bastions like New York and California. If the shoe is on the other foot, which all you have to do is look at Texas and Florida, these people aren't offering up independent redistricting commissions. They're figuring out how to gerrymander their states.
See there we are. You want to save here?
Yeah.
Says no, we have to go even more
You
extreme.
attack
So
here.
I'm gonna shut down this gerrymander to give you my own
Fuck, I'm good.
gerrymander so that we can squeeze one more seat out of
I'm gonna put them away. Wait, I'm gonna put them straight away so it doesn't use.
And we need to, because the reality is that we can offer up good government solutions.
I'm coming. 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 I'm coming.
And just allow Republicans to run roughshod over our majority.
But fuck.
And we can attack these guys in front of us. Yeah.
Some more buyer before look. Don't forget that there's fucking guys in the roof as well, fucking cunts.
Yeah.
Mark's voice, which is urgently needed right now, especially in the face of a failing legacy media that's perfectly
Oh fuck! Your fucking concentration got broken. Fuck!
How?
Because they attacked you so many times.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a surprise rebuke for Donald Trump. The U.S. Supreme Court, yet another one today. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, this was actually quite a big surprise. One of
I
the
like did no damage, bro. What the fuck?
involved whether taxpayer
Wait, what we should do? Let's restart.
where the case came from could be used to fund
Close the door before you do the
Catholic
spell.
Catholic charter schools run by Catholic.
Actually, wait. I'm gonna come to you quickly.
We all expected that
Before you do the spell,
would take this opportunity to
I've got a thing that I'm gonna protect you.
actually requires the use of government money to fund religious charter schools. You laugh, but that wound up being a 4-4 split.
It was close.
It was close, right? Your laughter was preemptively correct. Close. It was a 4-4 split because, by surprise, at least a surprise to me, Justice Tony Barrett recused herself from the case, and so we don't know who were on the two fours. Although one can assume that it was the three liberal, more liberal justices, and I would guess the Chief Justice was the
Okay.
four that said
So,
no, and
hold on. Don't just wait.
said yes. And since the state Supreme Court of Oklahoma had said no, that winds up being
Spirit of Guardian Aura, and then before wait, one more thing.
Got to keep moving.
Yeah, and she recused
Just close, and now we close the door.
Sneak. Why are you there?
And now do the thing.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Doesn't allow me.
Oh.
Oh wait. Yeah. Oh, it says target out of sight because the door's closed. Maybe
Okay.
open and then close it immediately. So you can open it?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, it worked.
because that is not one that frankly she could not have navigated around without much criticism. Might have been some criticism, but if you compare it to some of the non-recusal
There you go.
some of the conservative justices,
But nothing happened. They're not in darkness.
like like I said, it was not
I just did it though.
the same kind of environment that others have. So kudos to her for the recusal, for not making a big deal of it, right? She just filed a recusal.
Let's try again.
Like she's supposed to under the ethics rules. But look, the threat here is not behind us.
There we go.
Okay, let's close the door.
I can't move. That's nice. Okay.
Reallocate federal fund, or I'm sorry, where they're trying to reallocate state funds, public funds, not into public schools, but instead into these charter schools or other private schools. So why is this so important for the right? I mean, broadly to try and make this issue.
Yeah, so you have to understand that when we talk about
Oh fuck, you in the way. Path is interrupted. Fuck.
What the fuck? That did nothing.
Let's get this over with. Here goes nothing.
Wait, do you mind opening the door?
I can't move anymore.
that the United States is a white Christian nation, that is not diluting that white Christian nation. I think this is why you saw that
Oh, that's nice.
Did it do something?
I hit someone.
Did it hit someone?
Yeah, it hit someone. Sweet. Hydra, the thingy of Hydra is doing what it needs to do. That's good.
But this
Don't forget to close the door afterwards, eh?
The door's fucked because of the fireball.
See, okay, can you see if you can go around the corner? There's a ladder there. We should go up. So out the door to the right. Like around the corner, there's a ladder.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I see that. Okay. To get those people from...
Yeah, and then they're gonna struggle to hit us from the ground. Sick.
How are they able to do this knowing that the Constitution has a separation of church and state? The notion that we can allocate
Ah! Nice, guys.
religious schools seem so holy and completely antithetical to what the Constitution says, and so how are we even engaging in this conversation? How is it not just a non-starter right off the top?
Yeah, look, I think that this is one of these cases that really illustrates that much of what the
Yo, Lika. She fucked him up.
Okay, Morrigan's alone now.
Yeah, I'll get there.
I'll strip your bones clean.
When it's my turn.
And so I would put this in that category along with, the immunity decision for Donald Trump, which the Supreme Court made up a new doctrine that has no originalism, no textualism at all. In fact, as I often point out, the U.S. Constitution does give
I don't have enough movement to get to you just yet.
and it has no parallel.
Okay. Bitch ass.
Can't believe you betrayed me.
They're not even like interested in Morrigan, bro. Yes, yes. Whoa. I'm about to fuck you up, motherfucker.
What's inside?
People aren't able to wrap their heads around is the way that all of this has to work is that both sides have to have a collective agreement that we have to abide by the principles of this country, but we don't have one side that just doesn't want it and so they stop abiding by it. That's really how the whole system breaks down, and we're seeing right now that one side just doesn't want it. One side doesn't want to abide by any laws that they view as politically inconvenient for them, and so they just don't. And that's
Now you're not alone.
we're left with the presidential decision, which was created out of
See how that works? Now you've got friends.
same time, you have the Supreme Court that's saying that Section 8 which would prohibit Donald Trump from running again because
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When you're in trouble, I got it too. There isn't anything that I wouldn't do. Just remember what your old pal said. You've got a friend in me.
the executive branch wasn't able to disappear people without due process. That is what set us apart from the country that they came from.
Where's Morrigan?
He's there.
Where?
In front of me. Behind me. Inside of me. By the ladder.
Oh, there.
So what he thought he was doing was
Why can't I move? What the fuck?
That's right.
Is it your turn?
Can't reach destination.
Where's the... Oh, fuck. I think I know. It's probably because I'm in the way. Jump. Oh, but now Karlak's also in the way. Use Misty Step.
Can't jump.
I gotta fucking tell you how to do everything here. Guy can't even jump by himself.
I actually think it's more insidious than that, because I think that they know clearly they know full well what this is, but it's not them who are dumb. It's them basically telling everybody how dumb they view their audience as, how dumb they view their supporters as, and that's even worse, because it would be one.
I'm actually gonna go here and attack these guys.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't have to come here.
Yeah, that's good. Conquer and divide.
I mean, this is a guy who thought that are going to be some winning factors in the economy as the economy continues to crash and contract among every other group. That notwithstanding,
Yo, that thing works, eh?
Bro, so good. Oh shit. Shoutouts.
Scared.
Scared, yeah. Fuck, I can't do anything with her now.
this Supreme Court precedent where the Supreme Court has said you can't establish the nation's first religious charter school. Does that hurt other Republicans?
Fuck. Looks like you're gonna fall, bro. Let me think.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
That was cool. Okay, I'm gonna send this to Shidohat. Shidohat, there you go.
She can just wait for the next case where somebody who isn't. Right, and then she'd be the swing. Okay, well, look, that really brings into full view the fact that this issue is not behind us. I know that you have been talking about this at length, as well as, of course, the other Supreme Court cases that we're contending with right now. Highly recommend for everybody watching right now, if you want to see more of this coverage and support
I think we're doing pretty well though.
Yeah, they're holding that line. Just gonna take a nap.
Alright. You cancel out the hunger of Hadron now because you took a nap. It breaks your concentration.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's cool. Okay, we gotta get this disciple guy in the corner because he's quite strong. Yeah, Zaral, we have to get her. Yep, that thing.
go too close to because I can maybe cast hunger or whatever again when Mordecant wakes up.
Fuck!
Do you want to save? Yeah, this is a good spot.
I think so, yeah. I'm just gonna hide Shadowheart. Oh no, wait, actually no, fuck. I wanna cancel, I wanna cancel.
Save now.
I'm saving. Jesus. No need to scream. Fuck. You should, if you can, just hung off a jar down on those motherfuckers downstairs.
We're seeing so many federal judges
I can't do anything.
Oh, well, normal.
to block a lot of these efforts that the Trump administration is trying to move forward. And really the only recourse that we have is the ability to pull these Trump administration officials in contempt. Even in the instance where they decided to illegally deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the only recourse that we have right now is the prospect of contempt proceedings moving forward. And so what would this look like in terms of
Oh, I can't move because you're in the way.
accountable?
Jump over me.
I can't.
So I think you have found what the Trump administration
I'll move soon.
to be the feature, not the flaw. The whole point here is that what they're saying is that an injunction that is in place, you cannot find
Lika.
Yeah, how many misses do you want?
require the plaintiffs to post what is called a bond, which is to basically put some money in the possession of the court so that if ultimately the injunction is dissolved and the is wrong, the government gets compensated for its income. Judges never do this in cases involving injunctions against the government. This is an old provision that's been around so that if two private companies sue each other, one company wins and they have to post the money so that if they ultimately lose, they compensate the other. When it comes to the government, this is not a thing that's in place. But what they're doing here is saying because no one has posted a bond, the courts cannot spend any of their own money to enforce their enforce contempt, which means no contempt.
So what would the deterrent effect be if the administration opts not to?
Well, I mean, therein lies. And I mean, we could go back to, I could say the word norms, but that would probably lead to ridicule, as it should. We have been too long in the pro-democracy movement not well served by too many people worried about
Yo, bitch ass.
to do so. We've had a lot of debate on this show and elsewhere about whether or not, even with the threat of contempt, they would comply with court orders. But without that threat, why would they comply?
Holy fuck, it's just a flaming sphere.
Yeah, that's mine.
Judges to now reissue their orders and require a posting of the bond, which will be a financial hardship from those
Oh fuck, you were too far away.
there'll be all kinds of appeals about the amount of money, and that takes a lot of time. And in the meantime, you've got Donald Trump as an administration, finding new places around the world, gulags, to ship people. But it's not just the immigration cases. There's an interesting sidebar to this, which is that Jim Jordan, the Republican member of Congress,
Oh shit, Karlak's here.
No, don't mess with Karlak.
Okay, so just don't walk there.
Walk where?
There.
doing away with, federal workers who care about the defunding of NIH and the various health agencies. You need to care about this. You worry about the restructuring and the dissolution of departments and
Oh, this bitch.
Oh, we just gotta attack that person who played the... We'll break their concentration.
Oh, my...
Yeah, Karlak is in... Yeah. Fuck!
In a way, I understand that this is the system working as it should, because one branch in the
bitch. Some fucking one shot.
The legislative branch has no dog in this fight. The only reason why you see
One day, I'll catch a break.
stepping in here is to facilitate Donald Trump's right? So this is not really
Don't talk puss.
because the legislature, in this case Republicans,
Oh, that's cock.
are not protecting their prerogative. It's not like they are confronting a problem in which judges are holding individual senators in contempt and they are trying to protect legislative power. They are doing this simply to immunize further Donald Trump from whatever limited oversight.
Fucking hunger of Hydra, bro.
Number two, I think that this you put your finger right on the question, which is how do the judges respond? How does the judicial branch respond? My own view is that judicial contempt is an inherent power and it cannot be used by the legislature.
This Black Tentacles is cock. I've never used it where it has done anything. You know what I mean? It's
It just
always
makes
saved.
it just makes them slow, or tries to.
No, but it's supposed to attack them. But they say it's safe.
Yeah,
They
because
save
they have
themselves.
to. They can like depending on the attack qualities, they can save themselves. Did you just get pulled from the roof?
Yep.
Shit. Oh. Fuck. Need to save. Need Shadowheart actually. Okay, I have an idea. Your mother's puss. Yo fucking knife.
They're fucking us up.
It was going so well. Where's Zorel? Okay. Concentration broken, nice. Someone's hunger of Hydra is broken.
And what will happen then is some right-wing group will file a lawsuit and not post the Bob and it will say, oh wait, that
Fuck. That's all I can do now. Shit. Yeah, we fucked. It's going so well, man.
That it's some instance of good governance. We have to allow the executive branch to check the judicial branch before just down.
Shit.
What is an unconstitutional order because we
Oh,
don't
my
want
boy.
optics that we're consolidating too much power for ourselves.
I'm gonna cast Flame Wall at the bottom, straight away.
courts that say, look, fine, I have to impose a bond. I'll impose a $1 bond. And that'll be that. And the Trump administration will challenge that. And that will get litigated. And meanwhile, all throughout all of this, you're not going to have contempt moving forward because there's going to be this uncertainty and the judges are going to feel like, well, until that uncertainty is settled. So this provision's a really, really big reason. And it's a reason why, you know, I want everyone watching this, like, this is why Brian and I do this. This is why we started democracy. Because, you know, oftentimes you throw it on policy and it's bill that is terrible, and there is lots in this bill that you need to be educated on. So I'm not telling you not to be. But the reason why Brian and I
Can't do anything.
this
It's your turn.
Yeah, hold on. I know that. I can see.
that these things have
I know how my turn works.
these things will also impact our ability to stand up and fight back against the growing authoritarianism. So I want to thank you, Brian, for starting this series with me and for us continuing to work with you.
I appreciate that. I think that this is especially important too because these are little details that don't get mainstream media coverage. Because it's not, it doesn't have to do with
What are you
Joe
eating?
Biden's cognitive decline first and foremost, so it's not going to get much coverage this week. But also because this is the stuff that's the minutia that will eventually play some huge role. But for right now, Republicans really benefit from being able to do this stuff under the cloak of darkness. They benefit from being able to do this stuff with some degree of obscurity. And so I think it's important, you know, and grateful for you being able to bring this issue to the spotlight here. And I know that you're also doing that with your YouTube channel. So I highly recommend for everybody who's watching right now, if you want to support Mark and his team and the work that they're doing, especially getting these issues into the spotlight here, please make sure to subscribe to Democracy Docket, the link right here on the screen, and also this video. Highly recommend that you watch that content, let it bubble up in the algorithm so that not just other people have the opportunity to see it too. That's how we grow this progressive media ecosystem. Right, so this is Democracy Watch. This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a major story coming into the spotlight again, and that is that a federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the release of yet another illegally deported migrant. This one, formerly known as OCG. They're withholding his identity for his right to be gay.
If you can do the firewall at these big doors where the ice is, so it stops them from coming through, that would be sick.
What happens if the Trump administration continues to rack up these demands that these illegally deported migrants get released, and they just continue to refuse to comply?
Yeah, so this case is, you know, just tragic. I mean,
You understand?
incredible threat to life and to the ability to function in society in Guatemala. Came through Mexico en route to the United States. In Mexico,
Nice.
in the United States. And so, of course, what did the Trump administration do? They, of course, deported him back to Mexico.
Guy is fucking tweaking, bro.
Been subject to horrific
Huh?
crime. In
Yes.
doing so, this is not I know, it feels like this is a recurring theme. Yeah. They told the judge when this guy first filed this
Oh, she saved him by throwing him out of the fire.
He did not express a willingness to go back to Mexico. He is currently fighting Guatemala. And so, the Trump administration doesn't have its usual bag of excuses. This could send a
I need to kill these guys.
There is no argument that, you know, he's in a gulag someplace where a foreign government won't send him back. This is just the Department of Justice and Security and the White House. What we know it is doing in all of this, which is subjecting migrants to terror by
Oh, fuck you, you piece of shit. Oh, mate, it worked. It worked. Because his concentrator got broken because he stepped into the fire.
Fuck yeah. Oh, you bitch ass motherfucker.
Is this a good way to save or not yet?
I'm not in. Serena's not in a great position.
Okay.
But you know what? It's fine.
There is contempt for why this guy was sent to Mexico. Now why there was a false statement made to the court that he had somehow assented or agreed to go to Mexico. There are also potential contempt issues here about why the administration won't just retrieve him. You know, like
I'm just slowed down, that's all. I'm gonna save.
that is in some ways the most
Oh fuck, they're doing fucking hunger for sharks.
government lawyers should be, well, we're going to correct all this. Because after all, we don't want to be sending migrants out of the country in error. In fact, it would do a lot of good for the Trump administration's sort of posture to say, when we make an error, we fix the error, right?
All the way back, yeah.
We want to be sending the worst of the worst out, not a gay man who has been
I actually did us a favor.
The question is, why aren't they doing it? And so to answer your question on contempt, I think that they are not doing it
Yo,
because they want to.
Morricone is so low.
They want to show
Shame.
and they want to show the judges that they will not simply do what the law requires. They will do whatever it is that Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and the rest and J.D. Vance and the rest of them want.
When judges see that the Trump administration is so unwilling to actually follow the law, especially as it relates to these cases, do subsequent judges take that
Fuck.
over, like, let's say
That's all I can do.
illegal deportation case, and they
Slowed.
already know that the Trump administration isn't going to comply with some order to release or to
We
return
all
that
do.
person. And so is that taken into account in some way, or does every case have to stand on its own 2 feet, irrespective of what happens in other cases?
So both. I think that every case has to stand on its own 2 feet in terms of the status.
Oh, fuck. Serena's dead.
But there's no question the courts take
Fuck.
the administration
Not ideal.
and to these administrative errors. I mean, look, they lost a 7-2 court very recently.
How do I only get one attack?
It's because of the slowness thing. That black hole thing fucks us up. Can you use the hand to close the door?
Can try.
Not bring people back when it makes a mistake. So, eventually the Supreme Court was left. Let the planes go out, knowing that then we would have to remember to take them back, or do we halt everything? And I want to say,
I hate it so much. This fucking black hole thing really fucks us up as well. We are literally all dead. Except for Karlak. Damn. That's some bullshit, dog.
Fuck, that's fucked up, bro.
That is some bullshit.
The release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia,
No,
and
that's
numerous other rulings, all of which the Trump administration has not complied with yet.
the
And so,
fuck,
I
man.
guess in the moment that we're in right now, it looks like the courts are not able to basically assert their own authority over the executive branch, but in reality, we're waiting for these processes to work their way through.
We got to attack on like
We're waiting for
3 different fronts here.
contempt proceedings to
It's insane.
continue, or we're waiting for certain time thresholds to pass before the administration is truly just ignoring and defying these rulings. And so when will it come to a head?
I don't think being up here is working out because she uses the black hole.
Yeah. Well, I'm down here now, so. want that door closed as well. The Absolute's door.
They're just gonna open it again.
It's fine.
What's
it takes.
stopping them?
It still makes their lives a bit harder. They can't do ranged attacks because they have to come closer to the door.
But we're at a point now where once again Donald Trump and his minions are simply making a mockery of his court order. Right? At some point, you know, if you cannot you are not willing to pull the trigger and just issue a firm ultimatum that if that line is then not met, that there are higher consequences, then history shows that Donald Trump is not going to do it. And you know, I want to remind your audience, if they haven't,
I went down with Waterkant.
I see so.
well, literally sitting in the Vatican. I mean, literally sitting in the Vatican, having just met with the Pope, and it is both
I'll leave Karlak up here.
about
She can attack these
to
guys.
hear him talk about how he thinks the courts are slowing down the removal process of these migrants, and
Alright.
not very veiled threat to the courts, saying that basically
Okay.
get in the way of a popularly elected president. Now, you know, set aside everything else that is crazy, everything else that is, you know, immoral about that, as he sits in the Vatican, having spoken to the Pope, who is standing up
Did that work?
I don't know.
maybe the administration will have to roll through them. And I think that part of that, Brian, is because we have seen judges not willing to just lay down the law.
So am I kind of being
Fuck.
naive here in the sense that, okay, I'm giving the courts the benefit of the doubt in assuming that it's not that they're not standing. Like, my initial thought when I see this is, well, the courts are still just, there are certain avenues, there are certain processes that still have to play themselves out before we can really get to the but is there a world in which we're already past that, and in fact these are just like the gas of maybe trying to asserting its own autonomy, but really the game was given up. Used to comply the first time, and really nothing happened, and so now we're just in that constitutional crisis already.
So, Brian, again, I think people should go back and watch all the videos that I did, all of them, because I feel the same way now as I did, which was that you had judges issuing orders telling Donald Trump, for example, he could not attack law enforcement, could not attack, you know, witnesses, and then Donald Trump would do it. And you did videos, and I know you did videos with Glenn, that those were
I'm
great,
ready.
and I wrote about those on Democracy Doc, and I think that was important, but like, at the end, you and I would go back and forth about like what's the point of the courts issuing whether it was to protect witnesses in the criminal trial or it's to bring these people back now if they're not willing to enforce them. So look, guy who was sent to Mexico. Mexico is not, you know, Mexico would send him back.
Why our teammates don't help us out?
El Salvador. Like, he's not in a maximum security prison. Send someone to get him and bring him back. And if they won't do that,
When did Shadowheart get so fucked up? What the fuck?
by the way, I would say the other great thing, you and I have talked about the Doge issue. You and I talked about the dismantling of the government. We talked about the also firing. You know, I just read on social media today a bunch of academics did a study that said that Donald Trump and his administration has lost like something like 95% of the cases that they have mitigated response. Well, that's great, but where are the judges enforcing their
Not going to last much longer. Time to deal some punishment.
Remember when the federal judge was really angry about the fight that took off and you know, this order that he claimed had
Wow.
you know,
I died anyway.
where's that? Where's
haven't used this flame ball once. I don't even know what it does. I just don't get a chance to do it.
Why don't you read what it does? It tells you. It explains it.
And I mean, this is a broader theme, but if you give an inch, if you give any goodwill, it will be you'll never be a step away. You're always just going to come a little bit closer, and he's going to step a little bit farther away. And you'll come a little bit closer, and he's going to step a little bit farther away, knowing that if you just wait it out.
This guy doesn't even try to help me up. Walks away.
I did. I didn't have enough.
Fucking walks away.
He uses these dilatory tactics when he himself is being prosecuted, and he's doing the exact same thing here, where he's just waiting out the process. The spotlight dims on whatever case it may be.
Okay, if we don't make this, then we're gonna start from the beginning. I've got another plan. At least
I have an
another
idea in the beginning.
Is it?
We put the flame wall from the front, right? How we did before. And then we escape from the back. We go around to the back. You understand?
But we're gonna start from the beginning. The beginning.
Yes.
In the beginning. In the beginning.
How do I miss that?
I don't know.
When she's boost. Yeah.
It's very confusing. Yeah, I keep thinking that you're better, but keep disappointing me.
I'm the one alive, so I'm
yeah, that's just luck.
This guy's strong.
Yep. I have an idea, but I don't know if that chick has it. Like a spell of silence. That would be legit.
Oh, then your idea is not worth it.
Yeah. Okay.
One of them was actually co-chair of the litigation department. Someone who, by the way, was
Okay, just give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
signing off of the deal.
I need to get a beer.
Negotiated or anything was there, but was involved in selling it internally. But I think that Paul Weiss, as underappreciated just how badly this was all going and how long it was going to be around. I mean, Paul Weiss has sort of itself now to a punchline. I've even heard Paul Weiss use as a verb, which is not good for a law firm. But,
it's not good for anybody when you can turn into a verb. That's nothing good comes out of it.
Yeah, but these four partners are leaving, setting up their own firm, and according to reports, among other things, they want to be able to sue Donald Trump and his administration.
So what does this do in terms of the reputation of Paul Weiss itself? I mean, I'm not in the legal world. Does a firm come back from this? And Paul Weiss, if I'm not mistaken, was known for actually being pretty liberal, if I'm not mistaken. And so does that reputation get shed immediately?
So this is, I think, part of why this is harming Paul Weiss so much. In some respects, Brian, this is not unlike what the Washington Post was, which is that, here was a publication that said, democracy dies in darkness, and had built a bit of a reputation as sort of pro-democracy, and then, of course, it does all the terrible things that it did under the direction, or at least to try to please its owner. And Paul Weiss is kind of like in that same thing, which is that if you had asked anyone, a year ago, what is the most liberal law firm in New York, of all the big law firms, if you had said, what is the law firm most prominently associated with raising money for and otherwise being involved in the Biden campaign, the Clinton campaign, the Obama campaign, Democratic politics, everyone would have said Paul Weiss. Right? Paul Weiss was seen as sort of part of the liberal legal establishment. It was very active in pro bono work for liberal causes. Its chairman, Brad Karp, was an outspoken advocate for Joe Biden, an outspoken advocate for using litigation to fight hate. The law firm brought litigation against the right-wing hate groups in Charlottesville. And so that's the reputation. And then, like the Washington Post, what happens is when you then pivot to a more
just tell me what you need.
Posture, like you are kind of neither fish nor fowl, right? The conservatives still don't accept you because and you have lost all credibility with your natural supporters. So that is, I think, what has happened to Paul Weiss.
No harm in a little conversation.
What's interesting about these 4 partners who are
Just
leaving
tell me
is
what you need.
These are among the partners who have been involved in representing some of the largest corporate litigation matters that law firm has had. They represented Google, for example, in the most recent antitrust case. So there will be economic consequences to Paul Weiss from these departures. I'm not saying it's going to trigger the firm, but it is a big blow to the image of the firm, and I think really importantly, a big blow to the proposition that Paul Weiss and the other law firms were selling, which is, oh, this may be a bit odious, but it's good for business. It doesn't right now look like this was very good for Paul Weiss' business.
And that's what I want to dig into, because this whole thing was done in service of, okay, what's the path of least resistance? What can we do that's gonna make things hurt the least? But in fact, by virtue of them doing this, yes, they might have, staved off some momentary pain by the Trump administration, pain that, by the way, likely would have been blocked in the courts. But now they're actually seeing their own clients engage in this mass exodus away. And so is it fair to assume that really the benefit that they derived from trying to stay on Donald Trump's good side is far outweighed by the negative consequences, both reputationally and the fact that they're losing actual business, actual dollars?
Yeah, I think Paul Weiss made 4 errors. So let's just run through them real quick. The first is they assumed that they could make a deal with Donald Trump and that it wouldn't move them. So I think part of the reason why this has really hurt them is every time Donald Trump comes forward and says, "Oh, well, maybe I will use those law firms to represent coal companies. Maybe we'll use those law firms to represent, police officers."
Yeah, what's up?
So I was thinking, we go from the front, put it in darkness, and then we go to the kitchen afterwards.
Okay.
And we have seen instances now of some clients, not necessarily directly with Paul Weiss, but at least in one instance, it appears a client left another one of the big firms and went to one of the firms that was fighting this. Number 3.
Yeah, why not?
I think they thought it wouldn't affect personally, and that's why.
I was thinking maybe further than the kitchen, where that door is at the back.
Yeah.
You know where?
And that they'll leave. They will just leave. And by the way, note they're not going to a law firm. They're starting their own firm. So, in some ways, this is also sort of a larger indictment of big law's overall complicity in this. And then the last one, and we got a taste of it this week in a
Flame War, no.
involving the law firm Jenner.
Yeah.
Jenner and Block was one of the law firms targeted with an executive order. It fought back, and it won, and it just received a final injunction blocking the Trump executive order permanently. And in that order, you would at this point come to expect the judge takes a shot at Paul Weiss. Right? The judge not only rules in favor of Jenner and says that Jenner, was wronged by the Trump administration, but actually points out that it's by Paul Weiss.
Okay, I'm gonna sell this.
Some of the terms that Donald Trump has laid out, and so Paul Weiss is also losing with the very judges and the judiciary. We've now had a series of judges in cases involving other law firms calling out Paul Weiss. Like our client, the whole theory Paul Weiss had was, if you're a client, you want to hire a law firm that's not going to be on the bad side of the administration. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're hiring a law firm, you don't want to be on the wrong side of judges. To the extent that judges are expressing real apprehension about what Paul Weiss and the world have done, that seems to me to be an even more long-lasting problem that law firm may wind up having.
Well, as it relates to that Jenner case, that is the whole basis of what Trump was trying to do. So if Trump's whole bending
Okay, I just want to check my inventory quickly.
if that was inherently illegal and doesn't stand up to legal muster, then what is Paul Weiss left with? Is it that they won't be on the receiving end of some mean tweets by Trump? Like if
I'm actually gonna send this to Serena.
Isn't going to stand by virtue of these by virtue of the rulings in these cases, then what did Paul Weiss get out of all of this?
Yeah, I think what it got was a solid reputation, and what most people who think they can make a deal with Donald Trump is.
Right, which is at the end of the day just thrown under the bus. It just never. I mean, the extent to which it never works out for the other person in this transactional relationship cannot be overstated.
Yeah, but what we continue to see, and which just I marvel at, you know, these billionaire businessmen are supposed to be super smart and savvy, and yet look at Tim Cook and Apple. The guy gave $1 million to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is now targeting Apple. Right. Okay. The law firm supposed to be super smart. I mean, they're the ones who the billionaires go to for savvy negotiations. And look at what these law firms have done. I mean, who the hell wants to hire a law firm if this is their negotiating strategy? If this is how they come out, and so you're just kind of left scratching your head, Ryan. How is it that so many who are supposed to be really smart think they're the ones who can make a deal with Donald Trump and come out smelling like a rose?
Right. You know, you and I have spoken about this at length, and so I'm curious from your vantage, how important is it for folks to continue talking about not just Paul Weiss specifically, but what Paul Weiss represents, which is this idea of capitulation to Trump? How important is it to continue to talk about this stuff as a way to disincentivize other people, whether it's, you know, lawyers, whether it's tech billionaires, whether it's media outlets, whoever it may be, so that they don't follow in the same footsteps and give Donald Trump more power by virtue of capitulating to him?
Yeah, I think it's vital. I mean, look, I had a lot of friends who were at Paul Weiss. I have some friends who still are at Paul Weiss, and I shake my head. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're still doing there.
Do you want the talisman, like a necklace?
Should be leaving that from, or any of the others that are.
What does it do?
It gives you an advantage on death throws, and then it also gives you like a spell that you can use that adds.
Why haven't you bought this crossbow? Because your crossbow is shit.
Jesus Christ.
So Hellfire hand crossbow.
So
Very
fucking
rare.
loud.
Why didn't you buy this?
What kind of crossbow?
does
What kind of
sourcing ray
crossbow
shot.
is it?
What?
What kind of crossbow is it?
Hellfire hand. It does scorching ray shot by itself.
But is it a heavy or a light or two-handed or one-handed?
Look for yourself. It's a light.
Oh my god, look for myself.
It's a light, but look. Just look at it.
Where's this fucking lady now? She moves.
Right next to you. Serena.
Just tell me what you need.
She's right here.
Oh fucking, I got her. Okay, relax. Fucking.
Look at
hell.
that crossbow.
I can't. I'm not proficient with it.
What are you proficient with? It's a light.
Yeah, but I'm not proficient with martial weapons or hand crossbows.
But you shoot with a crossbow.
It's a two-handed crossbow. This is a single-handed crossbow.
Let's go.
Fucking idiot.
Let's go, let's go.
Dumbass.
Lady, light your way.
I'm coming to you.
We can stay there because we're gonna go around anyway.
Breathe deep and move.
With what you're doing with your team and your firm in terms of standing up to this administration and not even, you know, venturing into the ballpark.
Okay, then we're gonna go to the kitchen. Well, not the kitchen, but maybe pause.
Subscribing to their YouTube channel, Democracy Docket. I'll put a link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen. Marco Weiss. This is Democracy Watch. This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have some breaking news here as we look at Donald Trump's ongoing attempt to get a bunch of law firms. This week was challenged in court by another law firm.
Yeah, Donald Trump is not over. Okay, so Donald Trump issued a series of executive orders against large law firms. First one against Perkins Cooley. I had been a partner there. Perkins Cooley sued, and they then issued one against Jenner and Block, big Chicago.
Yeah, welcome to the fire, please. Thank you. Oh, I can see you saved yourself.
Big Washington D.C. firm. Mostly because Bob Mueller, the special counsel, had been a partner there.
Nice.
I'll strip your bones clean.
Fuck. I hate that attack so much.
Ah, she jumped back to the fire.
Why didn't Shadow get a chance? The fuck?
Okay, fall back.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I'm trying to do.
yeah, go back.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, wait. Uh-huh.
That is not at all how this works. And it's, by the way, not how any of the trial works. This judge is, you know, beyond threshold that the legal system itself, that the rule of law.
With haste.
And that these are not close questions. And, you know, this is doing no thing for Donald Trump. It's doing no thing for the economy or the justice. That they continue to show up in the judges' court and make
Nice.
that the judges don't just find wrong, don't just find illegal, but find outrageous that they're even being offered.
I don't have enough movement. Fuck.
Yes. Good guys. Nice, guys.
By offering up what seems to me some pretty aggressive pushback this administration is doing, I think pretty unprecedented pushback against what this administration is doing.
500 chances.
The way they
Yeah.
every other president,
Got to move.
this decision would kick off a political firestorm. It would kick off, you know, talk of impeachment against Donald Trump. Because over the course of now 3 judicial decisions, and almost certainly in the last one of these cases, said that actions are not just
Yeah, bitch, burn. Yeah, burn.
Excuse me. You're a fuck.
against these law firms. And good for the judges for standing up.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I would offer as an answer to that is that
Watch this.
he kind of
I'm gonna put her in
Watch him.
darkness now.
and so long as he just meets that low bar that he set for himself, which is that illegal and unconstitutional executive orders, this
Does that work?
is going to traffic in, so long as he doesn't surprise anybody, then they're not going to cover it.
Yeah, I mean, people are in darkness.
This is the whole like, you know,
Lika.
man bites dog, right? That's surprising. That's going to get people to pay attention.
Fuck. I think he needs healing.
Cool.
That he is going to traffic in this kind of corruption. That shouldn't mean that he absolves him.
Fuck, I can't get around this lady.
Does it, but that doesn't mean that you absolve him.
You can't walk through the fire, bro.
And yet that's what
Oh, it doesn't take that much damage.
you know, the billionaire owners of these outlets are too afraid to get on his bad side because they have other interests in front of the White House. I don't know whether it means that they're afraid of some resolution in some other way, or if they're just not Democracy docket, which I watch on a daily basis now.
Yeah,
Highly
she's in
recommend
darkness.
everybody watching to elevate
The fuck?
Against Lindsay Lohan, Soulja Boy, BG3, all these people. So I was the guy who kind of brokered all these things for John.
Quick pause. I actually fact-checked one of the in KBHD promoted TRX Tron. Turns out he didn't. He actually did the opposite. He exposed it on a YouTube video.
Did I get to see that? So this one said they just wanted a tweet. Participation
Nice.
from Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, done.
Okay, what is the campaign for?
Dudes are all getting fucked up, bro. Yes. This is good.
They're all getting Look at that.
Dude, so good. We're sacrificing our friends though. Yo, fucking yeses.
Fucked up. Fucking hell. Jesus.
Yeah, they fucking killed a lot of people there.
Tron was paying me heavily for that. And that's how I kind of built these celebrity relationships. And Caitlyn Jenner was one of them. So when I started growing up, kind of started.
Look, they got fucked up.
How could you?
Let's save, yeah, this is a good. I think this is a good.
Alright.
And I said, okay, I'm gonna pay you this number. You just have to make a tweet. She didn't know that she's actually launching a coin or she's kind of promoting.
Can you heal Burkan, my guy?
She had no idea.
Where is he?
Wait, what was
Coming.
the amount? Do you remember how much it was?
Oh, when I get a chance, yeah.
$50,000 per tweet.
15,000.
So 50.
Oh, 50. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but Caitlyn has no idea it's her likeness.
She had no idea until it dropped. So there was $50,000 sum for just an endorsement tweet for nothing. I mean, she literally thought it's just a crypto project that's endorsing. So she dropped that with the whole Trump handshake image, and because elections were really booming, I thought that politics was really fun. So that was the whole idea behind doing that. And then when the coin launched, people started flooding her DMs. It got really wild. And it was like stock.
I can still attack from here.
Nice, dude.
I'm attacking through.
And then eventually, Caitlyn's manager, Sophia, she started talking me up, and she's like, "What can we just get into?" And I explained to her, I was like, "Listen, I was experimenting. I paid you that for the tweet. I didn't really expect this to go all the way."
Oh, your hunger Visual has been
It's
done.
so fun. I have supply. Do you guys want supply, or do you guys just want me to pay you the money?
Where's this mother cunt? Nahi.
Cut and you just move aside with it. We were in the middle of this
Are you too far from me?
like going on back and forth. We were
It's fine, don't heal him now.
And I was seeing
It's fine, he's good.
And while
He's,
we were in the middle of
don't heal him.
Okay.
I kind
Not
of
yet.
just dumped.
Okay.
I kind of dumped my whole
Alright.
and she thought that I'm holding tokens still, but I kind of exited from my positions at the same time. And then she started fighting.
Do you remember how much it was for?
A little over 200,000. Yeah, because it was literally just 7 hours of a lot.
So Zahil basically tricked Caitlyn Jenner into promoting this thing.
Oh fuck, he's right there.
Was it's a similar story to what he says about Jason Derulo as well.
Oh.
Jason Derulo was like, talk to me. What is this? I was like, I just want you to retweet. This is basically examples, references, Jenner, Iggy,
She's almost there.
Oh, they're coming after. They're coming around to us now.
Yeah,
That actually works out for us. We stay in the kitchen and fight from there. Oh, there's a wolf guy here. His name is Barnabas.
Barnabas.
Yeah, Barnabas.
It's like an online gaming platform, and CA is basically a reference which kind of goes on the online gaming platform, and people use that as an affiliate. And he kind of felt that
Barnabas is dead.
cool, how much you can offer me? I said,
Someone next to him.
He's like,
You fucked him up, bruh.
And I was like, that's steep. And this was steep, and I was like, okay. And then I texted Jason. I was like, listen, I can do the wire. It's not gonna hit you today. It's gonna hit you on Monday max. But I need the tweet up today. He's like, you do the wire. I'm gonna make the tweet as soon as you do the wire and give me confirmation. I said, okay, cool, that works.
Tell me you
I
didn't
gave him
cancel the wire.
confirmation. I'm getting that. So I gave him confirmation of the wire. He made the tweet, and that's the reason he hates me the most in the world.
Now, in case you're not following this, I'm pretty sure saying you're going to send a wire, sending confirmation, and then canceling it with the intention of scamming someone, I'm pretty sure that is a type of fraud. But we'll hear Jason's side of the story as well.
He sent me a message. He's like, you know, it has to be this week. I'll send you the receipt of the.
Ah, they're still getting the damage.
Yeah, that's their Congo version. But it's still fucking. As soon as you walk through it, yeah, it fucks you up.
Look.
Yeah. He's damaging himself from his own spot.
I know. It's amazing. Oh look, they're coming down now. It's perfect. We don't want them up there.
Okay. So anyway, so I decide, cool, like it's probably.
Yeah, go again. Go through it, please. Yay!
Shit are hot.
What might you be hiding?
My friend Ray calls
Trying to see.
yo, what are you doing? You can't work with Sahil.
Come here.
Like, this is crazy. And I'm like, wait, like, what do I do? Like, how do I
So what did Sahil do? I mean, you told me to get it.
Oh.
So
Okay, sick. Okay.
created. So that link that he sent me, he said, Jason, whatever.
Got to press on.
Follow me.
That link was a link to.
Where are you going?
I'm going all the way around the back, and then we can come in through the hole there. We can get those guys in the hole. So we're coming back
That's what
around.
I said earlier.
Yeah.
That's what I said
That's
earlier.
what I said. Yeah.
I asked him to send me like what he wanted me to say in the tweet.
Oh.
Now let me say here,
That's what I said.
find this part a bit tricky because on the one hand, yes, a heel should probably be in jail for doing some of this trickery and fraud.
Yeah.
This
I
level
said
of
that.
irresponsibility.
In my day.
I did say it.
I said it. Yeah, I'm saying it now.
I can't. You're so soft. It's like I have to concentrate.
Just set your fucking volume up and put it on 200.
Why can't you speak like this? Why can't you speak like this?
That's the exact same way I've been speaking the whole time.
No, you were like this.
Cool, man. The fuck? Did you put us in darkness? Who's that? Oh.
Failed.
Oh.
Oh no, it didn't fail. Oh fuck, you put us in dark.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Oh fuck. Not worth it.
I was like, I have a little bit, like I have like 5% or something left in my other wallet. He's like, give me all of it and I'll run it for you. Like you buy back again. And I'm gonna push this with you. If you just told me at first that you're doing a coin in my name, I would have pushed it more and we could have worked bigger.
Since he scammed me, I devised a plan to scam him to try to make sure that he was out of it. You're gonna scam him? 100%. So if I was gonna put more money in after that first little bit that I had to make sure that he
My turn is done.
I hit him up and I was like, yo, like,
Shit are hot.
let's do this again, but this time let's do it right.
Oh cool, I disconnected.
That's nice.
Love it.
I don't know why you would do that, but okay. I'm gonna save you.
Oh wait, no, it didn't. Save, but save, yeah, it's a good spot.
Just in case you disconnect again for no reason. I don't know why you would do such a thing, but to each their own, really. Okay.
Yeah, darn.
It's because of the black screen, but I think it's just switching between characters.
So he what you do? Yeah. So that you know that he would sell the rest because he didn't think that I was going to be a part of it. He was at least give his last hurrah. You know what I'm saying?
And he's like, give me 1% more. And then I gave him 4%. And then he literally said, he's like, yo, I just scammed your ass because you
Ah, bitch.
Ah, nice. Oh yeah, go there, go there. Yes. In your own fucking darkness, bitch.
I'm making it my life's goal to take this to the moon. So if you with me, let's go.
You too. Should we fight these guys? They're just gonna put them in fire or something, man.
Yeah.
Fuck these.
No, what the fuck?
What?
Game, what the
Oh,
fuck?
what?
No, it's
What?
no, it's fine. It's fine.
Jesus.
I woke up and that wallet was automatically at $200,000. I woke up, I sold immediately at the monkey gap.
Or what if I do this? Put a wall so he doesn't leave darkness.
All right. Yeah, fuck, do that. That's fucking awesome. It's a great fucking idea.
Yeah, but you made over 350. You made over 350 on that coin, right?
I made over $1 million.
So why are you refucking the wire?
It was dude tried to finish me, and I was arrogant. I was like, you don't finish me on stage, so I was like, let me finish you more.
I will say, it is breathtaking just how many celebrity coins there were and how much backstabbing.
Man walks through the hunger of Israel. A doll.
I'm just gonna in my turn, yeah. Oh fuck. I think he needs help.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Yeah, we all just fucking blocked him, bro. Where are they going? Yo, go to my doctors again, you fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna attack him here, bro. Fucked. Nice! This is amazing! Yes, savior, savior. This is a good one. This is a good one. Save.
Save.
Yes, you bitch.
He's sleeping, bro.
Sleeping and you fucking die. Look at that. You blocked! You blocked! Ha! I'm just gonna enter and I just want to wait this out. I mean, what else can you do, bro? What else can you guys do? Nothing. Oh, the darkness is over.
Yeah. It's
you
done.
told me that. I could have put it in darkness again.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Oh. So you seemed so confident. Just put them in darkness now. And it's your turn.
Nice.
Because the central coin thing, he was listed from doing but then I was like, I have a way out, I can make this work. I know I can make this work. It's the same story. Social media managers pay them a big amount of money. They're gonna make a tweet, delete that same hour. No reason to know. It's not gonna be there. So that would be my convincing point. So now what happened was,
so he knew.
Fuck.
The plan was he was gonna have his social media.
Yeah, correct, right. Yeah. So he was a little. Now we were trying to be very low. Be very, very low. The thing is, just 4 days before the flight dropped, the Rich the Kid dropped, and I didn't give it. And I made like 150,000 or 40,000, something like that from that launch. Rich the Kid,
Light on my feet.
Literally tweeted my number, who is on his Twitter, and he literally got his fans to spam my phone. So that happened. Now, Rich the Kid is not happy. Now, Floyd Mayweather, Rich knows Floyd.
Oh, you put them in darkness again. Nice.
Fuck, Korak needs healing.
Alright, I'll get there.
Then I reached the kid, called him Floyd Mayweather, and said that you should not do this. And then Floyd calls me back, and it's like, Rich says that you scammed him, I can't do this, I mean, I can't take the tweet back up, and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm gonna give you 100,000 again, just get the tweet back up. And he's like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, just leave it like Floyd. Now the entire Twitter space was going crazy, because they were like, Rich tells Floyd to delete the tweet. Floyd
Oh, what the? Where you go?
I don't know.
Where you go?
I'm gonna get the tweet back out. Nobody tweets. And then 10 minutes later, the CA tweet comes back up.
The fuck?
Then 40 minutes from then,
Get out of there. What are you doing?
and that's when I tell people that, you know, you can't really stop my run.
I want to pause and ask, what do we make of all this, right? Steele's obviously a villain. What do we think about the celebrities themselves, though? What role?
I'm gonna throw acid in the fucking jar, whatever.
Me too.
Watch this.
In some cases, that is completely true. In other cases,
Do it.
it does seem like a pretty convenient story. Take Jason
Acid by the door and acid. You can put acid by the door. I'll put acid just outside the wall.
were scammed by Sahil in the past.
Fuck. She runs into the fucking to do that.
This was before the tweet. Yeah, he was like showing. Yeah, he was showing me
Perfect.
all the messages and stuff. Yeah. Of different people that he had
Should we save? Yeah.
So yeah, Jason Derulo had all the information he needed to find out what was really going on. He was quoting
Karalek.
both of those people had very
Yes, I know what I'm gonna do next, bro. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, save ya. Good. That was a good one.
sharing that this guy was a scammer. So it's kind of hard to believe, you know, later he says, you know, after posting, he says, scam, Steele got me.
Yo, bitches.
And it's just kind of like a crazy amount of ignorance if that story is true. And the question is just like, is there any responsibility on these celebrities to do any amount of due diligence? Iggy Azalea, for example, actually thinks there is.
I can't really feel empathetic towards
What's that?
So you don't feel responsibility to understand the things you sign. You don't think you should know what you're getting yourself into. Fuck everybody else's money that got stolen.
Everybody
you don't think that you should figure that out? You're not worried about if you could go to jail for what you're doing or be fined even if that's morale? Like, are you that stupid or did you just think you could get
I mean, honestly, I think she's right. I don't think you can continue to claim ignorance when somebody has been caught doing something so many times. Or at least it just doesn't look right. I will say, I of course went to Jason Derulo directly. That of course did not know he was gambling at the time. He says he, quote, benefited nothing, and he, quote, fame. To be fair to Jason, I think he's actually right about that. Sahil does want to.
Hello?
I still think this
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
Hello?
Ah, she likes to walk into the hunger of her jaw.
This bitch is dumb.
Hada!
Promoting financial products is totally different than promoting anything else, and you have an obligation to do due diligence.
You just have to use her ranged attacks.
Well, that's what I was trying to do, and then it
Oh.
to do that, and she's like, nah, I need to be in it.
Like coming to Serena now. Regulators!
There have to be consequences.
Um.
You know, we joke on this. Well, it's not really a joke. It's sort of a meme that crime is legal. It's to cope with all these. You know, the regulators are dropping cases on hot takes. People are walking. People that were already prosecuted are walking away. But
Nice. Now they can attack each other.
Yep.
We need everyone alive.
So, my just question is, if there is a line, what is that line? Sahil Aurora, in her interview, basically admits to marketing scamming their fans,
Oh.
Nice. Look at that.
I know it hasn't been great days at these different regulators, but I do want everyone to know the kinds of conversations scammers like this are having. Because there was a reason Sahil was comfortable on my show. We actually talked about should he be admitting this stuff? Is there going to be consequences?
Holy fuck.
Fuck them up.
Isn't that bad if we're just heading down that road and our governments are explicitly like allowing that? Or encouraging that?
Excuse me?
Acid and fucking and fire, everything, bro. Look at that. Acid again. Look at that.
It's the way to go, bro.
This is like the perfect trap.
I probably shouldn't be able to get away with this. But this is the message we are sending in America right now. You can totally do this. You can totally get away with it and brag about it on video. And none of it matters.
Nice.
I mean, not just for me, you know, as someone who exposes this stuff full time. You know, things have gotten very catch and release around here. But it's depressing for people who work 9 to 5 jobs, who are working for, you know, an honest living, and somebody is just about cheating, getting away with it. And the broad consensus is,
Yeah, acid again. It's amazing.
I don't know how to say in 50 different ways, like, that is bad. It's a terrible message we're sending.
Nice.
Probably stop doing that and probably should start. People like this should get in trouble, I guess. It's not even me who thinks. This is the craziest part. It's not me on a soapbox just saying this. I'm not the only one with this opinion.
People like this should not exist in space. I am in you for that. I'm literally
Thrown into the bucket thing.
because it's really giving a bad idea to people about the whole space as a whole.
That's right. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Sahil.
Yep, boos.
Booyaka.
Boomacla.
Lack of consequences or feeling like he has no consequences has made him remarkably honest in this moment. And I appreciate him kind of unveiling the full architecture of these scams, even though I think there's consequences for those scams. If you want to watch the full interview, you can do so on The Void. And yeah, that's basically it.
There are no chance.
Oh, great. So about the shirts, do you have this in like
like a double wide or 3x?
Where are you dashing to, bro? Fuck.
Alright, so where are they now?
The one is in front of you, Serena. That's it. That's the last one.
Oh. Saved.
I'm just getting turn. I mean, I can't do anything. Nice! You knocked a prone into the thing. Oh, she's gonna be dead now. What?
There's an
There you
illicit
go.
parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Can you cancel the darkness, yeah?
Go on.
Oh. Break your concentration.
Wait.
Stop concentrating.
Stop concentrating. I'll break it for something else.
We now learn of this savant that is the
Bruh.
trader's domain.
Save, bro.
This is the first time I've
Save.
Bruh.
This is legit.
I'm like,
Bruh.
freaking heads. Whose heads? And that is the multi-million-dollar question.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's see. Okay. I actually want to
You can use
switch.
the tadpole, eh? If you want.
I'll switch to that sword. And where'd that sword go now? Fuck. What? A baguette.
Got a tadpole, eh? You can use it.
Alright, let me see.
Nowhere near the 200,000 expected. Oh my god. Dude, this is why I love protests. This is why I love like the world protests as well. This right here, remember, this right here is a direct shot at the notion that like Republicans are super popular, they're all around, and that their movement is popular and everybody loves them. People think that this is the case because of what they see online, what they see on Twitter, and it ends up changing the way that they see the world. I promise you, I always say this. If you go on Twitter, you think Elon Musk is the most popular guy on the planet, right? Like, holy so many glazers. I mean, you hear this on Twitter as well, but like, your only assessment of the world is conducted by who you consume online.
Okay.
There are still a shit ton of people who thought legitimately that Donald Trump was only going to deport these like supposedly criminal migrants that are a massive problem. It's
Getting the yellow diet, bro.
once I started doing these idiotic and dangerous and scary
Send that to
operations,
Galak.
people were like, oh my god, this is a great neighborhood. Oh my god, the protest is, or not protest, the parade is starting.
No traps, please.
It's so funny and it's so and no one cares.
Okay.
Alright, let's do a long rest. Wait.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Yeah, long rest.
I'll talk to
I
you.
can't fast travel right now.
You can't do it. What? Is that what you said?
Can't do it. So short rest.
Yeah.
And then let's.
Save.
Yeah. Oh, this was. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. Take all the stuff, dude. Fucking potatoes for camp, you know.
Oh, right. That's a loot.
I'll take that.
Oh, fish. Got a fish.
Liquor.
Do you use your tadpole, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you find another one?
No.
Well.
Just that one.
This is so fucking funny. Fucking fish skeleton, bro.
Well, I see where we need to go.
Oh, we.
As I say, there's two questions. We rush down. Okay. Confront Catholic Thor.
What's hiding here?
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of the Continental Army. But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4, 1876, that he arrived, deciding
We almost leveled up.
I know. It's good shit.
Probably the worst time to try to instill patriotism in this country. Like, there's so much discontent where people are like, why can't we go back to the fucking glory days? Because, like, right now, you're talking about the glorious past. Revolutionary.
Getting some potatoes. I'm just picking up stuff for camp as well, bro. We need supplies. Ooh, got some poison. Got some potions here. Laka. Potion of healing. Yeah, some arsonist oil on weapon coatings. Yeah, lekker.
How do I look?
Huh! You look fucking pretty cool, actually. But now you're not matching, bro.
Nah.
You look like a fucking samurai.
A samurai.
A samurai. Okay. Let's go fucking this way. Okay. This way.
Can we go up here?
I go up here.
And we go this way. Or this way.
Also, remember, parades always gay. It is Pride Month. Parades automatically gay. There's no way to make a parade straight.
Coming. Someone next to her. Okay.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Watch this, go.
They blinded. Do it! Do the thing!
I can't do it. Fuck. Not enough movement.
Ah!
I have to end my turn now.
Hmm.
On my way.
Hmm. Fuck, everything's in my way now. Okay, just gonna end my turn.
No, we won't.
Whoa! That's insane.
I guess there's no point of doing darkness anymore. We're too close. Hop, hop! Hop, hop! You're dead, bitch. Hop, hop! Hop, hop!
Dead motherfucker.
Dead bitch.
Very well.
And then, do you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck. Let's move into the feathers. Yeah, great Mordecant.
Yeah,
Well done.
you moved into the you moved into the feathers there. Yeah?
That's fucking dumb. Nine.
Yeah, that's you though. Calling yourself a dumb nai.
It's fucking stupid.
Someone calls himself a dumb nai. Kak van nie.
What the fuck?
What are you doing, my guy?
Jesus. That worked out amazing.
Seems like it.
We can knock out throne. That'd be great.
Away. Oh shit.
She used her.
She teleported. Oh.
Do you know what? How about you do this?
How about you die?
Yeah, go into it. Go into it.
That seems like a bad idea, though. I don't know why you would do such a
I fucking hate
thing.
these daggers. They're strong. But
I fucking hate these daggers. They're strong.
no, just kill Morokan because he's
Wait, let me just do. Here's a potion. Motherkant needs it because he's always fucking dying.
No, he's doing a great job.
There you go.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
I gave you a larger potion of largeness healing.
Can you heal me more?
Yeah. I give you an inch. You might take a fucking mile. There you go. It's the best I can do.
Okay, let's save here then. Now we gotta open this door. Ah! You're a goeie donut.
Oh,
he's so weak.
He looks injured. Yo, it's that lady.
Hey, this your friend.
What have you done to me?
No, don't let him live. Fuck that shit. Just finish that motherfucker. Just go with number 3. Go with number 3. I actually want to see this shit.
How dare you interfere? You are like the digits of a hand. It is for you to act, not to decide.
Oh, I love this dude's fucking armor though.
You serve the absolute.
Crazy, right? Look at his mechs.
Yo, fuck, I didn't even see that, bro. You can't fall asleep with that shit on. If you lean forward too much, you fucked, bro. Sick.
That's our artifact.
Yeah.
Saved us.
Yeah.
The prison. You've had it all this time. You worm. You will bow before me. And if you will not bow, you will break.
Then I might as well break, motherfucker. Yo. She looks liquor, bro.
How good it is to see you again,
Yeah.
At last you found a godmaster that suits you, it seems.
The thief. You stole Isabel from me, and now you think you'll take my life in the bargain?
You dare to speak her name. After your crimes innumerable, you would evoke her before me.
Enough. This ends here and now. At last.
He will crumble at the power of your touch. Give him all you have. The gods fight at our side.
Yo, liquor.
Let's do this.
I'm on the other side of the door. I'm here now.
Holy shit.
Nope. Where am I? Yeah, okay. There's one of me. No, fuck. What? Wait, where am I?
Kevin.
What the why am I outside?
You're outside.
How the fuck am I outside? Jesus. Fucking couldn't even wait for me, this fucking guy. Somehow went fucking outside. I don't even know how that's possible, but
I'm inside. What do you think? I'm inside.
yeah. Oh wait, I'm gonna go get a beer.
Treasury was in front of which committee is the Ways and Means Committee. As they sell this reconciliation bill,
Bro, I just have to say, like, this is honestly the best way to spend a Sunday. Like, going to church, what the fuck, bro? I mean, like, imagine going to church instead of doing this, bro. What the fuck?
Look at this dog.
Yo. My dad says to me yesterday, "Is like, don't you want to come to church?" I'm like, no.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I know.
Holy fuck, dude. Fuck.
He's dead. Fuck. The
Whoa.
fuck, bro? Daily orders.
but that's they lie about that. They lie about the idea that there are 4 million strapping young men who just decide.
You're in darkness, bro. Fucking fools.
I don't want to make any money. But I'm super concerned about my health, and so I still want to be able to go. They lie about that, and now
Oh fuck, dashing is an action. Fuck.
which is that it increases the deficit astronomically. And Stop the Song rolls out an oldie but goodie. Here he is being asked, what number is this? Representative Mike Thompson from California.
Oh, you put that bra in darkness. But fuck. You need to move away from that thing, dude. That thing's fucking hitting you. Ah, broke your concentration. Fuck. Damn.
Another step forward.
Oh, oh, oh. Yo, bitch ass dog.
Help us.
I'm trying to.
No, this lady.
She's dead.
She's not dead.
Jahira?
She's not dead.
Are you sure about that? It says she's dead, bro.
No, Jahara is dead. The other winged lady.
Oh.
And why are you here? You fucking having a lacquer time over here with
I
your
can't
fucking
even.
bongo.
I can't even fucking heal you, bro. I don't have any heal spells. The fuck? Fuck was that?
1980, George Herbert Walker Bush.
Okay, Shadow, do something.
Hold on. Fucking hell.
Help me up.
Most impatient motherfucker I've ever met in my whole life. Fuck. So fucking impatient.
I'm not.
The most impatient motherfucker
I'm not impatient.
I have ever. Bella is impatient. You know what? I'm actually gonna fucking ask her now. Send her a fucking message. Ask her. Is Dylan impatient?
You have to give her context.
She doesn't need context, bro. She's gonna be like, she doesn't even need context. She knows it's the truth, bro.
Biggie B. That's the Biggie B keys.
Oh, they're gonna. It focuses the attack on you. Fuck.
Look, oh dude, the shield is. Look at his shield as well.
Where's his shield?
Fuck, that's cool.
Oh, where is he? I can't fucking see this guy.
It's right in front of you.
Oh, he moved.
Look at his shield.
It's got a face on it. Skull, face. Cool as fuck, bro.
Fuck.
So much better than your shield.
Oh no.
Yo, bro, hit him with the musty steps. Sheesh.
This wing chick. Let's do something, please. I confused them. You were confused. Ah, she blinded me.
Yeah. Which gives me a bit of chance to... Oh fuck, I smacked her by mistake. Shit! That was not my intention.
Hopefully she's not against them. She's almost dead. This guy fucked her up. I thought she was strong as fuck. We should have killed her instead and just got her armor and weapon.
Need to find a way forward.
It was a disaster, and now everybody's now caught on to this. But maybe you can go back, just go back like 5 years. So when you see this,
I must come and now I must come and fucking save this guy again.
Yes, this is all people now writing about the actual. I want to see contemporaneous headlines because
Gonna bite you in the bum, bro.
Any old roll. Skid him on the old roll.
Nice winged lady.
It's the winged lady of niceness.
You must help winged lady.
Kansas higher education system there, destroying what was one of like the crown jewel of Kansas. They had to cut on education so deeply that a completely Republican-controlled House and Assembly raised taxes.
Oh, you Justin, you're fucking gefriet.
It was so flashy as well, that move. I was like, wow, this is gonna do some damage. You gotta push them in the water. Oh no, not the water. Or you can put them off the cliff.
I'm gonna do that next.
Oh, you frightened her. Oh, deadly orders.
Focus your attack, soldiers.
They could actually be jettisoned up into the ether.
Why don't I have enough resources for this attack to help you? What the fuck? I don't have enough resources to. What the fuck? Oh, someone did something to me, the fucker.
I know, that's what I'm saying. They're talking about rich people. You can relate to that. And the thing is that empirically it's been shown and over again.
I'm not even sure why I can't help you out.
That Art Laffer is wrong. That
Yes.
taxes don't necessarily raise revenue. It's just not true. And particularly when you top load these taxes, it's like these are. Because as I say, a rich man buys one loaf of bread at a time. They're just using that money to generate, to basically buy stocks. Which of course these wealthy people, what they're doing with their stocks now, they buy the stocks, or they get them as compensation to the companies. Their stock increases in value, it is not taxed until they sell it. They don't sell it, and then
This guy.
and they keep taking loans against it. And the loan costs them 3% because they get a favorable deal. Meanwhile, their stock portfolio is going up by 5% or 8% or 9% or 10%.
I also drank that.
They don't get taxed on their loans.
Yeah, it's not a. I wasn't actually supposed to drink it. It was a fucking mistake.
Do you think because like people find these ways to like not pay taxes, that these people are stupid?
You do
Like when tax rates higher, it's the rich people are making less money. So like they can't.
Oh fuck! Now they're gonna focus on her.
That's the uber wealthy. I mean, there's still. I mean, obviously, if rich people are paying less in taxes, they're paying less in taxes. They're not taking all. You know, all
Fuck.
compensation is not all
She's dead.
stocks.
I can see that, Dylan.
You helped us couple.
But it's like it's like soft. Oh look, they're making less money. Like no, they're not.
Yeah.
When the tax rate's higher, they're just looking to create your lanes to cheat.
No, Laffer is just. This is just a theory.
Fucking giving this guy all of my potions.
For any of this.
It's motivated reasoning is what it is.
Totally. So Bassan embarrasses himself, but he doesn't care. I mean, this is going to be about basically mowing through the parliamentarian. They can't get the CBO to do their dynamic scoring, so now they're going to have to just basically pretend that it doesn't increase the deficit.
Fuck! I gotta end my turn.
It's all just going to be a lie.
Hey.
Folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
She alived herself.
We do it every day.
And then died again.
And they died again. Okay.
Yeah, that's how it works. You're a fuck. You're already dead. This guy's like, focus your attack.
That's fucking rude, bro. It's like.
Oh fuck. I'm incapacitated.
Donald Trump is like a chef's kiss, for example. California Governor Gavin Newsom's office has been posting meme after meme after meme like this of Stephen Miller whispering into Donald Trump's ear. You have Governor Newsom's office has the New York Times article and answering the, think, rhetorical question. Do Californians really pay Trump's bills?
That did nothing.
Governor Newsom's office responds to the article.
This guy's fucking strong. Everything misses.
You have to check what his weaknesses are.
Mostly all of the red states are subsidized from California. They would be failed states. They all have like the worst mortality rates, the worst health systems, the worst.
It's got insane fucking defense.
Quality of life. And
He's got an extra attack passive feature. That's fucking cool.
Yet they continue to attack California and spread lies.
Oof. Yeah, this guy's got good shit. He's a very defensive character. I think the only thing that's really gonna work on him There's like area spells, you know?
Blind and stuff.
Yep.
Shield herself. Again.
And she's dead again.
Died again.
Yeah.
Oh, doing great.
So fucking good. And I'm incapacitated, so I can't do anything for 2 turns.
Wow, it's such a great help. We love you.
Props to Snopes for calling it out. Fact check. Watch out for old video claiming to show rioters
Excuse me.
false videos that are being pushed not just by the right-wing influencers, but by the government itself. The Trump regime is using these images. Then you have like Governor Newsom's to Stephen Miller's post. So Stephen Miller will post. Thank you, Lindsey Graham, for fully funding President Trump's request for immigration and border security. This legislation will provide our heroic ICE and Border Patrol agents with the tools and capabilities they need. To which Governor Newsom responds, "You just pulled the National Guard I placed at the border who were stopping fentanyl smuggling. Now they're twiddling their thumbs in LA. Without health care, without pay, without pillows, without beds. 100 or so of them guarding a federal building. The rest of them are not even operationalized.
Okay, wow. Fuck.
PD has no clue what the hell they are doing, but I guess that's the performative strength."
Hopefully that chick's doing a better job this time.
Yeah, hopefully.
So in response to Donald Trump posting, "Our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good long-time workers away from them." Governor Newsom responds, "And who makes up these farmers?" At Real Donald Trump, "I suggest a visit to the Central Valley." By the way, when you visit the Central Valley, Donald Trump, you may want to see that when you emptied 2 billion gallons of water and you took it out of the
Fuck. Wow. Okay, wait for me.
Please walk with me.
Hold on, just 1 second. Stop. I just want to see something, bro. Yes.
Actually, give me a potion.
Oh, get fucked, bro.
and removed it from the farmers who needed it right now during the summer, and then you claim that you turned on a faucet in the Pacific Northwest, and Trump believes that Canada borders California on the north, and that there's a faucet that you turned on. That's how we put out the wildfires.
Also a potion of featherfall, potion of accuracy.
With the DHS should deeply consider targeting families for their immigration status is a dangerous breach, and we're exploring all avenues to protect their information. This is in response to an article about how Trump orders Medicaid to share data of suspected.
Okay, I must throw that item instead.
So Donald Trump will act like, "Oh, I'm changing my policies. I'm not going after the farmers,
Scroll
the
off.
restaurant workers, and the factory workers,
Okay.
just the criminals." Well, at the same time, you're ordering Medicaid to share the data of suspected undocumented immigrants so you can do raids on innocent people who are not committing crimes to meet a quota of 3,000 migrants a day, ripping families apart. Governor Newsom's office then posts, "House Republicans are requesting records that will include some highly unusual communications from the White House. We're good with transparency. Will the White House say the same? Hope they're ready. We sure are." So the
Okay, cool. I'm gonna switch over to using this.
by James Comer and Clay Higgins say they're launching
That's my main.
Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass in light of the Los Angeles riots.
Fuck, I wish I had another level 4 spell. I could turn him into a fucking mouse or a sheep. Do you have any potion that gives you a level 4 spell?
So Newsom's like, "Okay, you want to subpoena me?
No, I don't have.
Let me explain to you what Donald Trump was
back on June 7th.
Ah, fuck, can't even short rest, man.
So cognitively demented and addled that I was too embarrassed because of my pride in the institution of the presidency to tell the press. But you want to talk about
Why do you need a short
you
rest?
want to engage in a performative
If I can get like
Here, play this clip.
I spoke to him on Friday night.
if I can get a level 4 spell back, then I can turn him into a sheep.
You can't even make this stuff up. Oh, I would love to share the readout, but I revere the office of presidency, so I'll keep it in confidence. He is made up opponents of that conversation. He's been a stone cold fire about what he said we talked about. He never discussed the National Guard. Period. Full stop. I would love to share with you.
Moderkant is too heavy, eh?
Governor Newsom's
How do you
office
know
then
that?
posts
I can see it because I wanted to send something to someone,
Did you know
and
Donald Trump, a
it
convicted
had like a too heavy thing on him.
pardoning individuals convicted of assaulting police is gutting public safety funding, slashing billions from programs that help police departments fight terrorism, prevent gun violence, and protect women and children from domestic violence. At a time when violent crime is dropping, Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill threatens to erase substantial progress on public safety at a time when exactly the opposite is needed. The president's proposed funding cuts include $1 billion from police departments to reduce violent crime and crime against women, $646 million from Federal Emergency Management Agency (FEMA) for violence and terrorism prevention, $545 million from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, cutting its workforce by more than 2,000 personnel and reducing its capacity to keep criminals off the street, $491 million from the Cybersecurity
Oh,
Information
sick. That's nice.
Cyber and
Okay. Oh, coach weapon, all this strips the.
tobacco and firearms, greatly reducing its ability to crack down on firearm trafficking and reduce gun violence. $212 million from the Drug Enforcement Agency, greatly reducing its capacity to help states
Okay,
with law
cool.
enforcement and weaken
I'm gonna send this to Shadowheart.
impacting the United States. $107 million from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Public Safety and Justice, exacerbating current understaffing.
This bro just throwing shit on the ground, bro.
Less safe. Governor Newsom's office then writes, with the risk of catastrophic wildfires on the rise as peak fire season sets in across California, the state's firefighting and prevention resources are facing a new strain resulting from Trump's actions. Trump's illegal militarization of Los Angeles is cutting into valuable firefighting resources. As a federal judge noted on Thursday's ruling that Trump's actions are illegal and should be halted,
An egg.
14 National
Send it
Guard
to camp.
who staffed Joint Task Force Rattlesnake are now understaffed due to the federalization and diversion of 300 Cal Guard soldiers from those crews to armories in the Los Angeles region. That represents 75% of Cal Guard's fire response prevention resources. The National Guard impact is on top of the Trump administration's dangerous cuts to
I'm
the
almost
U.S.
ready.
Forest Service, which also threatens the safety of communities across the state. The U.S. Forest Service has lost 10% of all positions and 25% of positions outside of the direct wildfire response, both of which are likely to impact wildfire response this year. Then Governor Newsom would make these selfie videos of himself. America 2025. Caregivers running from ICE agents and ICE agents putting kids into the back of a van at a park. Here's what Gavin Newsom says about the protests that are happening today. Play this clip.
Can we once and for all just dispense with this notion that this is all about going after dangerous criminals? 2 days ago in Oxnard, California, there were ICE agents running through strawberry fields. People that have been working those fields for over 20 years. I know with a 12-year-old boy whose mom and dad were detained. He was left with nobody, sitting there weeping, crying, tears pouring down his face. Now today, just today, in Los Angeles, reports are coming back that caregivers, babysitters, entrusted with children and toddlers in parks in Los
Baby,
Angeles,
come back.
ICE agents rush on them.
Any other fool could see where was the, and I just can't live without you. Okay, I'm ready.
to be outraged by that cruelty, by that conduct, by the Trump administration.
Okay, now just stand still.
Interfere.
Why can't we go through at the same time? I pressed the button the exact same time as you. Fuck. Damn it, man. That's fucking annoying, dude. I can't even fucking move. Oh man, that sucks. Dude, I tried to get to you. Like, I pressed the fucking button at the exact same time as you, and it just fucking...
Alright, like, why are you stressing?
Because now I'm further down. You at the top, I'm at the bottom.
What do you mean? They just teleport you there?
Yeah.
That's fucking weird.
It's as small as it gets, but that's Donald Trump for you. You play this clip.
Do it peacefully. It's a vulgar display. You see Kim Jong-un, you see it Putin, you see it with dictators around the world that are weak and just want to demonstrate strength. Weakness masquerading as strength. To fet the dear leader on his birthday. What an embarrassment. Honestly, it's that's about as small as it gets.
Focus your attack, soldiers.
How weak do you have to be to commandeer the military to fet you on your birthday in a vulgar display of weakness? That's Donald Trump.
Nice. Call like fuck that shit up, bruv.
Trump's despicable post. Then he turns him into like a Star Wars intro. Play this clip.
Catherick Thorn.
So there's a rule of parenting that says that you shouldn't. And since all of these Manosphere niggas are my sons now, I felt it best to cut a part of my last video because it may have gotten a little too spicy. What the fuck is wrong with y'all niggas? Seriously, disengage, touch grass, go to therapy, and you might end up getting some. You might. So now having calmed down and gotten all the negativity out of my system, I'm hoping to have a meaningful conversation about what misogyny.
Okay. Took a while there.
What's it?
Everything.
Y'all niggas hate women, is lame, no simplicity and allegedly.
Oh, you're so used to this.
Well, she is getting attacked by fucking everyone, so...
Why I came to that conclusion and why some of y'all think that this hatred of women stuff is not true. Now, for some of you red pill adjacent types, this may not be true. But for probably more of you, let's just chat for a second and see if anything else strikes you. To get it out the way early, for those of you who've been watching Manosphere content since like
Yeah, that did something.
this video isn't for you. You can watch it, obviously, but like I'm not about to say anything that is gonna.
Dude, I'm right there.
Oh, fuck, my bad.
No, dude.
Opportunity to change the direction that you're going in if you have.
Yeah, it did hurt him, though.
I know that some of y'all are not here to really listen, and I'm not really in a position to have an effect on how you move or understand the world at this point. But for those of you that don't want to be watching Manosphere content for 15 years, like a real comment I saw on someone's video the other day, watching such and such 15 years.
Yes! She did something! Oh, fuck.
So let's report this. Here's what I think I hear from some folks when they respond negatively to my criticism around misogyny and red pill nonsense. So one is that people are saying they're just calling women out for their toxic. Two, modern women, this and that, modern dating, this and that. Three, oh, but hypergamy and stuff.
I'm doing a short, like, I've got a potion that can short rest me for 2 turns, and then I'll get some healing spells back.
And five, fair is fair. If I talk, some of y'all talk to
Oh.
And all of these points
My
I'm
lord
hearing can, in some
beckons
contexts,
me.
under certain circumstances, be taken at face value. I can't
You must
imagine
return
what
to
it's
your
like to date
prison,
right now. It
and my
sounds
daughter
fucking
must
wrong.
be
And I
reclaimed.
know this, hearing it not just from y'all, but from other men my age who recently divorced or never married and are still dating.
No! Oh shit. Whoa!
What the fuck?
Whoa!
Part of the frustration, especially with dating app stuff, is that
Oh.
that people are allowed to talk about that,
What?
frustrating and dehumanizing. There's a ton of negative rhetoric toward men who don't exhibit a certain amount of
What a bitch move.
There are women who hate men. There are black women who hate men. There are online communities and YouTube and TikTok channels dedicated for shitting on black men. I am not saying those things don't exist. I've talked about it before. I'm talking about it again a little bit today. And it's very
Wait, that's Modrican. Where's this fucking guy? Where did he go?
He's gone, dude. We need to kill these guys.
Oh, you fucking kidding me? Bitch ass ran away.
Let's save you.
Feels like you're being purposely torn down. And while most of those divestor adjacent channels are very small and insignificant compared to, say, a DJ Academics or an Andrew Tate or, I don't know, the President of the United States, it doesn't mean that it's not real or that the rhetoric that some of these entities use does sometimes find its way into the ways that people talk about black men. I've seen the video where the teachers hyper-focus on the young black boy, and I've talked about the ways in which society is against black men in tons of videos at this point. If you actually watch me, like watch my actual content beyond when some manosphere dudes reacting to it, you would know this. And I know this because I spent over 10 years teaching and mentoring and social work, working in the court system to keep alleged YNs out of jail, and even ones that have done awful things like empathy.
Holy fuck, she turned into a panther. She's a fucking panther.
I want you all to know that I've seen these things. I've experienced a lot of these things. And you understand that all my work, research, talking to young boys directly, doing mentorship, doing education, and anything you think of about these serious problems. And all my time doing it, I've never seen any reason to come to the conclusion that this is black women's fault. Right? This does not mean that there are bad women or bad black women. Some women are awful. That is not something that should be controversial. But if you watch my videos on guys like Kanye, Diddy, etc., you know I never really make content saying X person is black. I do not hold people accountable. That's not my thing. I don't think that is a thing on the internet, let alone outside of the internet. And if it was to ever happen, it won't be because someone made a YouTube video. And I think it's pretty silly to think otherwise. And considering how some of you all move, that there are numerous large channels and media entities constantly attacking women, even when it doesn't make any sense. Again, I bring up the example of Academics and Cassie, or a bunch of people in Tory Lanez versus Meg. I will always be hesitant to make content along those lines because I know what that type of content ends up contributing to. Mind you, did y'all even watch my video about Dr. Jackie a while back when she used rhetoric that endangered the lives of black children?
I literally fucking told you what I was doing.
People, why are you still down there?
I took a nap so I could get my fucking skills back.
Oh, okay.
I literally fucking told you that. Yes, ass. This guy.
You probably didn't see those videos because that's not the type of hold women accountable content. Y'all are actually.
Where's that Moderkant Nai? Oh, I can't reach him.
Because accountability to y'all means something else. So let's dig into that, shall we? That rant I cut out of my last video talks about how I just recently for the first time heard Doechie's song Anxiety all the way through. I had seen snippets of it online and like TikToks and Instagram reels and stuff. But overall, I had yet to actually hear the whole song. I had only basically heard the chorus. And it hit me like why that is. And it's because I don't like that song that much. It's not bad, I'm just not head over heels about it. I'm not going out of my way to listen. I actually really like Doechii. Alligator Bites was good, but as I've said before, I'm kind of a day one Doechii fan. I found her off TikTok music a while back with Yucky Blucky Fruitcake, and my favorite Doechii song is Crazy that I found off the Madden soundtrack like 3-4 years ago at this point. So
Oh,
as much as I
everyone's
love
pretty
that
much
she's
dead.
successful right now, and
Yeah,
I'm
it's just
excited
the one
what
guy
comes
left.
next with her music, that particular song, which is her biggest
Everyone is
hit,
pretty much dead.
is not for me. And it hit me that
Yeah, it's just the
here
one
I
guy.
am,
It's just
a
the one guy,
fan
yeah.
of Doechii, but I've never heard this song, and I've barely heard it used as a sound or anything on TikTok. But I know that there's tons of you watching right now, or tons of people that I'm describing that aren't watching, that have probably heard this song hundreds or thousands of times. Because these are people that are constantly consuming content about Doechii, even though they allegedly.
You see how strong is this guy?
Meanwhile, I, as a fan of her music, have barely interacted
Nice,
with any of
dude.
the conversation around her. Isn't that kind of interesting? Considering
came from
how
below.
active certain
We need to
spaces
find
are
out where it
online,
took Catherine.
I bet that 50% of all the Doechii content on the internet right now is being consumed by
Okay, come to me.
anti-woke, red pill adjacent type dudes
I'm right
because she is such a prominent part of maybe her wave is over, but for the last like month,
Yes!
she has been a huge part of that.
We can long rest!
I've heard people say that the Doechii backlash is her fault, that she's overexposed, but that
Me
only
too.
works as an excuse if you don't understand how algorithms work. Doechii is just enjoying the spotlight low-key, like many stars have before, and as is often the case when a black woman has a star-turning wave in social media, she has become a recurring character in the misogyny wars. The same thing happened
Zoek stuk boerenworst, stuk worst.
around the same time. It happened with
Zet me op je braai.
10, 15 years
Op,
ago,
op je vier.
in the era before modern social media.
Zo'n beetje braai.
Thing that tends to happen when women, especially black women, do too much.
That
Like,
potion
I remember alleged
not go
sex
down
tapes
well.
with Lil Kim 30 years ago, and people trying to say Ciara was really a man. There's always these weird rumors that pop up around black women who have star turns
Hey.
in public. I almost forget.
I can upgrade,
To join the Illuminati. Now, a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with red pill adjacent stuff.
I can upgrade shit hard, yeah.
Definitely is a big
Holy
part
shit,
of any
lucky you.
backlash against any black woman. And again, I have to ask why. Even though you allegedly hate Doechii, you'll spend chunks of your free time paying attention to it. There's anti-Doechii takes all over the place. The comment section for anything related to Doechii is full of sock puppet accounts and weirdos talking about how they don't like her. TikTok and Instagram has a ton of lazy Doechii bad videos, and when she dared to joke about straight men a few months ago, people tried to treat it like she got caught sexually grooming a 13-year-old boy on a live stream. He's a child, nigga! I knew folks were losing it when people said her remix on Timeless ruined the song. When
Illicit.
you can just listen to the original song. It's
Huh?
right there. You don't have to hear that remix. But that's the thing. A lot of you guys really want to talk about how much
One of my
you
dialogue
like
options.
Doechii. It's
You and your
only your
harpers aren't coming.
You constantly consume content about her.
You in a fucking dialogue?
Content defending her. Whether
Yeah,
it's
with
me,
that lady with the
Anthony
swords, the
Santana,
two
or anyone
swords,
else,
that harper.
playing Fortnite, you're gonna watch.
That's cool.
And again, this isn't just Doechii. It's Meg Thee Stallion, Angel
You get the
Reese,
joke though?
Hailey Bailey.
What's the joke?
Like y'all
One of my
dislike Hailey
options to
Bailey
choose
so
is you and your
much all of a
harpers
sudden
aren't coming.
that you're giving DDG love,
No.
right? DDG
Because
has
they're all
gotten
dead.
more attention for alleged abuse
That's not a joke, dude.
than when he got her pregnant. And let
What do you mean? Don't you remember how they all died?
No, I know, but like that's kind of a dick move.
Go watch porn. Make it make sense. Before you get mad and tell me how bad these individual people are, because I'm sure there's some angle you could take to explain how insert woman here is bad, I want you to first ask yourself, why do you care? Is it because you feel like the internet is always attacking you? Are you an abuser?
Oh, that's
Do you
cool.
aspire to abuse? Why do you feel such camaraderie with men who are abusers, who are being accused of being abusers? How did you even come to know that insert woman here was bad in the first place? Was it because some red pill creator or streamer or Twitter account that you were watching told you?
Dude, that's
Or
so
because they
fucking
knew
cool.
How you would react? What were you doing when that information came across your attention? Were you doing anything productive with your life, or staring into your phone looking for something to make you feel alive? Again, it may not be you in particular, but if it isn't,
What, you got new
understand
abilities or something?
you probably know exactly who I'm talking about. You know someone that I'm describing right now, and maybe just this once you should send them this video.
Yeah.
Look at the comment sections of anything related to these women, because you all constantly consume
Wow.
this type of anti-woman content. These algorithms learn to feed more of it to you until that's all the internet is to you. It's all you end up seeing
What did you get?
whenever you log on. And if you're not aware of how algorithms work, And most
I'm
people
just looking, bro.
think that negative feedback loop of anti-woman content is how the world is. You think that's normal. So now that I'm explaining to you that it's not, consider why these things bother you so much. Why do you feel the way you feel about an artist or singer or whomever else whose art you generally don't enjoy?
I'm just busy leveling up. This guy somehow jumps into fucking dialogue, so now I can't even fucking hear what's going on.
Oh no, it wasn't. It was just
It's part of the story.
It's not the story.
Yes, yes.
Statistically, not much.
We gotta follow Catherick.
Yeah, he's down that hole, bro.
Where you at, bro?
He's down here. Into the fucking thing.
Video games, or maybe watching something that you actually enjoy. What do you like besides
This bro just leaves. Fuck, this pouch is on the ground of fucking gold, and then this guy just walks away.
Of bones.
Of gold, bro. No, there's gold in them. I picked up gold.
I picked up bones.
Oh, that's nice.
I gave up.
Yeah, but I got 60 gold. I'll take it. I'm the only one ever looking for gold anyway, so. The only one ever making sure that we've got enough things for camp. Fucking guy.
I'm the only one who saves us.
The only one that does what now? Say that again?
That saves us.
That saves us.
Do something about it. So first and foremost, I'll talk about that group relatively in depth in my Black Manosphere video years ago that I'm assuming a lot of you never watched.
Oh, this was the tentacle thing that got me earlier.
Yes.
Through that crap.
How could you forget?
That was to get y'all to shut up about it, which was
I have to remind you.
because I didn't understand.
So you literally fucking forgot. I remember.
Than anything ideological, this is located
Hey, look, now Shadow Art and Karlak is
But I do want to be clear.
matching. It's so adorable.
But what did that do about them other than make more people aware of their existence? Do you know what the question I usually get whenever I mention divestors in the video is? It's
sitting beneath moonrise.
What is a divestor? You're going to see that in the comment section because I'm not going to explain
does it go?
That's what happens when you
How do you
address
base your
certain toxic
love?
groups from a large platform. All you really end up doing
You're a
is
puss.
allowing them an
This guy
opportunity to
just
spread their
mashes
message.
in.
Tread
Like I always get the
We
why
are
don't
very
you
close to the source of
well,
the absolute now.
insert weirdo here.
Telepathic
And one
story has
reason
begun.
Oh, look at these
I
brain
debated
motherfuckers.
whatever weird guy or group you
Remember
want
these
to
brain
debate.
motherfuckers.
The actual end
Ooh, picked
effect
up more
of
gold.
that is giving them more attention and making their ideology more normalized. Putting it
This bro is
in
just
the
running
public
away, dude.
discourse when really it doesn't have to be.
Wait for me.
I have 1 million subscribers now. The vast majority of which have no idea what a divestor is.
It's the
And I
Moog.
wanna keep it that way. Because whenever I talk about them, I'm basically just
The
sharing
one
my
brain is in a
platform with
fucking
them.
cage.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
More divestors. And some of y'all are gonna make up a
Leave that
reason
brain. We
to
don't
say
want to stop.
yes.
Chop.
And that shows me what's really behind your frustration with that group. It's not about defeating that
who
group
says
or
that?
holding them accountable. It's
Oh,
about
this
an
motherfucker.
intrinsic desire you have to do something
No will
specifically with
sparks
a
behind
group
his
who's
eyes.
dumb as
like
fuck.
Could kill
made up
it.
of people
Could
with
take
bad
advantage of its
ideas, but the
vulnerability
problem
and
isn't their
plunder what's
ideas,
left of
it's
its
their
hollow
existence.
mind for
Explain to
anything
me
that
what
could
you
serve
expect
you.
to happen
Yeah,
if
do
I
that.
address them again. Do you think they'll
Into his
magically
thoughts.
vanish, or will they make a video about the video I made
Pliant as
about them,
well-worn
put my
boots, his
face on
mind
their
turns
thumbnail,
to
and
his
get more
work.
views than they've
Chop,
ever got?
cut,
Do you seriously think the
saw,
divestor ideology is
shiver,
popular
impact,
among black
crack,
women, or is it a
bone.
small but
He
very,
removes the
very
brains,
active group of
digs
women
free
online
the
who most just say
squirming
fucked up shit about
tadpoles.
black men in Discord?
The
Right?
unworthy
But some of
ones
you are so
given over
deep
to the
into
illicits to
misogyny
become.
that you genuinely have convinced yourself that with all the wild stuff going on in the world, that it's black women who you feel
Become
are
what, yeah.
inferior to you that are also somehow simultaneously the most dangerous threat to black people. Black women are both too educated and too masculine and, you know, too
With a
stuck
lurch,
up
you
or whatever,
realise he
have
means
too
the
high
intellect
standards, but
devourers.
also are a bunch of
Here the
losers
brains
who
are
nobody
harvested,
likes or nobody
made
thinks is
part of
pretty
the hive
and
mind.
do dumb
But
stuff.
there is
Like it's weird. You may think this is hyperbolic that people say these backwards things about black women, but let me refer to the goofiest manosphere comment I've ever heard that I used in that old Black Manosphere video.
If a black woman would have kept her mouth shut back then,
Okay. Go with
Here's something I know a lot of y'all won't agree with, but I just got to be real.
this
There are
guy
different
wants to do
standards
his
for
fine
men and
pussy.
women,
Yeah.
especially online. And I know that in
Thought you
your
were married.
heads, you think that women have it
Go with
easy
number
based
3.
on these double standards. You think women get away with things that you can't get away with. You hate the idea that women are not required to be high value in order to be viable on the dating market. You're bitter at the fact that your role in gender politics seems to be passive while theirs is active, and you're just hoping that if you shoot your shot, you'll be chose, while it seems like these women are
Number
just,
3.
I don't know, swiping right on dating apps and stuff and getting whatever they want out of life, and that's just not true. And even if it was, which it
he's
isn't,
asking us to kill
your
him, bro.
response to this shouldn't be to
You
take
should do
your
it.
frustrations out on random women you don't even know. It'd be to address the system that makes this double standard possible. And you already know what social system that
But when
is.
these brains
Just
attack
this
us?
once won't say
So
it.
I
But I'll
think
give you a hint. It's the same system
Fine.
that makes you desire to see women put in their place. And if you say this isn't the case,
Sort of
you're
fight.
lying. I've
Now
seen your
you have
content.
one.
Feminists put in her place by facts and
Oh, fuck,
logic
you're right.
is literally a genre of video for y'all that always makes money. Why do you think that is? Maybe you don't think this is misogyny. Maybe you don't think
At least we
this is
can
hate.
save that brain in the
Fine.
cage.
But then I have to return to that question. Why are you watching me for that? Was this video simply about someone you love? Good, I guess. Hopefully this can create a conversation.
Oh, you had a
after.
chop on
But if
him.
this came up in your algorithm without you
Chop.
looking for it, then it's probably because the algorithm knows something
His name
about
is-
you that
his
you
name is
probably
Chop.
won't admit to yourself. My algorithm gives me football
is a
podcasts,
Chop.
Oh, these-
video essays,
these
nerd
guys are
shit,
easy as
and
fuck,
every once in a while, a woman on the timeline that looks like Bria Miles. Every blue moon, I might go and look to see what the manosphere is talking about, but I don't
Remember
watch
how we
them or any
struggled
type
in
of
the
right-wing
beginning.
content pretty much at all. And that's when it's the off season and there's not a video game I'm playing. Because aside from the fact that I don't like watching things that I don't like, I also hate the idea that my attention will help people
Leveled
I
up.
don't think have
We all
good
leveled up.
ideas get paid, which brings it to my last point.
I did that.
No shade, but I don't
Oh,
need
okay.
you.
Alright.
I engage in manosphere-related issues out of a sense of obligation, the kindness of my heart. I do it out of wanting to help, not because I need the looks, not because I need the views. My audience is already 70% male. I said this numerous times, but y'all refuse to make sense of that. And please don't tell me that it's white men or black men who hate watch me, because that doesn't make any sense. I ran up on a manosphere dude the other day who said that the near 300, 400,000 black men who are subscribed to me are just hate watchers somehow. Meanwhile, the old guard of the manosphere has been around for 20 years. Not one of them has 50K subs, let alone a silver plat, but somehow I'm able to get hundreds of thousands of men to watch me when they don't like what I'm saying. Y'all supposed to be the facts and logics people, but
Oh, the beer's hitting, dog.
it's not true. I make interesting content without y'all. All of these women y'all hate so much, you've had pretty much no effect on them, and they are winning without y'all. The only value that y'all hold, the way y'all act now, is to other manosphere dudes that play on your insecurity and unprocessed trauma and internalized rage that causes you to pay money to give them super chats to say things that you want to hear people say about other people that you have no tangible connection to, that don't even know you're alive. And because of this, you will remain maidenless once those streams end. You will continue to be broke after you leave that mean comment on somebody else's video as a tip for them. That nasty tweet you wrote won't make you any more desirable. It's quite likely that if you're anywhere between 15 to 25,
Why'd you shoot me?
shows that if
Why'd
you're
you shoot
a
me?
red pill dude watching this, then you're really just going through a destructive, wasteful phase of your life. And you will only come to regret your time spent in this phase.
Oh, I mean,
That's not
go
me
for it.
making up some left-wing
Yeah,
shit.
might as well.
That's what the research tells us. So the question I ask is, how long are you going to let your time there, making other dudes rich off of your unprocessed trauma? I'm FD Signified.
Wow.
This has been late.
Oh, fuck, I'm out of beer. 1 second.
I'm not complaining about my global entry being revoked. I traveled without it for years and years and years, but the very fact that they gave it to me and then took it away and then did not inform me
on what the reasoning was beyond you do not meet program eligibility requirements. That in itself, that lack of transparency in and of itself is a little alarming. I got an update. The Department of Homeland Security, I was doing an interview with some Japanese newspaper this morning, and I looked through my emails to find whether or not the Department of Homeland Security had responded to my redress over my trip, and they have. They have responded. Actually, as a matter of fact, they responded this past Monday. But in the process of their response, I also found out that a while back, they had also revoked my global entry. So I finally got a response back from the Department of Homeland Security, but they had already taken away my global entry clearance months prior. You know, they revoked it before my entry, and I didn't even know. And what's even crazier is at no point did they even mention that they had revoked my global entry.
Why are you breathing like that?
Mention it in the redress letter. In the redress letter,
Like
I
what?
actually mentioned that I have global entry.
He's like-
I'm a known traveler, you know? Because for those of you who don't know, global entry is the Department of Homeland Security protocol where you go there, they look through your whole criminal background, including like even if you've ever been arrested, it literally shows up.
Like
Even if you've been arrested,
inhaling the
it
mic.
never actually dings on your record because you were arrested 10 years ago, as I was. That still shows up. It's the most comprehensive database that they have. And after looking through that, there's an interview process. You do the interview process. They ask you questions about it, whatever, and they give you a card. If you have the card, a known traveler, like a global entry pass.
Why can't we talk to
You
this
could
friend?
literally have
He's dead.
this card with you when you're traveling in most circumstances, and it basically plays the same role as a passport or identification. It's like Disney Fast Pass. When we were arrested in 2013, it's been a long time ago. It's not. It's irrelevant, and I never got charged or convicted with anything. I never even got prosecuted.
I'm gonna
In
live
any
up.
case, that means that the Department of
Level up.
Homeland Security looked
Level up.
through your entire, your entire profile, all this stuff, and decided that I am fine to get expedited access into the country and not sit in the same line. Global entry can be revoked for really silly reasons as well. By the way. Or, I mean, I guess technically good reasons, but like for those of you who don't know, if you bring a banana into the country and they actually find that you brought a banana into the country, it's over. You are no longer allowed to have global entry because you brought in an agricultural product that could be damaging to the natural ecosystem. So like it's stuff like that. It's basically TSA pre-check for international travelers. It's like the higher degree of TSA pre-check for those of you who don't know. Bananas are dangerous? Yes, agricultural products could be considered dangerous to the natural wildlife. This is something that I understand. This is one of the aspects of global, like DHS's like actual primary roles. Customs and Border Patrol's primary role is to make sure that, you're not smuggling seeds or some into the country or harmful, like you might be carrying harmful bacteria or whatever. Like that is their job. That's like the only job that they have. To ensure that there aren't invasive species that are coming into the country and disrupting the ecosystem. Now, what's interesting, however, about this entire process is they did not tell me what the reason for the revocation of global entry was, because I looked it up and it says, "Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for your participation in the global entry program of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Global Entry is a voluntary program available to travelers that pass a comprehensive background investigation. Applicants found to be ineligible for Global Entry participation may still be permitted to enter into the United States, although they will not be permitted to use the Global Entry lanes. We regret to inform you that your membership in Global Entry has been revoked for the following reason, in parentheses S, reasons." There's a big space there, and the only thing that it says is, "You do not meet program eligibility requirements." This is after they gave it to me. So, that's it. I got conditional approval before, way before Trump. I got conditional approval in 2024. I got a full-blown approval notification after Donald Trump's inauguration on 2/6. And then the revocation on 3/5. And I didn't even know that it was revoked. And it's really interesting because when I entered the country through global entry, they didn't even actually tell me that I didn't have global entry. At no point in that detention did they ever say I don't have global entry. When the Customs and Border Patrol, when the Department of Homeland Security released a statement, they didn't say, like, it was not even a consideration at all, which is very interesting. In any case, it's not that significant. The global entry revocation is not that significant. They also, like I was saying, the only reason why I found out about this is because I was looking through my email to see what my redress, I found my trip redress from the Department of Homeland Security, where 2 days ago on Monday, June 19th, or June 9th, sorry, not 19th, I apologize. And basically, the entire letter for the trip redress inquiry, it's like more obscure than like a Twitch TOS ban. Okay, you know how people complain about Twitch not giving you information, like detailed information on why you got banned and it is literally identical. It just offered me a wholesale list of reasons for why people get stopped. I'm gonna read it to you right now. Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for submitting your traveler inquiry form and identity documentation to the Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, DHS TRIP.
I'm just going to
When
count.
DHS TRIP
Oh,
receives a redress
Damn.
inquiry, we conduct a thorough review of the matter. We consult and share information with other agencies when appropriate to relieve you from the burden of seeking redress of an agency-by-agency basis to address the issue that you identified in your application. We have found about 2% of DHS
You
TRIP
can't go to
complainants
camp.
actually have some connection to the terrorist watch list. Complaints most often arise either because the traveler's name and personal information is similar to the name and personal information of another person in the systems. This is actually what I hear most often from people. No, they're not saying I am related to the terrorist watch list. This is just a copy-paste statement that everybody gets. Calm down before you misunderstand it. This is a blanket statement that everyone receives when they write a complaint. That's
I'm gonna
all
fight.
it is. It's boilerplate. It's not specific to me. You guys are failing to understand. DHS TRIP, this part is amazing, can neither confirm
Hello?
nor deny any information about you
I'm gonna fight.
which may be within federal watch lists or reveal any law enforcement sensitive information. However, we have made any corrections to records that our inquiries determined were necessary, including, as appropriate, notations that may assist in avoiding incidents of misidentification. For your general information, here's how redress helps you when traveling. It's like, again,
You're very
that's
soft.
just
I don't
general
know what-
information. Give
No,
me
I'm trying to
why
think
I got...
about what to upgrade.
I'm asking why I got specifically detained,
I'm trying
and
to
they're
think
just
about
like,
what to
listen,
upgrade.
we can't confirm or deny what it is, but
trying to
we've
think
made
about what to
necessary
upgrade.
changes. When traveling by air or within the United States,
Sorry,
DHS recommends that you provide your
I didn't
redress
get that
control
one.
number
trying
located
to
at the
think
top of this
about what
letter
to
when making
upgrade.
your reservations. Providing this information will help prevent
All I hear is
misidentifications from
tell
occurring
about
during
it,
security
yeah,
checks
okay.
against government records and other information. Now, my name is Hassan Piker.
Don't know what the
I know that I am not.
trying to
I
think
know that my name is not getting dinged
to
on
upgrade.
any sort of watch list.
Oh, no,
because
I
it's,
heard you
like,
the first
similar
time.
I
to
know you,
someone
fucker.
who's already on a terrorist watch list or something. Okay. Because that is very common. I've asked like a bunch of people, a lot of Muslims, who have, you know, especially like Arab names, that will oftentimes get stopped for this reason. Hassan Piker is not a common name at all. I mean, Hassan is, but Piker is a very unique last name.
Remember to
I know
save
this
it, eh?
because my grandfather literally chose it in the surname revolution in Turkey. Not exactly a common last name. There's the second page here, which is really funny. Despite these positive efforts, we cannot ensure your travel will be delay-free. The redress process does not affect other standard screening procedures in place at airports and borders. For example, an individual may be selected for additional screening in order to resolve a walk-through metal detector alarm because of random selection or other reasons. While this process may sometimes be stressful, we rely on the patience and cooperation and understanding of travelers in such cases. This is just boilerplate, okay? In your redress inquiry, you've raised concerns which fall under the purview of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. We attach the CBP's response to you on those specific concerns raised in your redress inquiry. Okay, that was from the Department of Homeland Security. So let's take a look at what the Customs and Border Patrol's response was, because the previous one we just read was DHS. Customs and Border Patrol says, Customs and Border Patrol is tasked with protecting our nation's borders as well as enforcing numerous laws, blah, 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 government agencies, including state and local enforcement. After careful review, we have determined that your global entry program membership was revoked because you do not meet the guidelines of the program for program participation. an individual is ineligible to participate in the trusted traveler programs if Customs and Border Patrol, at its sole discretion, determines that the individual presents a potential risk for terrorism, criminality, violating customs, agriculture, and/or immigration laws, or is otherwise not a low-risk traveler. This risk determination will be based in part on an applicant's ability to demonstrate past compliance with laws, regulations, or policies. Reasons why an applicant may not qualify for participation include, but is not limited to, this applicant provides false or incomplete information on the application, the applicant has been arrested for or convicted of any criminal offense or has denied firearms transactions, pending charges, protection orders, applicant has been found in violation of any customs, immigration, or agricultural regulations. Obviously, none of this works for me. This is, again, boilerplate, boilerplate, boilerplate. This is not, they're not saying I'm a terrorist. They're saying that if you are on a watch list, like, these are some of the common reasons as to why people, you know, are no longer eligible to be on it. None of this applies to me. The whole point is that none of this literally applies to me at all. Unless there's something I don't know, like I'm a subject of an ongoing investigation or something. But once again, that would be ridiculous because I am a law-abiding citizen and have never done any crimes whatsoever. I wonder if this has something to do with the anti-Israel stuff specifically, because once again, as I told you, I got the application, I applied for global entry, known trusted traveler. In any case, they gave me the global entry program, they gave me the access to the global entry program, and then they just revoked it. They didn't even tell me about it in the detention. Only after I asked this redress inquiry do they reveal this. The Department of Homeland Security itself came out with a statement and they didn't even mention it, which is crazy. And when I'm like, I mean, there's no reason for this revocation to be made, especially because, like, I already had it. I had it and they revoked it, I believe I got the conditional approval on 3/29/2024. I got the approval notification on 2/6/2025. I got my card in the mail, you know, under the Trump administration. The revocation happened on the 5th of March, so months ago. So all of this stuff, applicant cannot satisfy CBP or of his or her low risk status or meet other program requirements. So, like, these are all of the boilerplate reasons as to why they put it in here, like that someone might lose their global entry status. The applicant is the subject of an investigation by any federal, state, or local law enforcement agency in any country. The applicant is inadmissible to the United States under applicable immigration laws.
I would like your
or
help.
has at any time been granted a waiver of inadmissibility or parole. The applicant is known or suspected of having been engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of,
Just
or
don't
related to terrorism,
damage
or
me and
it cannot satisfy CBP. So it's
What,
discretionary, and the Customs and
You
Border
did that
Patrol doesn't
earlier.
reveal any real information on why this happened. In the event you are denied or revoked from the Trusted Traveler program, they don't even specify why I was detained. Part of my inquiry on the redress to Department of Homeland Security's trip was I have global entry, and even then I got stopped. What the is that about? So the Customs and Border Patrol part of this that specifically talks about the global entry says, like, oh no, your global entry has been revoked. But they never address why I was stopped to begin with. They never actually address why those questions were asked, because these are the questions that I asked in my inquiry. It was revoked before it was issued? No. It was issued on 3/29/2024 under the Biden administration. That's when I got a conditional approval. I got a full-blown approval on 2/6/2025, which was under the Trump administration. I got a revocation on the 5th of March in 2025, literally almost a month after I got a full-blown approval and had the card shipped to my house. And at no point did I know that this was taken away. At no point did they actually reveal that it was taken away. Even when I was detained, they didn't go, hey, you don't have global entry. Date of denial and reason for the letter they received, all this stuff. This is just basically, again, boilerplate. So everything that I asked for in terms of, like, inquiry, why the stop happened, what can I do to avoid this kind of disruption to my travel in the future, I have no answers for. I'll pull up this the trip thing as well, or not the trip thing, the revocation. Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for your participation in the Global Entry Program of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Global Entry is a voluntary program Available to travelers that pass a comprehensive
one.
background investigation. Applicants found to be ineligible for global entry participation may still be permitted to enter into the Union, although they will not be permitted to use the global entry dedicated lanes. We regret to inform you that membership in the global entry has been revoked for the following reasons. You do not meet program eligibility requirements. First world issues? I mean, I get why you would say that, and I agree. Like, who gives a if I don't have global entry, right? I agree. I'd never had it, and I've been traveling for years and years without having it. But I think getting it and then having it revoked unceremoniously with no reason, like, they don't say what the reason is other than this. Like, that in and of itself is what
Can you
makes
heal
this
my
interesting.
party?
Bro, you should sue the government. Okay, good luck. Get out of here, dude. Chatters are so funny. This is not a point in the battle, okay, in the legal battle. I mean, I would like more details as to why this took place. I think that would be interesting to find out more information on. But as far as, like, not having global entry, like, that's insignificant and inconsequential. I'm more so worried about, you already know the reason, ... you're an idiot. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, that's what it is. The American government doesn't allow stupid people to enter the country, famously. Also, you're an idiot. I don't know, man. It's pretty obvious. There's some TPSA diff that works at DHS recognize your name. I went to that guy. I mean, I have had the Department of Homeland Security Deputy Director Tricia McLaughlin refer to me by name, so I think that they are aware of who I am. But I guess my point is, it's the clown show that this is. You know what I mean? It's the clown show of this entire process that is frustrating, and it is the lack of transparency. Like, these are things that American institutions used to at least hold up, right? There was an infallibility to the institutions, or at least a process. Even this process of, like, research, right? Going to the Department of Homeland Security and being like, why was I detained? How can I stop this from happening again? Like, this sort of stuff used to work, right? This sort of stuff used to work, and what is different? It didn't work great, but at least it existed.
Nice.
At least it worked to a certain degree. Jeremy Scahill famously talked about how he used to get secondary questioning or detention all the time when he would enter into the United States, because he was in Yemen, he was in Afghanistan, he was in Iraq. He was, like, traveling all around the region and doing journalism. And even under the Obama administration, he would constantly get hit. Right? There's never been a moment where he's ever been able to travel into the United States without additional scrutiny and interrogations. And it got to such a degree that at JFK, he lucked out and got the same DHS agent twice, which in two different points of travel. And then the agent was like, wow, why am I constantly having to interview you over the same questions? And then he went and changed it internally so the DHS wouldn't actually stop him in the future. But again, that process had some degree of transparency. Like, you have the law needs to be abided by, and there is a reason why the law exists. There's a reason why the law determines that, like, there needs to be transparency in this process. That the federal government can't just, like, deny, especially when it's the government doing this. It's not a private company doing it, right? Like, the Department of Homeland Security making this decision is infinitely more consequential than, like, a private business deciding to, like, ban you off the platform, right? Like, there's no need for transparency. The transparency in that regard for a private corporation is at the discretion of the private corporation. But when it comes to the government making decisions like this, there is a reason why there has to be transparency, because it's the government. You're really wondering why our global entry was revoked, Lema Fayal, because you are in the U.S. with the luxuries? What the I think a lot of you are too stupid to recognize what I'm saying here, and it makes sense. You're a right-winger, so of course, right-wingers are not known for being intelligent. I'm not complaining about my global entry being revoked. I don't care. I traveled without it for years and years and years, but the very fact that they gave it to me and then took it away and then did not inform me on what the reasoning was beyond you do not meet program eligibility requirements, that in itself, that lack of transparency in and of itself is a little alarming. It's just interesting predicament. You know the reason it was revoked is because you're bad at eldering? Yes. And I guess the other side of it is like, look, if it can happen to someone like myself, who is a public personality with a relatively large sphere of influence, who is relatively affluent, then they can get away with doing whatever the fuck they want to the average Joe. People such as yourself in the chat who are haters and lovers alike. Anyway, who's from Turkey, who grew up in Turkey, I guess I have a lot of experience with a lack of transparency and the clown show that is the government, you know? But that is one of the things that like every fob will tell you. Every foreigner, first generation, second generation, will tell you that America is different from all these other countries they came from, and these are some of the reasons. Being able to one, have free speech and wave whichever country's flag you want to wave, for example, or even burn the American flag if you'd like to, and avoid government scrutiny for being a political dissident, and avoid prosecution for being a political dissident. These are things that don't exist in other countries, especially in developing nations, especially in countries that are countries like Turkey, for example, right? And even if there is any sort of like government intervention in your behavior in the United States of America, there's supposed to be a little bit of transparency and an opportunity for redress. And I think that is going away. That is going away, which is kind of interesting. You're a large socialist media figure in America. They used to do a lot worse to suspect the communists in America. The period that existed in the last few decades of pretty liberal free speech is over, obviously, but this is not unique to American history. As capitalism decays, it'll only get worse. Freedom of speech in America is a relatively new thing, and how it's been enforced in the last few decades. I agree. I said this as well. I told you that, I mean, on numerous occasions, that the freedom of speech in America is a privilege. It's only a privilege that exists because America is not fearful of any sort of outside intervention, and not fearful of an organic, homegrown movement of socialism. It is not disruptive to the American bottom line. Disruptive enough to the American bottom line until they decide it is disruptive. And at which point there will be no free speech, or at least free speech protections will not extend to disruptive speech that the government decides is not good, just as it did in the past, like the McCarthy trials against Red Scare. It's on the books, it's technically a right, but in its application throughout periods of American history, it has been simply a privilege that has been considered not a right but an amenity for those who don't step outside the line. I think that we experience the changes in government enforcement, even with like ICE agents wearing masks, like federal agents wearing masks while they're doing illegal detentions and trying to revoke due process so that they can continue rapidly accelerating these mass deportations. That is yet another example of this. Like, all of the things that we took for granted for like the past 30, 40 years is slowly but surely getting taken away from us. That's all it is. That's all I'm saying. And it is worrisome, because as much as I criticize the United States of America, there are certain values and certain amenities, certain liberties that the American government offers that I've always defended, that I always considered to be good. There are aspects of liberalism and values that liberalism is supposed to maintain that I think are great. Some parts of our legal system I think are pretty solid. The example, the big three that I always talk about is obviously free speech, even though there have been times when America has not been so supportive of that right unconditionally. The other one, of course,
I did not expect that.
Due process, and last but not least, perhaps the most significant aspect of American identity and American, the most significant aspect that is positive of America is its diversity. And it's ironic that the Trump administration is not offering any new amenities or anything good to the American population, instead removing those last big three, slowly but surely. Do none of these things exist in Canada? No, they do, to a certain degree. When I say America, I'm using a catch-all terminology, but like these are the bastion of liberal values that the Western world is supposed to identify with and defend. The reality is, in other countries, they don't have the same protections that even the American government offers, for example. I think as America's hegemonic superpower status goes away, as I've said before, America will show you that it is
Wait, what?
not actually, or even European allies alongside the United States of America will show you that this is not a bastion of liberalism or invested in any way, shape, or form in defending these liberal values such as free speech, free association, freedom of assembly,
Correct,
freedom of
did
the press.
Better than
Dave
nothing.
Clips, Twitter account that everyone should be following if you're still on Twitter. He does a lot of great work that we've enjoyed over the years. Has a new bit of a compilation up here about Dave Rubin, who's been through a lot apparently. And so let's see what kind of ordeal Dave. Fresh out of Russell Brand saying he wanted to go to Israel with Dave. I'm not sure if that's going to come up here, but anyway.
A couple days behind this one, but obviously I wanted to hit it because I think it's been really the biggest sort of domestic story since Trump took over, which is all of the Doge stuff and Elon is stepping away. He's going to start focusing on robots and getting life to go interstellar, interplanetary, and all that stuff. So he is finally...
Interstellar is between stars. Not even Elon Musk has been stupid enough to pretend that he's going to be able to do that.
I gotta say, that weird echo on Dave Rubin's mic makes it seem like he's already on a spaceship somewhere. What's with that weird, that weird audio?
Getting life to go
good.
And on robots and getting life to go interstellar, interplanetary, and all that stuff. So he is finally stepping away from his temporary position. He set up a structure, I think, that we are going to be very appreciative for a long time coming. There is some infighting, and I would frame all of this with some infighting in a party when it is happening publicly is good. That is transparent. When you have a bill that's trying to be passed and you have people who are in the same party and some...
It's good when the richest man who paid for all of the campaigns of your party calls the top guy a pedophile, a conspiracist.
Hello?
It's actually good when that happens. It's a sign of a party being strong.
Yo, I just took the longest
I'll
piss
just
of
note
life,
that
bro.
only 2/3 of Republicans support the big beautiful bill, which, I mean, look.
Let's go for the Trump's neck.
That's what I'm saying. Republican voters are stupid cows that can be herded very easily, a la Jan 6 by all the Antifa and feds that said, hey, go do a riot, apparently, and this is the
Who's alive?
facetious way
Just
that
me
they
and
try to
Shadow.
frame that. Republicans are stupid cows that you can get to support anything, and that only 2/3 of them support the big beautiful bill is a huge, failure of that effort.
I think a lot of them are also though
I'm gonna
like
put
easily
daggers
scared, and so a lot of
on
them
that
have
group
heard and now experienced people in their lives being impacted by things that Trump has done, and so they're just a little bit more amenable to the idea that like, okay, but this might actually hit me, which unfortunately people in America have to be able to have happen to them or someone close to them for them to like, imagine that to be a viable future for themselves.
100%.
I think that's definitely part of it, but I also think part of it is that I think Trump has met his match, at least with some of his followers, in Elon Musk. Elon voiced his opposition to the bill, and some of the MAGA people decided that Elon was right over Trump. I was pretty shocked actually when Elon and Trump started feuding, because every time Trump feuds with someone, MAGA takes Trump's side. And while I do think most MAGA obviously was still behind Trump, I saw more cracks in that sort of united behind Trump with the Musk feud than I've ever seen before. There were people who were breaking with Trump and saying, you know what, Elon's right.
Yeah. And I think that split is going to be more and more pronounced as Trump, he just stumbled up the staircase on Biden recently. As he gets older and older, people are going to realize, look, he's only going to be around for so much longer. And these guys with a whole bunch of money are going to be around for way longer than that.
People are having
Musk
to
said
think
it
about
himself. Musk said that himself when he was tweeting with him. He was like, people need to realize Trump will only be around for so long. I'll be here for the next 40 years. Now, I think he was being generous to himself. That 40 years would be, but he'll be around a lot longer than Trump for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are finally, in a few months, starting to realize there has to be political life for them after Trump. Like when we were going into the second Trump term, everyone was like, oh, Trump's going to be forever king. He's going to be, the almighty. He's going to run for a third term. But now that he's turned out to, beat Trump in a lot of ways that could have been anticipated, they're realizing that, like, oh, he's going to drag our name through the mud. That this big, beautiful bill is not right for my district because my district has a lot of people on Medicaid and a lot of people on SNAP. Or, this big, beautiful bill doesn't do enough damage to people who I hate, like poor people and minorities. Like there are a lot of people in the Republican Party who are split on that as well, right? Or using one as the cover for the other, right? So I think when it comes to Trump, we're seeing this all across the world too. Like a lot of people were running with Trump when Trump was just an idea in people's head, when a second term of Trump was an idea that people had latched onto, like a return to like a lower cost of living, a return to like a time before the pandemic or whatever, a time before like things got so bad as a result of the pandemic. And now that they're experiencing like what Trump's actually like, we're seeing across the world just like far-right candidates doing worse, like, you know, conservatives doing worse. I know liberals are doing better, but that's not always a great thing. But certainly like the reality of what Trump is about is like hitting a lot of people hard.
Trying to mitigate or mediate the fights between the daddies.
This with some infighting in a party when it is happening publicly is good. That is transparent. When you have a bill that's trying to be passed and you have people who are in the same party and some are going, it's too much spending and there's going to be too much deficit, and some people are going, no, we have to do it for this reason or that reason. But when it's done publicly, then we have a sense of actually what's going on here. Let's start with Elon Musk, and he tweeted this out. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Okay, so we've got some drama here, absolutely, right? Again, this is all happening publicly, which is good, and it's completely the reverse of everything the Democrats did. We're seeing the arguing happening in real time. We're seeing it happen on X. So there is a public fight.
Problem now is
there is a
you
public
only have one
argument.
scroll
This is
to
what
save.
politics is. Politics is trying to compel people to see things your way, to get policies that make sense for you. And there's an argument in the Republican Party right now. I think that's good. So now,
before we get
What
to
is with this music in the background?
Yeah.
This might have been added by Dave, our friend over at Dave Clips.
I was curious about
okay.
I noticed that he didn't bring up the tweet that everyone was talking about. He brought up the tweet about the pork-filled bill because when he said I was going to bring up a tweet, I assumed it was going to be the tweet about Epstein, right? So like,
right.
I think he's getting there.
Oh, I hope so.
I mean,
he
the thing
does?
is,
Oh,
can we just
interesting.
address, you know, this whole fight that happened last week where Musk broke on the big beautiful bill? Like, you know, good that that coalition can see some cracks. Musk's critique of it is absolutely stupid and asinine.
Yeah.
That there's pork in it.
ego-driven.
He's a contractor that gets massive government contracts. He's a giant pork eater. The problem with the bill is the tax cuts for the wealthy people and throwing people off social insurance and giving the Gestapo and ICE billions of dollars to run around in our cities and, you know, harass Home Depot workers. Like that's what's wrong. It's not pork.
I gotta be honest. I'm kind of split on whether or not Elon's antagonism towards this bill is based on his own like ego being hurt, like about the fact
Unless
that
you
like
wanna
Doge cuts
restart.
weren't like codified in this bill, or if he's actually one of those like really dumb people who thinks that like the deficit and that stuff matters. And I really am like split, but I do think it's definitely mostly ego driven.
I've made this when this fight first started happening. I would think it happened right before Leftist
Wow,
Mafia,
all
and
that
I was
work.
on there, and I had a disagreement with everyone. And I actually think that's what's going on here. I think people view Elon as like just another billionaire
basically
looking
don't
out for
die.
himself. He obviously is that, but there's something else with Elon that the other billionaires don't have, and that is he has been radicalized as a real right winger. Like he's a true.
He's really dumb.
Like he's truly fallen for this stuff. Like yeah, he's looking out for himself, but what did the fight with Trump do for him and his companies? If anything, it was going to hurt them. I mean, we see him trying to backtrack now because he's coming down off whatever he was on, and he's realizing he's in trouble because there was no win for him there because there was nothing for him to gain from that. I really do think, while all of it is part of it, I think for Musk specifically, he's become a true believer in these sort of classic right-wing tropes, including the deficit, and he really believes that like this is a huge problem for the country and he needs to step in and do something because obviously, you know, it'll hurt the country, but it'll also hurt him. All that is part of it, but he's a true believer in the stupidest Republican and right-wing ideals.
How can you
now.
fly
Like,
over
that's
it?
the actual guy we're dealing with.
Yeah, I think it's.
How can
it's
they
a-
fly over
a
it? It's
sort of
like
a mix
basically
of
against the
column A
wall.
and column B. There's this piece in the NPR. That should have been hard to search for. Former Doge engineer says federal waste and fraud were relatively non-existent, and we have an interview here. And one of the highlights, on the lack of fraud and spending abuse he saw, I did not find the federal government to be rife with waste, fraud, and abuse. I was expecting some more easy wins. I mean, okay, let me just finish. I was hoping for opportunity to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, and I do believe there is a lot of waste. I mean, I think that's an article of faith at this point. There's minimal amounts of fraud, and abuse to me feels relatively non-existent. And the reason is, I think we have a bias as people coming from tech industry, where we look at companies you know, such as Google, Facebook. These companies that have plenty of money are funded by investors and have lots of people kind of sitting around doing nothing. Folks, the inefficiency in American economy right now is there. It's all the investors who should have had that money taxed and put towards public uses by Uncle Sam, like paying for your insurance and building housing for you, is actually being spent by people like Mark Zuckerberg to hire professionals to do email and ideate all fucking day.
No, exactly. This is another example of what I was saying about the specter of the criminal migrant that has gotten everyone hopped up on believing that they can arrest 100 brown people a day and they're all going to be like Osama bin Laden, apostles, or essentially. It just doesn't exist. This waste, fraud, and abuse is a myth that has been made up by neoliberals in both parties to justify austerity measures, to justify public-private partnerships, and we know where the waste in our society is. It's in those public-private partnerships. Like, all you have to do is compare like the administrative costs of something like Medicaid or Medicare or the
Hello,
VA
yeah,
to
what's
like
up?
private insurance, and you see it right there. Or the
I'm here. You keep asking me where I am.
But the difference between the public and private sector is that the private sector
I'm drunk. Fuck, man.
like buy commercials and buy ads. I mean, the public sector could do
Just
that.
let me
but
chill,
in the
man.
public sector, we don't have either party that are unapologetic, full-throated advocates of the value of the government or the value of the public sector. Both parties just have a disagreement about how small it should be.
Let me write it out.
100%. Well, folks, I think that will just about do it today.
Thanks to our sponsor today, Big Baby, the baby industry. They got
The natalist propaganda we're doing.
They got the most chill and fun-looking baby. It makes fathering look like
She's being very good right now. Yes, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, maybe this will get you guys some ads from the baby industry for sure. Yeah, maybe Huggies and all those other companies. Tell Sam to let them know there was a baby on stream.
Look, we're the pro family. We're pro public safety here. We have the monopoly on that over the right in the center. We're also pro family. We have the monopoly.
Kevin, don't go forward. Kevin. Goes forward.
The only place that any solutions exist in politics. So thanks for joining us on a Thursday.
Yeah, I honestly,
Yeah,
only
die
the
you.
Majority Report has the moral courage and clarity of purpose to have a baby on stream. You won't see this on Daily Wire.
They got you fuck all.
You won't see this on the
Just gonna end up doing
podcast. I don't know if Piers Morgan has ever had a baby on his show that wasn't an adult baby.
That David holding a baby. Any AI that tried to like simulate that image would just immediately overheat.
Right. There's that one guy on that show that I don't know if he would be able to hold on to the baby. We might drop the baby in his anger during
He
the
looks
show.
like a little baby.
He was holding.
He looks like a little baby that needs to be swaddled.
Right. Yeah.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Dude, look at that perfect throw over the wall. How good is that?
There was this like abundance fest.
That's like a perfect. You can just
abundance
end our turn.
Coachella, I guess that happened the other day.
Perfect.
It's called
They can't do
Welcome
anything.
Fest.
It's like Ozfest.
It's safe, yeah.
Well, it's like, why is it? What does welcome mean? It's because it's from Welcome Pack. And the same question applies, like, why do they call it welcome to all this money from rich people that want to prevent our
Perfect, it's
politics,
safe.
I think is what it means.
I did not realize that, so I was just thought it was as generic as possible.
This is
to
such a good
sucker
trap,
people
like,
in. But
I'll
let's
take
go
a
to the
screenshot of
revolving
that,
door
but
project because
that'll
they
be-
did a breakdown of all of these. Scroll to
And
the
if they
top.
cross it, they're gonna step on the light.
headline here.
It's
Who's
crazy.
behind Abundance Coachella? So I guess I stole that from them a little bit. And you'll see There you go. There's the face of Michael Bloomberg. Here are just some of the organizations that are behind Welcome Fest.
I honestly don't recognize a few of those because that Reed Hastings and a Murdoch.
Well, I guess these guys are far over, but I
That
mean,
is James Murdoch, I believe.
other guys can't.
But we'll see what they write here.
Shout out to Reed Hoffman.
If the abundance of universe is to be believed,
Yeah.
the hottest ticket in this summer is Welcome Fest. I love the snark from Revolving Door Project. Wednesday's Confab is the second such annual gathering organized by the centrist group Welcome Party and its political action committee Welcome Pack, with this year's event touting distinct abundance flair. Corporate sponsors,
We got new flair for the same old shit.
Olivia Juliana is there. This year's Responsibility to Win session has drawn viral attention online, both for its bizarre Ghibli promos and stacked lineup of neoliberal pundits, conservative Democratic lawmakers, and wonderkind pollsters. Let's go to the speakers. Derek Thompson, who co-authored it, Matt Iglesias, who is the popularist guy.
I like what they say about him, though. Confidently wrong pundit, and per Derek Thompson, the OG grandfather of abundance.
Yeah, slot merchants.
Speaking of slots, Alyssa Slotkin, who's, trying to get her winning,
CIA Slotkin.
Yep, we can find some old pictures of her with George W. Bush. She doesn't think the Democrats should use the term oligarchy. Richie Torres, Jake Auchincloss, Adam Gray, Christine McDonald-Rivet,
Gotta kill that big guy.
Glusenkamp Perez.
Yeah, fuck.
Today was electric around the country for No King's Day. Tens of thousands of people showing up in force to protest the Trump administration. I want to go through some of these pictures and videos, tell you a little bit about what happened today, and then look at the flip side, Donald Trump, where, he had this military parade that just so happened to fall on his birthday. He was hoping all these people would show up to watch him speak. Nobody did.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
they
we
all
have
did.
Tear gas right now going out in Los Angeles as things escalate there. And so you kind of paint these two pictures. One of very peaceful, very patriotic protests, and the other of this rising authoritarianism. Donald Trump trying to give speeches and, say, look at the army I control, essentially, and you can't get it under control. I can only imagine Donald Trump has not had a good day. Now, before we get into that, my name's Chris Mowry. I'm filling in for Adam Mockler on the Adam Mockler channel. If you enjoy this type of content, the link to my YouTube channel will be in the description down below. You guys have shown so much love, and when Adam and I were out there in Chicago today, which, by the way, sunscreen next time. When we were out there today, so many of you came up to us, said hi. We appreciate all the love, truly. It means the world. You guys are the best. So make sure you click the link to my YouTube channel, click subscribe. It really means a lot. And for this channel, we're trying to build something big to punch back against MAGA. I say it every time. Uplift Gen Z voices, build something to kind of compete against this MAGA media, as we call it. And if you want to be a part of this growing community, all you have to do is click subscribe. It means the world. Now, let's get into what happened today around the country. Despite warnings from the law enforcement not to attend today's No Kings rally after this morning's shooting of Minnesota lawmakers with the killer on the loose, the No Kings rally is happening at the Minnesota State Capitol in St. Paul. As I'm sure you saw today, the absolutely horrific news out of Minnesota. And despite the fact that this individual had not been caught, or I believe at this moment as I'm recording this has not been caught, people still showed up in honor of our beloved Melissa. We are pissed. Donald Trump, frankly, cannot stop what's coming. Like, we are here, we are loud. It is not just the older generation, it's not just the younger generation, it's not just white people, it's not just black people, it is everybody. We are here in force. And it is so just, it brings shivers to your
From all the way,
to see something like this. The people of Minnesota saying, you know what? No, we're not going home. We're gonna show up. Because this is what the Minnesota lawmakers would have wanted us to do, to not stand down in a time like this in American history. And it is just so, it's incredible. It's incredible to see. My heart goes out to Minnesota and to the families that were affected by these absolutely awful attacks. In honor of our beloved Melissa, this is just such a powerful photo. Shout out to Minnesota. We have the No Kings protests are huge. Look at this. Look at that video. That is unbelievable. We had similar scenes, I'd say, in Chicago. If you saw Adam Mockler and I live, we were expecting in Chicago to have about 10,000, and I pretty confidently would say we blew past that. I mean, it was packed. downtown Chicago. The noise was loud. We were in front of the Trump Tower, people chanting, using their voices, all completely peaceful. It was incredible. And again, when you see stuff like this, and I was telling people today as I talked to them, this stuff matters. Like, we've already seen Donald Trump roll back some of his immigration policy, kind of in a stunning reversal, saying, well, we're going to work toward protecting undocumented people in the farming industry and the hospitality industry. Is it perfect? No, of course not. But again, like, this constant idea that in this administration, they need you to feel out of control. That's how they succeed. That's the whole point. They want you to feel like Donald Trump has all this power, he's already elected, and there's nothing you can do. That's always how they succeed. When you show up, when you make your voice heard, when you talk to friends and family, when you share the videos, when you do whatever, it makes a difference. Donald Trump's poll numbers.
He's a sheep.
Start to tank.
That's amazing.
And he has to get on the screen
I
and
love
say, okay,
that
wait, I'm
spell.
reversing, right? Keep pushing. This is exciting stuff. You should be excited. I'm floored. This is one stretch of one side of the street in deep red, small town, Knoxville, Tennessee. I was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia.
Dude, it's prone again.
Georgia. I've spent quite a bit of time in Knoxville, Tennessee, not that far. Knoxville, Tennessee. This is a city that Trump won in 2024 by 20 plus points.
Mother
Look at this. Wow. One side
Watch
of
this.
one street. Put him in daggers. Look at the amount of people
Yeah,
that are out there.
exactly.
We are here. Like, I cannot say this enough. I'm excited. I'm excited to see so many Americans out in force. One day at a time. Shout out to the people in Knoxville, Tennessee. What an incredible turnout. That is unbelievable. Wow.
Here we go.
Really, really impressive stuff. And so we move to the flip side. You might have seen us in Chicago. You see Knoxville, Tennessee, Minnesota, New York, Atlanta. And this is what we have on Constitutional Avenue for Donald Trump. Bleachers looking a little bit empty there. A little bit empty for Continental Avenue, near where Donald Trump was, or is scheduled, I believe, to speak. And again, this idea that there was supposed to be thousands of people at this, and it's very clear that those crowds just did not show. Because you know what they were probably more interested in doing? Showing up to protest at these No Kings rallies. And then you look, while all of this is happening, while Donald Trump is struggling to draw crowds, we've seen other pictures kind of in front of the lawn here where Donald Trump's going to speak. Pretty empty.
Nice.
What else is going wrong for Donald Trump? Let's take a listen to this video from CNN from just a few minutes ago.
We're looking at some pictures from moments ago of police trying to clear protesters from a No Kings demonstration in Los Angeles. You can see their smoke grenades, I guess, pepper spray that appears to be being detonated there in the area as they're trying to move people away from this specific area. Jamie, this is a bit of a split screen that we are seeing between this parade going off in Washington, D.C. and protests around the country, but now some pictures like this coming in from Los Angeles.
Right, so I think we should say that apart from this scene, the other protests we've seen around the country have been peaceful, at least as far as we know. This is the first one that I've seen that looks like this. And this is a big concern, I think, for the people who helped organize these protesters. They have asked for peace, they asked for discipline. No question, exactly this kind of scene is a concern. You never know what the intent and motivation is of people who show up at protests. People come for different reasons, but this is exactly what they didn't want to see at a protest.
So now, a couple things here. The question becomes, A, as we learn more about this, we will try to update you as quickly as possible. I'm curious why police got involved and if anybody was being violent, especially in Los Angeles, as we see Donald Trump really hyper-politicize that area. And
They're literally
frankly,
fun.
he's the one bubbling these tensions. But furthermore, I think even in the potential that people here did things they weren't supposed to. I mean, around the country, it was all peaceful. I was in downtown Chicago all day, incredible. We saw tweets from Seattle Police Department saying we didn't have any reports of vandalism, no arrests. Nashville, Tennessee. And so for Donald Trump right now, all of this in perspective is not good. And my answer to you is because it's not good for him to keep pushing. Maybe the news won't be great tomorrow or the next day. Maybe things, obviously, as time goes on, we'll get bad news. Donald Trump will do something horrendous, and it'll make us feel like, this fight isn't worth fighting. It's always worth fighting. And today proves it. I'm so proud of every single one of you that showed up and made your voice heard, because it makes a difference. Listen, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you click like down below and subscribe to this channel. Sorry, we're trying to build something big here to uplift Gen Z voices. If you want to be a part of that, make sure you hit subscribe. And again, the link to my YouTube channel will be in the description down below. You guys are so incredible. I appreciate you so much. As more protests go on around the country, I'm sure in the coming days and weeks, make sure you're safe out there. Stay peaceful. Bring water, mask, sunscreen would be a good idea.
Just
etc. And I'll see you out there.
Yeah, I
Appreciate
mean,
you so much, and I'll see you
they're
in the next
fucked.
video.
They can't do anything.
I'm joined now by the U.S. Senator from California, Alex Padilla. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Well, thank you for having me.
So I want to go over a little bit of the situation that occurred in the last 24 hours where you were assaulted and attempted to be detained, arrested by members of the Trump administration for attempting to ask Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, a question during a press conference. First and foremost, there is this lie spreading across right-wing media that you failed to identify yourself. We've played the video dozens of times. I'll put the video right here up on the screen.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the Secretary.
And so clearly you can see from that video that you identified yourself. And so what did you take away from the fact that these folks are looking for some justification to try and attack you, and so the route they're taking is to just lie so brazenly, even about something that's caught right there on camera?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to sort of set the record straight and clarify their lies. I was a little surprised but not shocked, because it is part of the Trump administration DNA.
I mean, I don't know. Should we break the wall down?
To misinform, to disinform.
Yeah, might as well.
So the fact of the matter is, look, I did not barge in, right? That's been one of their other lies. They barged into the conference room, that I launched at the secretary. Nothing could be further from the truth. Here's the real context. This whole press conference took event in a federal building in Los Angeles. I happened to be there at the same time, awaiting a scheduled briefing with members of Northern Command, right? Because the administration has been non-responsive to our questions since January 20th on a whole lot of issues, but particularly this last week with their escalation in Los Angeles, the unnecessary federalization of National Guard troops, the deployment of National Guard women and men to Los Angeles. And as the week has gone on, local law enforcement making progress on the challenges in Los Angeles. You know, Trump is escalating, now saying that sending in the Marines. And so I finally scheduled a briefing with representatives of Northern Command. I'm there on time in a conference room when I catch wind that Secretary Noem is there. But a couple of doors down the hall. You can't make this stuff. And so now my briefing is delayed because some of the folks that were there to brief me are now in that press conference. So I ask the folks who are escorting me to any federal building, you go through security, and even a U.S. senator is subject to escort, in this case, a member of the National Guard and an FBI agent. Clearly they know who I am, because their job is to be with me the entire time. I ask, hey, can you go over to the press conference? They escort me over. They open the door for me. And so I walk in, the whole press corps knows who I am, because it's Los Angeles. I'm sitting quietly in the side of the room, sort of behind the camera. I don't want to sort of be in the way of any reporters. And I'm there for a few minutes. And the folks that escorted me in are literally there not too far from me. And you hear just Noem and the rhetoric and the BS that they continue to spew. And not even the first time I bit my lip, but the second time she goes on and on about the Trump administration aiming to liberate the people of Los Angeles from the governor and from the mayor, etc. And at that moment, I felt I needed to speak up because there's been questions and requests for information that they've been non-responsive to. And I'm doing my job as a senator, right? Since when is it wrong for a U.S. senator to ask a question of a cabinet secretary? That's all I was doing.
I did the wall.
You know, within a second, there was multiple agents on me, hands on me, and you've seen the video. You've seen the rest.
So I want to dig into that a
We
little
were
bit.
both
Like this idea, this is
amazing.
all predicated on this idea that the Trump administration is going to come in and relieve us of this invasion of hardened criminals. That's the rhetoric that they
And look at our
kept
health.
surfacing, especially as Donald Trump was a candidate and in the beginning of his
Let's save you.
administration. We're seeing now that as they're targeting folks who are on work sites, whether it's on construction sites, they're targeting folks in the fields, picking the food that not only Californians but everybody across this country eats, that it's not exactly hardened criminals as they promised. And so can I have your reaction to the fact that the folks who believe Donald Trump amid his promises of these mass deportation efforts, as it was focused on hardened criminals, got sold a bill of goods because that isn't at all what's happening right now?
Exactly, and so you're touching on two of my points from yesterday. Number one, the question I was trying to ask is, what about everybody else? Because they'll put out generic stats, maybe that there's been dozens or hundreds, however many people they think they have detained, and maybe there's due process, maybe not. But the names that they were listing at this press conference was only maybe a half dozen. And so what about all the cooks, all the farm workers, all the car wash workers, all the others?
Right.
You know, non-violent migrants. That was one of the issues I was trying to point out.
What the fuck?
This happens because the claims of only targeting dangerous violent criminals has been a lie. It's been a lie. And so many of the other people that have been caught up in their increasingly extreme, theatrical, cruel enforcement actions are otherwise hardworking people that are contributing to our economy, and we should definitely talk about that. So that's number one. Because they're not transparent with the data, I wanted to ask that question. But you give the example of all these folks in key industries, right? In the food supply chain, in hospitality, in healthcare, in construction. What they did when I had the audacity to ask a question.
I don't know what to do.
Imagine what they could do. Imagine what they are doing to a lot of folks who may not feel free to speak up or may have a question and there's not cameras there to capture how they may or may not be treated. That's the big takeaway. This should be a wake-up call for everybody across the country. If this can happen to United States Senator, not just on the issue of trying to defend due process and maybe immigrants' rights, but anybody who disagrees with them on reproductive rights, on marriage equality, on whether or not climate change is real, or the need to maintain a federal government and a social safety net. Look what they're doing with the big budget bill that the House Republicans voted it out happily, and now Senate Republicans are trying to move quickly on it, gutting the healthcare system, impacting Social Security, housing, and more. So this crisis that's been manufactured in Los Angeles has also been a distraction tool, which the Trump administration is very, very good at. Let's get everybody talking about Los Angeles and what's happening in a very small portion of downtown to take attention away from the budget, from Russia, Ukraine, from the breakup with Elon Musk, and more.
Yeah, but like,
and I think it's also worth noting
need
too,
to open
the
this door
broader
somehow
economic
by
implications.
connecting.
We are right now the only
But
country
as
in
soon
the
as you move away
industrialized
like
world
that,
that's seeing an economic contraction.
It's
All of these
disappears,
other neighboring countries, all of our
Right in
other
front of you,
industrialized countries in the West, in Europe, whatever it may be, are seeing economic
This
growth.
door.
They're seeing GDP growth. We're contracting, and yet at the same time that we're contracting, one might think that it might not be a prudent idea to then eliminate, cut off the lifelines of these key industries that would drive further growth. What's going to happen if all of a sudden you have nobody who's willing to show up to work in hospitality, in construction, in agriculture, because they're afraid of what might happen when they get plucked out of their jobs by Kristi Noem and ICE, and so these sectors continue to contract at a time when that's the last thing that we need.
The contrast is just too clear, right? The 4 years of the Biden administration was job creation, economic growth, job creation, economic growth. Trump comes
Keep
in,
up the pressure
this
and stay in it.
Foolish, ill-conceived, unnecessary tariff war. And then we see the
what's
economic
this?
implications of those threats to on and off again tariffs, to tariffs that are sticking, etc. You're seeing the economic contraction that you're talking about. But speaking of the economy, you know, for all the righteous and moral arguments I can make about better treatment for immigrants and pathway to citizenship for dreamers and on and on and on, there's also an economic one, and California is Exhibit A.
It's a fucking
California
hitch.
is not just the most populous state in the nation, the most diverse state in the nation, home to more immigrants than any state in the nation. Immigrants that contribute so much because California is now the 4th largest economy in the world, right? The largest economy of any state in the nation by far, not despite its immigrant population, but because of immigrant contributions as workers, as consumers, as entrepreneurs. That should be embraced, not attacked.
Right. I do want to note that in the immediate aftermath of this whole event taking place, where you were tackled by these officials in the Trump administration, Mike Johnson had the opportunity to respond and protect or defend the autonomy of the legislative branch, which he's a part of, which you're a part of, as a co-equal branch of government. And yet, his decision was to instead defer to the Trump administration, kind of contract all of his power over to the executive branch, as he so often does, and instead of defending your right to do your constitutional duty of oversight against the executive branch, he instead suggested that maybe a censure should be on the table at a bare minimum for you. So can I have your reaction to Mike Johnson siding not with his own branch of government, but instead the executive branch?
Yeah, beyond sad, certainly not shocking, and actually offensive, just as someone who takes their job seriously. Right? To your point, we're a co-equal branch of government. Our job is oversight and accountability. And so that's all I was trying to do. If Kristi Noem or DHS will not genuinely answer questions in committee during hearings, if they won't comment on letters and inquiries by members of the Senate, but there's an opportunity for me to ask a question in person at a press conference in my home state, that's me doing my job. You know, Mike Johnson and congressional Republicans may choose to not
because I got this thing, man.
But they cannot stop me from doing mine.
All right, well, let's finish off with this. You are the latest in a long line of either Democratic officials or just officials who are doing their jobs, and I'm talking about, we had a Democratic lawmaker, we had a staffer for Jerry Nadler, a judge in Wisconsin, the mayor of Newark, all of whom have been either targeted or arrested by this administration. And so what is your reaction to the increasingly autocratic tendencies of an administration that, let's be honest, if we saw this stuff happening in any other country in the world, we wouldn't think twice before calling it out for exactly what it is.
It's look, all the signs of an increasingly authoritarian form of government. It's a classic Donald Trump. What he wants in an ideal world is for the rest of us to cower, for the rest of us to be silent and let him continue to overreach and abuse his power. That is not the American way. The American way is for righteous people, patriots who believe in our democracy, to stand up, to exercise our First Amendment rights, to speak up and defend our fundamental rights. And so that's what we will continue to do. There's a lot of folks organizing for No King's Day on Saturday to not just make the point, but a little bit of a counter to his vanity parade.
What the fuck? Tentacles.
In Washington, D.C. I encourage people to peacefully protest, peacefully participate in No King's Day and any other day until we reign in this administration.
Well, Senator Padilla, thank you so much for speaking out, for taking the time today. I know that you're getting pulled in 100 different directions here, and thank you for pushing back against this administration and not sitting silently, but literally getting up and making sure that your voice was heard.
Holy shit! Cora! Cora!
It's almost like it's excited by something, drawn to it.
Holy fuck, this, oh my god, this is a long fucking drive.
I'm joined now by the U.S. Senator from Hawaii, Brian Schatz. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Brian.
So right now we are in a moment where we're watching Donald Trump's reconciliation bill kind of falter in the Senate as it becomes.
Fuck, so we can't open the door. There must be something good in there.
Of their health care, that it would cut food assistance to the tune of $300 billion, that it would explode the deficit. And we're also in a moment where Donald Trump is then recognizing he needs a distraction, sending troops and Marines into American cities. We've seen protests erupt in Los Angeles and Austin and Chicago. And so, how are you thinking about these protests, for example, where on one hand it's very clear that they're being used as a distraction, but on the other hand, if we don't talk about them, then we're basically just enabling and allowing this massive government overreach that Donald Trump also wants to be able to do.
Well, I think it's sort of like it's such a weird argument in mostly online,
Where are you?
right? About which one of these things should we talk about? Because look at you. In less than 30 seconds, you talked about both of them, right? And talked about them accurately. And that's what I'm doing. Look, what is happening is creeping authoritarianism. That's number one. Number two is part of the authoritarian playbook is to create distractions while they rob you, right? And so the undertold story of this administration is corruption. It's the meme coin, it's the 747 from a foreign country, and it is this tax bill where they're going to throw people off of healthcare. They're going to, basically immiserate a bunch of kids, right? The average SNAP benefit is $6 per person per day, and that's where they're going to find the savings. And they're going to find that savings. They're going to sell off public land. Why are they doing this? They're doing this to provide another enormous tax break.
Who are you people?
Wealth transfer in possibly in American history.
Who the fuck
one
are
of the
you?
biggest wealth transfers in American history for sure. From people who need it, like desperately, to people who are the wealthiest people to ever walk the planet.
Who the fuck is Gortash?
You and I both just said both things in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
Is this where we spend a ton of time arguing about sort of which theory of the case is better politically?
Who are you?
Right? Like, I think we should say that's authoritarian. We don't support it. And they want us talking about this 95% of the time.
Yeah.
So we have to be aware of that.
Like I forgot you.
It's not just a rhetorical political trap. It is actually a trap to get people
Yo, he's got some cool drips, man.
that we provide a pretext for these moves of mobilizing the Marines and mobilizing
Sure that they would follow and deliver it into my hands
as the No Kings protests
if you would
pop up
cease
all
these
across the country is that
The
everybody
distractions
has to
have been
be
yours,
extremely
Kefric.
disciplined.
Perhaps we never should have dug
Pluralistic,
your daughter up.
people-powered movements that succeed are disciplined within their own ranks. And
So
so
you haven't
it
lost
is
your
important
edge,
for us to be
but
ferocious.
you're still not
Like
as
a
sharp
spine.
as Orin, I
It
wager.
is important for us to be fearless
I wanted to
and
stand here
disciplined,
against the
right?
undying
And there is
one.
nothing brave
That'd be fun to see.
about just being a dumb anarchist and lighting a garbage can on fire or throwing a brick at somebody. Like, those people are not part of our movement, and we have to excise them because this is a non-violent movement on behalf of American values, and that's how we have to express ourselves.
I'm curious what your thoughts are about the fact that Donald Trump, yes, he's sending these troops and these Marines into it's mostly focused on Los Angeles, but can we talk about the danger that other cities face by virtue of watching, what he might perceive as a successful deployment to Los Angeles and how he might think about the rest of the country as the result of that?
The Lash of Baal.
Everyone has dropped their coverage, basically, of everything else that's going on. It's time for Trump's DC military parade to kick off. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, I think. I'll watch a little bit of this, and then afterwards I'll head off to the protest. My town's counter-protest was 4 church leaders of MAGA Make America God flag in most of the town.
One of the cruelest and most powerful creatures in existence, enslaved by mere mortals.
There we are.
The boomer generation was awful. World War II ended and they didn't do anything, and now the world is in flames. Every generation after
Behold,
World War II is
Duke
been
Ravengard.
A military expert said that the strike on the oil depots are propaganda strike for domestic consumption is Israeli because those depots are extremely easy to repair and can be filled up again and be up and running in like 2 days. It's not a refinery.
Once the world holds the whip, your shredded flesh will serve.
Oh, that's a tadpole.
Has been very kind, and of course, the U.S. Army is a nonpartisan organization.
I know she's dead, but
today, June 14th, is the U.S. Army's birthday. That's why
Now,
7,000 of
it's
us
really
are here.
time we were going.
Cope. Oh,
We will
what-
empty
what
this place
funny
and begin
cult.
the march.
About an hour until the parade
You
started.
may catch up with the
DC,
army
and there
once
were
you've
plenty of
retrieved
prime
the
viewing
weapon.
spots wide open,
And
particularly
Catherine,
towards the beginning of the route
do
along
try not to
Constitution
sob.
Avenue.
You're supposed to be the fearsome
my
general
God.
come to conquer
no
the city.
one is there. Not even the protest.
And I am
Not
the
even
hero
the
who will save you.
protest. Oh, that's so funny. Oh no, when you throw a birthday party and the only people that attend are paid to be
It
there.
is time, faithful
This is
ones.
kind of awesome. This,
March
I'm not gonna
on,
lie, this
Baldur's
low-key
Gate.
is the best possible thing that could have
We
happened.
go
Like
to prepare the way.
Incredibly limited number of people, and then like some obviously anti-Trump protesters, but like overall, just limited involvement.
All right, bro.
Is
Let's take a break.
It's funnier. Like having no one show up is funnier than having
Stay there.
only counter protesters show up.
goes hollow.
Dude, they can't even march in sync.
A
It's so
presence
bad. North Korea
disappears
clears
from your
not
mind.
going on. God, we're so ass. Fake news from the Riker Broadcasting Service is the biggest military parade in military history. Yeah, definitely.
What's up?
Riker Broadcasting Service does not engage
failed
or
to fulfill
entertain any
Mizora's
fake
mission.
news.
She was Zariel's
whatsoever.
asset you were meant to
I
rescue.
do not want to hear it.
And the
Ladies and
Absolute's
gentlemen,
cult has
folks,
destroyed her.
The Biker Broadcasting Service is brought to
Will
you
has
by the
failed
viewers
his patron.
and for you,
And the
viewers.
Hells have taken the
And is
blade
funded
of
by
frontiers
you,
Who's
the
Will?
as their
viewers.
own.
The Biker Broadcasting Service maintains editorial
Who's the
independence
one dude from
by
our crowd,
your
bro?
voluntary contributions
Oh,
in the form
right.
of
Chick that did the
subscriptions.
demotive.
Okay.
$6 a month in the form of a regular Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. I have PBS logos that are meant to go on stream. Damn,
All right,
it's
check it
kinda
out.
fire.
Just taking a break.
Transparent GIF.
Okay.
Why doesn't it show
All
up
right.
like a GIF? It's not moving. Why did I just get a Go Army ad? Are you running ads again? No. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run any ads and is funded entirely by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you.